to hear me when the channel is live. According to YouTube, I have 1 viewer, so hopefully, hello, welcome. I'm starting like 2 minutes early for once, instead of like 5 minutes late, like I always end up being, because I go, oh, I've got plenty of time and go do something else. Alright, so, been distracted doing random shit, and I was playing Neo Scavenger, and I went, this game is so much fun, but is so goddamn old and clunky that and written in Flash that I'm like, I want to try and rewrite it, but like in a modular way of being like, I'm not just going to copy the game for my own personal use because that'd be the only way I could do it. So what I've done is I've like taken like all the assets and stuff like that so that I can use them for creating the plugins and stuff. And the idea is that like if you clip the plugins together yourself and you have the game, you can dump the assets in and you can play the game. But I can't like obviously like open source someone else's game that I'm copying. So what I'm doing is I'm going to split up like the crate. So the game crate will be the stuff that's like, this is Neo Scavenger and you can't like copy. So I can't share this. But then like poly inventory is going to be my attempt at making the Neo Scavenger style inventory system of like the, actually we should put it up and show like what I've actually got like in mind, like to try and copy. But I want to like expand on it because going through the assets of this game, I realized that this game must have been an absolute nightmare to maintain because like, I don't know if I've got a game running. Yeah. So we just open up Neo Scavenger. For some reason, my fucking Discord's taking over. We go into like the inventory. Like it's got this grid style inventory where each item sort of takes up a certain amount of space. But what I want is that you can see like the pot takes up, it's a 4x2. But like this space is quite clearly empty, but you can't put anything in there because the pot takes up 4x2. So in my system, I want it to be able to like have the pot not take up 4x2. But I want the pot to be able to have like this actual like pot shape. What else is there about this? Oh yeah, so what else? Like this game must have been like a nightmare to maintain. Like it feels like once they did something, that was it. Because if we go into like this is the game's files of assets, as you notice, like each colored section is its own image that they swap in and out instead of like tinting an image and stuff like that, which in itself isn't that bad. This is the like the medical scene. So like when I pick this up, no, is it in here? Like when I pick this up, so it's like the hand and they have individual assets for where you can put things. Like the clothes has the chest light up and the pants has the legs light up. And that on its own wouldn't necessarily like, you know, that depends on the game engine, but like they have, let me go back to the assets. Every single button has like a on-off version instead of having a light that they can switch on and off. They have an on and off version of every button. And like it must have been hell to maintain. Like there's a reason it only has a certain amount of fixed UI sizes is because they need to make a custom button because instead of having like a button and then laying some text over it, each asset has the text baked in. So yeah. So my idea is to try and like make like a modular inventory system that I can slot in for my remake of the game that I can play privately, but like I can release the inventory system publicly because it's not actually like in any way anything more than like inspired by the game. And like yeah, so using the assets is more about like giving me something to visualize rather than me having to come up with assets that like work. So I've got all the assets in. Some of them are already done. Like this is the pistol weapon asset, and then there's like the knife asset. So there's like a million assets for the same thing because when you equip a pot, it's a different asset to when you have the pot in inventory. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so to start, we're going to go with what I call poly inventory, and it's got a basic example which just boots up the game. So if I go like kind of an example basic inventory, this should boot up. No, apparently not available. Do I have to cd? / crates maybe. Poly inventory, and then can I run? I don't know if I like that. All right, so this is the basic example. So it's basically we're going to make this poly inventory work entirely without any game logic in this example, and then when I do game-based stuff, I can load it into the poly inventory. Like I can import poly inventory because that would allow me to share poly inventory open source and everything because it's just an inventory management plugin for Bevy. So I guess to get started, I probably should have architected the whole thing. maybe I should do that now. Be like file plan.txt. So what we want to do is have so why have I got caps lock on? Inventory is grid based. Items don't need to be square. Rectangles. I want to have like items can require can require specific I can't spell specific slot type. Okay, we'll just say require slot type. Items can require slot type. So this, for example, so I'm going to like do like a thing like this and be like, so liquid must go in water type slot. Quotes on that, like this, and the idea being that like I want a bottle to take up a different inventory type, but then the bottle can have an internal. So we're going to go like here, be like items can be nested. So this happens in near scavenger. Near scavenger has a small issue of like anything can go into anything. I think there are certain things that can't like empty this out. Like I think it has some kind of level, so like I can't just put water in my inventory, but I can put water in a bottle. But you can also put like assorted parts into the bottle. The annoying thing is, one, you can't open this in any way. You have to put it in your hand to be able to access, like if you wanted to put something specific here. So that's a little bit annoying. So I want to fix that. I want to be able to open like inventories. So items can be nested in other items. Item inventory can be opened. Opened. I can't fucking spell apparently. What the fuck? Opened as sub windows. Okay, so yeah, so items can require slot types. So liquid must go in watertight slot. I don't know if like how you would do some kind of like I want something like you can put hot coals into a heat resistant container, but I don't actually know how that would work. Maybe do something like gases can go into like I feel like that's a little bit too complicated though. So the inventory is grid based. Items do not need rectangular. Items can be nested. So I want to say that some items I want to be like maybe fixed. Some items can be locked in slots. So this is going to need like an example. So like like what's an example of an item being locked? I want like something like I want like a backpack that might have like a compass or something. So like can lock a compass in knife handle. It's like the example of that being like you can buy these like sort of military knives and they have like screw off handles where you put matches inside the handle, like it's like a airtight, like watertight seal, but it's also got a compass on the end. So the idea is that like as a game designer, you could say that the compass is actually locked in place. You cannot remove the compass from that slot, but the compass still acts like an item. Is this kind of idea of that? but I'm not entirely sure yet. So items can be nested in other items. Okay. So I want to say that like inventories are a type of asset. Inventory view is then hold a handle to the inventory they are rendering. Inventory, so we'll change this to inventory view. Hold a handle to an inventory they are rendering. Items with a can have an inventory handle to point to their inventory. Okay. Items can be rotated. I'm trying to think what else I fucking need. I'm trying to think if like something like beads should take up like more than one spot, but like in any shape. So the idea being that you can just sort of dump beads and they will fill whatever space is available, so that you don't have to fuck around like moving 15 different beads, but also like stacking beads takes up more inventory space than not stacking beads. Like a single bead takes up less space. Because like in this, like you can stack items, right? Like in scavenger, but like one string takes up as much space as 20 string. So what I would think is like, what about the pills? Is if you did something like the pills take up so much space, but like when you stack them, it's like they actually go like, so it's like you have to actually take up 10 inventory spaces, but it's like it can be any sort of 10 inventory spaces. I'm going to say like it has to be 10 connected inventory spaces. So like the idea would be like you could pick up this entire shape and you could move it somewhere else and it would like autofill, if that makes sense. But maybe not, I don't know. Because my thinking was also like I'd want certain items, because I'm also going to mix in some Project Zomboid stuff that I wish they did. Is so which is, I guess it's the slot thing. Is the idea would be like if you put items into like a med kit, like you can only put medical items in, but the med kit's actually much larger inside, but can only hold medical items. Would be an interesting way of doing it. I kind of wish Project Zomboid did that, where it's like if you put certain items into a certain thing, like they actually reduce the weight quite dramatically, but they don't. Anyway, I guess we should turn that into a checklist. Well, some of these need to be checklisted. So items can be rotated, can be like checklisted, like that. Why does it turn into a big square like that? Weird. Okay. Items can have inventories. So again, it's a checklisty thing. We're being like that. Well, probably don't need that like that. Okay. So inventory view holds a handle to the inventory they are rendering. These are all pretty easy, basic things. So I guess the question becomes, because that's another, I guess, useful thing of items can be locked in a slot, is I could then have a empty. So that's another example. So can lock like lock unusable blocks. Marker to make non-rectangle inventories. Make okay, so we also I want to say like inventories we can have like we want like maybe like also have inventories can have like maybe it would be more like items can have multiple multiple shapes based on if they are based on what type of slot they are going in. Right, so the idea is I apparently can't spell that close enough to even get it right. Mole. Okay, so what I'm thinking this is I want to have like maybe you can like clip a water bottle onto the side of a backpack. And the idea is that when you clip a water bottle on, it only takes up like a tiny little space because it takes the clip spot. So the idea is that a water bottle can have like it's a let's say 2x6, or it's a 1x1 clip, which means that like the backpack may only have 2 spots that can be clipped, and therefore you can clip the water bottle on, or you can put the water bottle in the backpack, which takes up 2 different amounts of space depending on where's that inventory viewer? Some inventory some items should render their in the parent inventory. So we don't like double dash this one and be like water bottle clipped to the side of a backpack double dash small pack clipped to a larger pack. Alright, so some items. So the idea of this would be like I don't think I have it. So like this backpack is like if it had like a little slot here, because I think you can kind of do it. There's certain patches on the player that can only be attached to certain items. The idea would be like that this backpack, when you equip it, so like if you don't have it equipped, there's only this. But when you like equip this backpack, like if it had like a little slot here that you could attach like a water bottle to, and then when you put a water bottle here, it does the rendering like this, where you can see the inside of the water bottle, but like it attaches here. That would be kind of cool. And my thing is like you could just make it like that this spot is big enough for a water bottle, but I want it to be like when you clip something on it, it only takes up the space that it's attached. So that would be kind of cool. I like the idea of this. So I guess where do we start? Is making the inventory and making the inventory render, I guess. So this is the polyinventory plugin. So this is basic. So we need to go here and be like add basic plugin, app.add plugins, polyinventory plugin. So this is my basic examples. It does all this stuff. So we probably want to say like mod inventory. I need to check my this is what annoys me. So according to my my analytics, 2 people said messages in the chat, but like I can't actually see them, which drives me spare. So hopefully I haven't missed anyone's messages, because it says that there's 2 messages, but I actually cannot see them. Like there's nothing in my. I bring it over so you guys can see. Like it says that there was 2 messages sent right at the beginning of the stream, but like there's nothing in the chat. So sorry if I've missed anything, but my fucking YouTube keeps doing this where it's not showing me messages from people. Anyway, continue moving on. So we're gonna have inventory, and then inventory, we're gonna create inventory. And then we're going to have like, we need to use Bevy prelude. Right. So down here, we need to have like a pub struct inventory. Right. So the inventory, I don't know what's going to go in the inventory yet, but we need to register as an asset. So here we need to go, hey, app dot asset init asset inventory. Right. Inventory is not an asset, so we have to derive asset on you. Now I don't know what that does, but we need type path, which means type path. Okay. So that's our inventory. So I want to say like we want to have size, which is going to be a uvec2. Yeah, see, it just says someone sent me a message, but I can't see it. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my YouTube. Why can I not see messages? Why can I not see? Oh, I'm no see how you be. Yeah, it's good total. I have not actually been well. My mental health is pretty fucking, like, I've just not been motivated to do anything. Hence, we're not doing voxel game, because I don't think the best thing to do is to come in and immediately start doing something that burnt me out last time. I really want to keep working on my voxel engine. Like, I did a stream like a week ago, I want to say, that like I went in and went like, hey, I've just had a fucking idea of what I want to, rather than like test it and then do a stream, I just decided to stream and do it. And you know what? It worked. I think it added like 30% of the frame rate, because I don't remember what I was even doing. I think I just added the ability to like, the LOD was encoded into the shader. So I was basically going like, hey, I can encode that this chunk is solid. And if this chunk is solid, check to see if you're one of the edges, and then just don't do anything. Like just completely like skip if you're not an edge triangle. And I was so hoping you'd join that stream, because there was because like I'm onto something with the shader. I just have no idea how to implement it. I think I need to dig a little bit deeper into Bevy's internals so that I can start doing like different meshes. But it will mean that we can use a single mesh, because that's what our biggest issue was. Is as soon as we introduce a second mesh, our LOD idea didn't work. Like the idea of doing like every other block. But this does work like that, because what I can do is I can pass in the LOD as like a part of the material, and then the shader doesn't need to check to see if there's a block there. It just checks to see if it's one of those meshes, and it disregards it, and it does it on a vertex level. I really want to show you now, because I don't actually know if you watched that stream. So we're just going to open up. It did it in the vertex shader, so it was disregarding like entire planes of the mesh in the vertex shader if that block didn't have anything to render there. That's always YouTube projects, voxel idle game. Here. Yeah, I think this is it. So I copied Bevy's mesh one. So I took the Bevy has like a built-in like default mesh vertex shader. So I took that out, put that in, and modified it. So what it does is it looks through the LOD and basically goes, hey, if the LOD says that you're solid, like as in like this chunk is 100% filled with blocks, it doesn't pass the triangles. Like it discards them, I believe, is how that works somewhere. I actually have no idea. And I don't like this thing because I don't understand the shader enough to remove all these like if cases that Bevy has. But so it goes, if the minimum X is lower than LOD, so it doesn't just do solid blocks, it works out what the lowest possible X value is. So like if the left half, like if anything below like X of 3, there's no voxels in like lower than X of 3 in the chunk, it encodes that into the LOD. And same with the Y, like minimum and maximum Y. So basically it works out the smallest possible cube that encases every single voxel. We return out. So it basically shrinks the triangles, because you remember, let's open Blender. I hope this is making sense, because I understand that you know a lot more than most people, because I keep doing this to talk to people and they're like, I have no idea what you're doing. So open Blender. Like, someone asked me what I was making in Blender. I'm like, nothing. I was rendering a triangle on stream, like a cube on stream, so people could see what I was talking about. So we go into edit here and we go like this. So we're just going to chop this, and we're going to say that our so let's say that that's our chunk. So we also need a second tab out of this. Go mesh, new cube in, go into this cube and say delete only faces. Right. So in here, we should have 2 cubes now. So what happens is, what I've done is I've said, hey, if this chunk here, which maybe this is my problem. Actually, no. So what I did, we need to select mode, is I said, hey, if there is no voxels in this block here, this side here, has no voxels whatsoever in it, then do that. Because remember, it has planes all in here as well. But like, so it doesn't render these. So the chunk is still the same size, but I've moved the plane over, because it's like it doesn't actually have these sub triangles. If I remember, like these don't exist. It's just like one face. And so instead, I've gone like, hey, there's no voxels here, so just do that. But obviously, because it doesn't have these sub ones, it's not like I'm moving it in, because it only checks those edges. And it gave me like I want to say 30% speed up. It was really annoying though, because some of my testing, it's like I would turn it on and I would go down frames, I'd turn it off, I'd go up frames, but then like I would tweak something else, and it's like one of those, it's only better when it's completely running. Otherwise it's doing math. Like it's doing all this math to work out what to discard, and then you're not actually discarding anything, and it slows down. But like when it actually was discarding stuff, so like that's what it's doing is, so we say if X, which is, I work out what plane I'm on. So the X is, if the X normal isn't 0, and right, so if the X isn't 0 and the X, if the normal is not 0 and the X is 0 or chunk size, which is basically saying if you're the plane that is in the X, you are the X plane and one of the vertexes that touches the edges. Because there's a bunch of other ones. I don't remember if this is necessary, but anyway. And then we audit and basically did something like, if none of these, we return the position, and then -1, so it's behind the player somehow. Otherwise, it ends up really quite funky. Then we basically work out the min-max stuff, and then we shift the vertexes in. So basically, it just renders. The chunks don't move as part of the chunk creation. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing. Is that like technically we can't discard anything. In a certain level we could, but I don't actually know if you can discard vertices, because it doesn't, like, it seems you have to return something. Like I don't think discard. Maybe you can. I think I was having. I wasn't entirely sure about shaders, whether you could discard vertices or whether that caused issues. Like I know you can discard a pixel, but I didn't know if you could discard an entire vertice, because that kind of implies that every triangle connected to it gets broken. I don't know how the shader handles that. Yeah, so like basically what I'm doing is I'm moving in the leftmost edge, because I didn't draw this very well because I was being lazy with my slicing. So we'll just do the Z, I guess. So first, let's make a new cube, because this cube's a bit scuffed now. we're getting very sidetracked on something that is not at all related. But anyway, I'm like, as I said, I'm really want to keep working on the voxel thing, but I keep getting so like bogged down into bullshit that I just don't want to deal with it. So what we can do is we go back into our slicey thing and we go, okay, so we're going to pretend that our chunk is like 4x4. So the way it works currently is we go select every face and we go every face, please. And we go delete faces only. These faces also don't need to be hit. Delete faces. Right. So at the moment, where go away. So there's this one. Why can I not select this? I'm very confused why I can't. Okay, undo. Did I delete something I wasn't supposed to delete? No, apparently. What the fuck? I think I've deleted something I wasn't supposed to. Anyway. Okay, so we have you, and we have you, and you, that's a triangle, and you. The issue is we don't want to encode too much information into the LOD. Like I'm trying to keep the LOD still like only a single float. But yeah, you're right. In theory, we could pre-calculate the whole thing. So a tiny little one block lookup per face per calculation. If the face can never be seen, then Zemo behind camera and GPU discards the entire. Yeah. So the way I've got it at the moment is because of the way that these faces work. Because like this represents the entire chunk. So in fact, actually does have like a 4x4. So this would be potentially rendering up like this to 16 voxels, right? But what I'm doing at the moment is I'm basically saying when I generate the chunk, if there are no voxels whatsoever along this plane, then we go grab you and go like 0.25. No, 0.5. Like this. And so we're rendering the triangles all the same. But these triangles physically take up less pixels, but they're still the same number of triangles because that's how we're rendering. It's like basically that we only have the fixed planes. So we shrink them in. But then we also go, hey, like the top also is missing. Like there's nothing in the top of this either. Like, so like for example, like most of the grass, it's like it doesn't go very high. So let's go like minus 1. So like this chunk is empty in these spaces and we know this. So we tell it in the LOD that its maximum X is 0.5. And so we shift all of the planes in the vertex shader down so that we don't have to change what the mesh looks like. We just change the size of the mesh. And then you're right, like what happens is if there are nothing in this entire plane, we do this. And we put it behind the camera. So imagine that like anything that's not inside this bigger box doesn't get rendered at all. So we just move it outside of that and then it disappears. And we go, oh, actually, well, there's nothing in this front one either. So we also move this behind the player. So the idea is we move it behind if like it's never used and we move it sideways if it is used. Because I don't think we could do the I guess 1 bit wouldn't. 1 bit's not too bad. The idea was that I wanted to use just a single 32 bit number. And that means that like we couldn't do that because our chunks currently are 64 by 64, which means that you would need it's a 2 byte 2 ints per corner per plane. So that's 2 4 8 so we need 8 times 3 like integers, whereas this only requires 1 integer because I can encode the max Y, and that's the same for all of them, the max X, which is the same for all of them, the max Z, which is the same, and the minimum. So it doesn't have to just do that one edge. It can go like, hey, this side also can go in 1. And be like, hey, this also 0.5. So you can go like, hey, this is actually, that's all the chunk needs to render. And then that's all the chunk does render. Theoretically, I could actually run it, because I think I had some kind of weird thing where I was like, just return and render the chunks, and it like you can actually see that the chunks are. It doesn't have an example. Try to run with this, please. It's been a while since I've been in this code base, but like my issue is like, and this is why I want to do on the stream, is because I don't understand what Bevy is doing with a lot of the shader stuff, so I can't clean up a lot of the shader. We could probably make the shader way faster, especially with your understanding of shaded math, like the fact that you can actually understand this shit. There is definitely ways that we could make it even faster by just doing certain things. My biggest thought with it is we can calculate the LOD while we're generating the shader, and so the idea would be that like one of the things it encodes is this is check for FFFF is saying, is the chunk solid? If the chunk is completely solid, then we don't need to run the rest of these checks. We literally just discard anything that's not. That's what this is doing. So this is checking to see if it's one of the edge blocks. Oh, lag. Why is it so horrendously slow? Please show the FPS. Why are you... It must have been generating chunks. Yeah. So if I go to debug and be like, uncap the FPS, please. Well, apparently we're still capped at 60, which doesn't quite make... Oh, there we go. So if I go back in here and I go one of these, I think it's in here. If I just say, return x dot, yeah. So as you can see, because this is just only works on the X, some of these chunks are actually like really narrow. Like you can see how much work is being saved by not rendering every single, because if I turn off my vertex thing, like if I just, I think this is all the stuff that returns early, because literally like all it does is work out what ones should be set to negative X. If I turn this off, I believe that we should go back to rendering the entire thing. Yeah, so this is what it would normally be rendering, which is every single block ever. And then this, so what's our FPS now? So we're running at about 125 FPS. If I turn this back on, why can I, there we go. So turn this back on, we'll just pop this down a line so that it doesn't complain. That is a comment, so I'm just gonna comment that back out. All right. We need to comment the else out again. Okay. So again, my IDE does not like that Bevy has all these like if statements because it doesn't detect them as real. So what this is doing, and we gained like 3 FPS, is this is just checking, is the block solid? But would have to double fuck with it. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, so what this does, this entire check here is just if the block is solid, which is what this is doing. So basically it's saying like if FFFFF, which is the way that the LOD that indicates that this block is just full of voxels and therefore you can only ever see the edge voxels, is it goes, hey, you are X if your X normal is not equal to 0. So if the normal is in the X plane, and your X position is 0 or your X position is chunk size, which this could be causing some issues because, again, rounding and floating point shit, like it needs to probably check within so much. But the idea is that if your position is almost 0, then you're X. And then we do the same thing with Y and Z, and we say, hey, if you're not any of these, then you don't render. So if the block is solid, three planes max. Yeah, no. I don't know how you'd go about that, but theoretically you could. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like the fact that like if the chunk is in front of the player, if it's positive X from the player, you only need to, you could disregard the entire other half, the back side of every plane, because I think we render both sets of triangles. But in theory, you could disregard the second set of triangles, because the second set of triangles aren't relevant. That would probably like double our frame rate, because at the moment I think we're checking and disregarding like this entire face here would render, but also its back face would also render, because I didn't do back facing faces. I did a second triangle going the other way. So in theory, you could look at the winding direction of the triangle, which I don't actually know how you could check that in the shader, but you could disregard the second side. You could disregard any triangle that's in front of the player, but the positive Y or the negative Y. And then further ones are hard-coded GPU lookups into a Oh, okay, wait. Center chunks in your technique to have a plane for vertex. That's the other thing, because like again, I want to do the player stays at 0-0, which is currently already happening, but I am actually moving the world because I kept having a crash, which again, I don't actually know if that was my technique or my computer, because my computer was crashing regardless of me doing it, but me doing it definitely made it crash. But theoretically, we could hard bake into the GPU, because that's the issue at the moment, is I'm still relying heavily on Bevy to do the right thing. But theoretically, because like adding a second mesh at a lower LOD caused Bevy to suddenly not be able to batch everything together. But theoretically, we could batch everything together and make the GPU look up the corresponding mesh based on the distance from the player. Like, and just have those meshes on there and batch everything together. Like, there is no need for us to batch all the same meshes together, because it already knows, based on the distance from the player, which LOD to use, which would save us a bunch of compute here. That would probably work. So what we would need to do is have a hard baked in mesh logic, like a lookup table on the GPU, and then pass in the LOD, and then look up the LOD, and based on that, and then you wouldn't even necessarily look up the LOD. We could have that different LODs mean different things, because at the moment I'm trying to encode as much information to the same amount of space. But theoretically, like the LOD, we can work out how far away the player is, because we have access somewhere in here to the player's position and the mesh's position in the world, and therefore we can work out the distance from the player. And therefore, based on the distance from the player, which we might need to make some kind of slider so that, like, again, 4K screens would have a different LOD level drop-off. But theoretically, one of the issues we run into is that at a certain distance from the player, 2 pixels and 1 pixel are indistinguishable from each other. So you could drop the amount of mesh. The lookup rather than manually checking if the face is all... Okay, so it's just run 32 bulls per chunk to look up rather than it Well, that's basically what this is doing. Is it's only a single value of the LOD, which also, fun thing, the 132 bull is not the best way of going about it, because if you have 1 bit representing one possible outcome, there's a bunch of rules. That's why I did it this way, is that theoretically this actually packs the information more densely, because the Boolean lets you have 32 yes/no answers, whereas what I can do is I can say, hey, if the first bit is set, then the next 31 bits are this type of information. If the first bit is 0, the second bit does, and it means that, like, you are no longer representing a set of yes/nos. You're basically representing a branch of 4 billion possible different rendering techniques, which maybe gets cut in half because technically, like, 0 being render normally, and then, but like you can actually, like, you basically do like a binary tree search of being like, if this and that, like it's like a tree that goes down, which is what this is doing. It's saying, like, if they're all ones, do this technique, rather than each bit representing something to do. This just shortcuts the whole thing. If they're all ones, just do this. And then it's like, if they're all but the last one is a 1, or if the first one's a 1, then do something different, like read, because that's what it does. See? Basically, if they're not all 1s, then you've got information encoded in it. But you could have like the first 4 bits represent 16 different techniques to decode the remaining bits. But yeah, like I get what you're saying. I don't know, because of the fact that, again, we have variable chunk sizes, which I would love to be able to pass that into the shader. We need to hack into Bevy's, well, it's not even hacking. We literally just need to add into our render pipeline a position to pass in the chunk size, because it's really annoying that I keep changing the chunk size to test something and then everything breaks because the shader has a hard-coded chunk size and it doesn't know how to get that from the player, from the game. But that's the idea, is that we could theoretically pass in some information, like you're saying, and have the 32 bit, because the 32 bits would mean that you'd have to say, like, Okay, and this is where the LOD comes in. Like an LOD of 2 would mean disregard every other slice. And then an LOD of 1 means render everything. An LOD of 4 means skip every other. So you still want to probably do some math because we don't actually know what vertex we are, like in here. That's actually a really good idea it's had. I don't know where I'd put a note of this. I'm going to put it here just so that I can remember, like, if I ever do go to do this, is order the vertexes in the pre-baked mesh. So things like LOD can specify something like skip all odd vertexes and still render correct. Because that's what's happening at the moment, is I actually need to look up and calculate the position to know if I'm a vertex that's actually on the edge, if that makes sense. So like, I need to actually make sure that this vertex is one of the vertexes that is the Z vertex. Like that's what I'm doing. So I'm checking, are you an X vertex? And you're only an X vertex. So the checking the normal tells me if it's an X, Y, or Z plane. So I'm going, hey, are you an X plane? And then do you touch 0, 0 or chunk size? And if you touch those, that means you're the end two. So basically this check here, we've got a blender, is saying, are you this face? Because so the idea is that the X check checks all of these. It finds all of these. This is the X check. That first thing is normal X, right? That will find all of these. And then this one, because when it's in its full size, says, does your X equal 0, which would be this plane, or does your X equal chunk size, which would be this plane? And it only renders those two. It disregards all the others. All the others get, so it basically does this. And that's what that check does. And that's very specifically only if FFFFFFFF. The other one to check would also be if LOD equals 0, and then just move everything out of it, because that would imply that the chunk is outside of the render. Like the chunk is empty. So all zeros would be empty, all Fs is full, and then anything else means I've encoded information into the min-max. I actually have no idea how I even encode this. I think it's like it encodes the minimum value and then it also encodes the width to calculate the maximum value. Because I don't have enough bits to encode everything, which means it encodes, like, as you can see, I extract the minimum as the LOD, the first 5 bytes. The minimum Y and the minimum Z is also the first 5 bytes, which means that you can only theoretically eliminate the first, is it 32, I want to say? Good calculator. Also, this is getting very sidetracked from making an inventory, but anyway, 2 to the 5. So yeah, you can only move the minimum 32, so there's the center, because our chunk size is 64, which is another one of those we should probably be passing in some kind of way of telling the shader that the different chunk sizes so that we can make this value different. Yeah, so basically you can mask out up to the first half of a chunk, and then this one works by saying that the max is the LOD, so shifted 15, 10, so 10's the Z. Okay, so yeah, so 15, so the next 5 bytes. And then we shift it back 1, so we double it, and then we add 2. I don't remember why I was adding 2, something was broken. Yeah, it is block-based, but it's not a block-based inventory. Yeah, so but the idea is being that, like, I needed to multiply by 2 because I needed to set the maximum to being bigger than the minimum. And the idea was that if the minimum was set to 0, you still needed to be able to say 64, so it needed to be doubled. So if you said 32, well, it's not even 32, it's, that's why I'm adding 2. So the maximum you could say that it was 31, and then you doubled it, so the maximum you get to is 62, and then you added 2 because 64. So that's why it's shifted added 2. So what would be nice is if instead the maximum was to say the minimum plus this amount. I don't think that actually matters because, again, I need to be able to encode up to 64. But the idea the other idea would be to say that it's actually the chunk size minus the max, because then you can say that the minimum is in 32 and the maximum is in 32. Therefore, you could specify a block that's literally only one wide, but yet also specify every other size without doing this weird hacky thing of saying that the minimum size that it can be is 2 by 2 in the bottom left corner. That would probably work better. Possibly. I don't actually know, because it's a little bit of a... Actually, yeah, because that would be one of the cases. So I'm just going to, again, add a note for if I ever get around to it. We need to change this, and we need to say change change encoding of max to being chunk size minus encoded value. This would be better because it would allow size 1 chunks. Currently, the min is 2 by 2 by 2. If it is not well, it's not even that it's complicated. It's more that I'm writing this as I know that this will work, but I need to make sure it actually works. So theoretically, this is very complicated because I'm writing it in a way. Hence, this at the moment is basically saying, oh, I'm going to specify a minimum and a maximum, but I've just gone, actually, it'd be better to specify a shift left and a shift right, basically, because it's exactly the reason I came up with. But I couldn't see that when I was writing it the first time, so I'm just writing it now so that I remember, in the future, to change it. If it was size 0, which this can represent. No, can't. Wait, actually, I think the minimum of this is still 2 by 2. Because the maximum you could put in is 31, and the maximum you could put in is 31. So okay, so it's still okay. Okay. Because the minimum is 2 by 2. If it to encode smaller, you would just this oh, actually, I was gonna, so there is always the option to encode zeros, I think. See, because I think it would be so much smarter to go, hey, this, instead of needing to shift this by 1, which multiplies it by 2, and then adding 2. This seems way more complicated than just shifting this by 15 and then later on subtracting. Like, shifting and adding 2 is more operations than subtracting this value later when I'm trying to do it. I mean, no, the annoying thing is I can't test that in the shader because I have to actually go modify the code so that it passes the right values in. I was like this. It's like, let X. I've done this purely because I was driving myself insane having to write this out every time. So like technically, and I don't, again, this is the annoying thing about shaders not being compiled. This may be slower than writing it out here each time, but I just needed it there so that I could reason about it. theoretically, I would want this to be some kind of weird, like, we don't write the shader, but instead we write a compiling version of the shader. Because what I'd want is each LOD to be part of a match statement that effectively, like, every individual LOD does something. But I think the way you would go about that is you would check, you'd be like, let tech equal LOD and yeah, like F, right? So, well, probably not F. Sure, F, but then shifted 28 bits, like that. So that gets you the lower 4 bits, and then you would call like you'd go like match or switch tech. I think it's like this, tech. Right, and then it's like 0, standard chunk, 1, solid chunk, and then default, yeah, invalid position. Yeah, well, that's my issue with shaders is I have no idea how they do that kind of shit. So I'm a bit worried that, like I'm saying, I was getting an issue where I would lose memory, like lose frames if I commented out a piece of code. But when I added more complexity, more compute that needed to be done, I saved a bunch because what was happening was it was like not taking the optimized path because I wasn't computing the optimized path, but I was still computing the extra logic. So I was like, and I get like the more it runs, the faster it should theoretically get, because again, JIT does that. JIT can be faster than a compiled thing because a JIT can like do the branch prediction and know that the branch is almost always false because it's actually keeping track of that. Yeah, but so this is what I would do. I'd switch this and I would say like standard case, but I'd actually probably call the function. And then that function would, case 0, case 1 is a solid chunk, and then this was the default chunk, which apparently for some reason discards anything, which I actually think should just be the normal. But the idea would then be, because we're basically saying we have 16 possible techniques that we can encode in that remaining 28 bits, you then pass the remaining 28 bits to the function and it picks what technique to do. It's way simpler than what we... Okay, so yeah, but that's what I mean is everything I've seen about shaders boils down to you literally send the string to the GPU and it does its shit. But that's what so I would have thought that they would still do some level of branch prediction in that, like, the GPU would run the shader and then realize that it's always going false, so preload false. Does it not do that stuff on GPUs? I guess not. Like, that's just like a very CPU thing to do, is to branch predict and go down a branch. But like someone said to me about a hot path on a GPU being like really important, to be like, if the pixel follows the happy path, it's way faster than if it doesn't follow the happy path. Yeah, so so theoretically, if it's a very rare thing to go down, it would be smarter to do a certain thing because it doesn't need to fetch the instructions, I guess. Because my assumption is what it does is it like, yeah, I don't know how GPUs work entirely, but I would think that they go down like a tree, and the idea is that like they all run down one tree until one of them hits a branch, at which point they all continue down the true path until they're all done, then it comes back and does the other branch with what's left. Yeah, okay, yeah. So if a single pixel doesn't follow the same path. So I assume it's not that that like every pixel goes down the other path. It's more that like it completely computes the path, the true path, and then once there is no threads left on the true path, it goes back up one layer and goes down the false path with every thread that when there's nothing left, it goes up. So like it does like a depth first search, and the idea is that like if the very first if statement branches, then it goes all the way down one side until there's no pixels left, and then goes back up for that one pixel that went on the other side. More than it's specifically like every pixel needs to run the compute. It needs to finish every pixel that went one way before it can even start on the pixels that went the other. Something like that. Oh god, it's simpler than that. That's terrifying, because that's the most simple thing I could think, is to go like, the GPU doesn't fetch instructions except to finish one path, and then it goes and does the next path, rather than trying to switch context and go between paths like a GPU would. So if it's even simpler than that, but that terrifies me. Yeah, anyway. I think this would be like a good improvement as well, would be to swap this out, because it would just simplify this logic so much more. And if the skips the if a single one, then it computes the if and decides. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's like, that's what I'm saying. Is it where your GPU does like a weird context switching thing, where it like it'll compute this and it'll compute that and it'll compute. It's like, no, the GPU just goes this way and then goes, okay, every pixel that went that way is done. Now these threads get to run, because so it only ever loads the path that it's currently following. It doesn't like compile any of the alternative paths until something takes that path, and at which point it needs to compile it. And it only has a because there's something like, I want to say like 10,000 threads or something on the GPU. So like if every thread goes down the same path, then it can use the entire memory for that path's instructions. But if it goes down a second path, then it has to like discard the cache and reload all the memory, all the instructions, and has to rerun it again. So the idea is that there's all sorts of things, like you can optimize your shader so that your shader takes up like one less byte, can make it like 10 times faster, because suddenly it all fits into a single block. And then once it's all in the same block, it doesn't get flushed all the time, and therefore it's way faster. Anyway, we're going to go back to inventories, because it seems yeah. Oh wow, really? I'm surprised, because I would have thought that it would be faster to go down, like following like basically like pixel 1, like, you know, the top of the thread, everything that goes the same way, keep following that and run through the script and keep track of like, these pixels all broke off at this point, and then skip back to them. But you're saying it like, actually no, it does breadth first search. So it literally runs down a line and goes, hey, which of these went this way? Oh god, that's horrendously bad. You're right, that's shocking, because if a single pixel goes the wrong way, it fucking like tanks your performance for everything. Because like now every pixel needs to work out which path it was going down, instead of just keeping like a list of like 1,000 ones that were going one way. Because it's not even 1,000 like bytes, it's 1,000 bits if there's 1,000 threads, because you only need one bit to say like, this thread is following this path, and then you like save that every time you take a branch. It would take very little memory for the GPU to just basically run one line, then run the next line, then run the next line. Of pixels, not like of the script, but like run down the happy path and then run down the happy path minus one if statement, like one. Hence, every branch kills your performance, because that's a potential step back. If you can make two run at the same time down the same piece of code but not branch, because they just run like an XOR and an OR or something, and then because then they would stay merged. Also, for some reason, I've got this commented out. I don't know why this is commented out. What does this change? Does it break something? To go back to the voxel code and say, hey, please actually like render the block, not just a random color. Does that break something? Yeah, apparently it does. This is some of the stuff that I was going to ask you about, because for some reason, rendering out that piece of code breaks whatever that is. What is that? So that's if X and the position is less than the minimum, or the position is greater than the maximum. For some reason, this breaks shit. And I have no idea why. Anyway, we go back to the inventory, because we're getting distracted by the voxel thing, and that's going to be saved for another time. Yeah, the GPU amazes me. Someone gave me that piece of software, which I think I lost because I rebuilt my computer since then. But that like let you actually like profile the entire GPU. The issue was that as soon as you started touching the profiling on the GPU, it took out the fucking stream, because it I guess it wanted full ownership of the GPU to do the profiling, and then that meant that OBS had no access to the GPU, and it it just killed the GPU, killed the stream. So I could only like take a snapshot, restart the stream, and then be like, hey, look, this is what it got. And that person that was showing me that said that the bottleneck is the fixed path, the fixed route. So it was basically it computing which pixels to kill and which not to kill. Anyway, let's stop getting sidetracked on the voxel engine and go back to making an inventory thing. Very sidetracked. We've got like an hour on this. I will hopefully stay on. Like, I want to start streaming, and I got so overwhelmed with trying to get the GP that I kept getting sidetracked doing other things. It wasn't fun anymore. But like, I really enjoy talking to this stuff, so I just have to make sure that like you're on stream, because like, talking to you makes it so much easier to stay focused on it. Anyway. What would be the difference between SimT and SimD? I don't remember what SimD is in SimT. Instruction. Computer. Oh, okay. Single instruction, multiple threads. I mean, technically they'd be the same thing. It's just that, like, instead of all the data being returned to the same GPU. The driver knows to pause the window rendering, but the game doesn't. Okay, right. Yeah, so I would imagine that it's probably all SimT, and that's what we're kind of talking about, is the fact that, like, when we say SimD, we're just meaning, like, it's processing multiple pieces of data in parallel. It's just that, like, it's doing all of the threads can do the same thing at the same time, but you can't have half the threads. So I think you can. They just have to be on different pools, but you can't have like a bunch of threads do one thing while a bunch of threads do a different thing. They have to be executing the same instruction, which is just what SimD is, but like does it? I assumed that it ran through like, again, because it's something like 10,000 threads on my one, I think. I'm not entirely sure. I thought it went through and then it went to the top again, and that's why like sometimes it can take a really long time. Is again the idea of if you can pack your code down. It's like it doesn't. I thought the idea was that GPUs didn't really do the SimD, because again, the SimD is about the fact that like it takes 3 clock cycles to do a multiply, so it can set 3 multiplies in parallel. In that, like, it can start one tick and then start the next one the next tick and start the next one the tick after that, and then go back and get the first one on the 4th tick. So like CPUs, I mean, basically are like, we have all this extra space and time because like it takes time to compute. So they use the extra space on the die, whereas a GPU goes, fuck it, we've got space on the die, let's just put an extra thread with its entirely own compute unit, rather than whereas a CPU, they go, let's give it more compute units so that it can run more tasks in parallel. Whereas a GPU, you're going like, fuck it, it'll only be doing one thing at a time, so we don't need each core, each thread to be able to do multiple things. But I guess then you run into like cores versus threads and stuff like that, where it's like each one can queue up multiple things at the same time. But I'm not sure, because yeah, again, this stuff's way over my head in terms of I haven't really looked that detailed into it. But I would assume that they would go with why give it more compute when you could give it more cores. Whereas a CPU is like, you can't really give it more cores because now you have to do more parallelization, more. So you'd rather one core run faster than have 2 cores. Holy shit! Hyperthreading shares so hyperthreading is basically saying you can run 2 lines of logic as long as the Wait, hyperthreading shares logic but duplicates registers. Yeah, so you could run 2 separate compute chains on different data, but they have to follow the same path. Honestly, this stuff is really cool, but also fucking way over my head. All right, so I'm gonna first off go like mod items. We're going back to the inventory thing because my brain is starting to melt. This is too much. We got far too sidetracked. So we're gonna go like pub trait item, maybe. Yeah. I really want to work on the fucking the shader stuff now. Mostly just because you're here, Turtle. Like, Turtle, you make it so much easier to deal with this shit because you actually understand it to a level that, like, I can talk the shit that I'm like, hey, I think this is how it works. You actually, like, it's slightly different. It's like, okay, that makes it so much more clear. Because, like, when I was fucking around with that, making that shader, I spent ages trying to get bits and pieces to work because I just couldn't understand what it was fucking doing. So inventory just has a size. And then No, you're my shader muse. I can do voxels on my own, but shaders, fuck me, I can't do them. You're my shader muse. I'm trying to work out if I want this to be a trait or not. I think I want item to be a trait, and then we were like, takes in self and a type, maybe slot, maybe. And a slot for now, which we're going to say, so inventory mod slot. Like I'm like I gotta keep this all spaced out because in my brain I'm like, this stuff needs to be really fucking like uncoupled. Oh no, I'm happy to do the shaders. I just don't understand the shaders. You're just there to help bridge the gap. I assume it's because you do C, and C is so much closer to shaders. Also, I think I could fucking do shaders so much better if I could work out how to get my IDE to stop yelling at me that the shader is just broken the entire time. I've closed it. That's right. But my IDE just consistently says, fuck you, this shader is broken. Like, because of the way that Bevy does shaders and it does all those imports and shit. They just don't work. Like, the plugin that I have, this, I think, specifically says that it should work with the Bevy style, like, hashtag import shaders. Maybe not this one, WGSL. Maybe it was a different one. But it just didn't. It never did. Was it this one? One of them, like, specifically says that it's been designed to work with Bevy shaders. That, like, you can, like, specifically say, like, import from these places. Can I be like Bevy? And I need to find an extension that actually works, or like work out how to configure my extension so it actually works. Because the fact that it just throws red lines like that, I'll like open it again just because it's fucking. Well, the Rust LSP is not what's breaking. It's the WGSL LSP that's breaking. If we go back to this YouTube, I need to clean out this hard drive. I've got this is my old YouTube hard drive, and this is my new YouTube hard drive. And it's like the old one has all the thumbnails and shit on it, and the new one has all the actual code and like videos and stuff. Where's the voxel game? If we go here and then we go to the shader, we open the shader, see like how the shader is just throwing nothing but fucking errors, which means it doesn't have any type. It's because of this unexpected token. Because it's hash import this. And it's like, I swear the fucking thing that I had, the shader thing, used to say that it was like, hey, this is compatible with Bevy shaders and will actually resolve these. Bevy WGSL. Info on so planned features. See, like it doesn't the go to definition. These are the things that I need so that I can jump around the code. Syntax highlighting, okay. Code formatting. Syntax validation, correct verification, documents, context-aware autocomplete. This seems really useful. Which one do I fucking have? One of these. This one. Code completion, go to definition, inline hint for type, syntax highlighting. It doesn't do the thing that I need it to do. I should check out some of these Bevy things and do like videos on these Bevy extensions because these actually like kind of increased, like, holy shit. Like, people are actually making what the, oh my god, holy shit. I need to go through some of these Bevy extensions and do like a video. Well, if anything, it'd be easy if I turn the fucking IDE off, because the IDE just spits fucking errors everywhere, and it's really hard to read because of all the fucking errors. Well, my issue with that is that, like, one, I would need to learn to use grep, and my brain is not cooked enough for that yet. But like the thing I like about the LSP is like fucking type definitions and shit like that, where it's like, again, this one's broken as fuck because it's like I sometimes fix it by going in and individually removing these. Like, I think this one I don't have that. Maybe I do. No, I don't. So because I don't have that weird import, like for some reason this one's broken, but this one works with these imports. But I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's because it doesn't touch them. But like, see how like pos says vec, like I don't need to do anything to find that. Like, there's no grepping around. Well, that's the issue. Is I want them on when they're working like this. See how like it's telling me the type that it's returning and everything, and I can hover over it. I think maybe no, apparently not. But like then these break, and then it's error, and as soon as one error gets introduced, the whole fucking LSP just collapses into never working again. So it's annoying because like if it worked, it would be great, but if it doesn't work, but yeah, I think you're right. If I come down like here. Apparently not. Yeah, I can stop the server entirely, but what I want is to not have it run on this particular file because it's just not working. The better option would be to find one that fucking works. Anyway, we're supposed to be going back to working on our inventory. Okay, slot. So we're going to say struct slot. So the way the slots are going to work, not struct, enum, is what I'm thinking. Is we're going to have like a fixed types of slots and then a custom slot. So we're going to be like, I don't know how to do this, but there's a way to like cheat and do this. Anyway. Yeah, the TypeScript one apparently does suck pretty hard. There was something I saw that was like I had someone in my chat asking like, oh, I think they're going for a MacBook, and they're like, oh, which MacBook should I get for Pro? And it was like, they can get the slightly faster one that has half the memory, or the one that has like 32 gigs of memory. And I'm like, oh, well, considering my computer's at like 27 gigs of memory, and like most of that is because every instance of VS Code that I have open is like 8 gigabytes or something. It's only 3 now. But like the idea is like, the language server takes up so much space. The bigger your project gets, the exponentially more memory it needs. So we're going to say untyped. I don't know, and then custom. And then a custom is going to just have a string. The idea of the custom is I would still rather the slots be numbers, but the idea is that the custom is like, I want it to be able to be like script moddable so that you can like add new types if you wanted a specific type. Well, it's not actually VS Code's problem. It's the Rust analyzer. They like legitimately, I think the only reason it's 3 gigabytes instead of 8 now is because Rust analyzer did an update probably 2 months ago now, but it was like literally after a stream I'd been talking about it, I saw like a YouTube video talking about the Rust analyzer cut the memory use in like half because it changed what data structure it used to represent like how it like looked up type definitions or something, and it fucking cut the memory in half of like that. It needed to just basically keep a massive hash map in memory at all times. It's a Neo Scavenger. So I'm assuming you weren't here at the beginning of the stream. My plan is that I've been playing Neo Scavenger, and this game is clunky as all hell. It was made in Flash and is like atrocious, to be honest. Like just quality of life atrocious. The game is fantastic, but quality of life is not there. So I was like, hey, fuck it, I can remake the entire game for my personal use. But I'm like, but if I make the game for my personal use, I can't and make the improvements I want to see. I can't release it open source. So the idea is to make like basically plugins that I can stitch together into a game. And so the idea is I want to make this style of inventory where you can like move each item around. The changes I want to make is that like, so I have this pot at the moment. The pot takes up 2x4, but you can't put anything in this corner because the pot takes up the full 2x4, even though there's quite clearly a space here. So my idea is to be like, hey, the pot actually takes up 4x1 and 3x1, like that, so that the pot can take up a different amount of space and then you can have that spot still free. I want to make like the ability to attach items to like a backpack so like you could clip on like an extension pack and have like another inventory here. And also I want to be able to like right click and open an inventory because at the moment you have to put it in your hand to see what's inside it. You can't like right click open it. So yeah, and I'm stealing the game's assets for testing purposes. But then the idea being that like if anyone wants to use the plugins don't require the game assets. But if you have the game, you could theoretically dump the game assets and like copy what I'm doing. But like the idea is I'm not going to share any of the game copyrighted shit. I'm only going to be inspired by their inventory system and expand on it. I actually have a little plan thing. So the inventory is going to be grid based. Their items don't need to be rectangular. The items, I want to be able to nest inside of other items. So like the way that Neo Scavenger does it, it's like the backpack, the bottle has this like inventory inside of it. And so if I empty this one out, there's liquid, and then you can put liquids inside of bottles, but you can't put liquids in the backpack. So that's what the types are going to represent. It's like, can you hold liquids? But also you can put like small items inside of the bottle. And the idea is that like you can only put items that would fit in the neck of the bottle. This game will probably never get a major update. The Doom ports. Yeah, so the game will probably never get a major update because even just looking through the fucking assets, this game was like built in Flash, and again, I respect them for getting a game out, but this game is not made in any kind of maintainable way. Every single inventory has like this is the run button, and then this is the run button when you've clicked it, and then this is the run button. I assume when this is probably clicked. This is on, and then this is clicked or something. Like each button has a separate sprite. These ones are much more obviously like why it's an issue is that, where's the one that is a good example? They've got like the different resolutions. Every resolution has a, like the resolution. Yeah. This is the resolution when it's selected. This is the resolution not selected. And then this is the resolution not clicked. So like you can see like this is clicked. This is unclicked. And this is unclicked. So they have an on unclicked and an off clicked. So like each, instead of having like a on clicked, off clicked, and on button, and then interlaying the text in the game, they have a different asset. Yeah, so that's my idea is I want to like modernize the game using their assets so that I can play the game. But also like I obviously can't share the assets if I do this because copyright. So maybe if I ever do get the project to like a level of actually being a playable game, I'll reach out to them and be like, hey, do you want to like do an update? Like give me the actual Flash code. Because there's a whole bunch of like weird shit in here where like you read the Wikipedia and they're like, we think this is how it works. Because I assume you can't decompile Flash code, but maybe you can. Maybe I could just decompile the code and find like the exact values. But like this game uses a motherfucking database to store its data. Like if I go back to is it scripts? No, this is my code. Wait, where's the here? So Neo Scavenger, and we go to data, and we go like hex types, and we just open this. Yeah, sure, open. It's the fucking database. It's got like it names the schema and it's got all the different like stuff, and then it's got like each of the things. And I'm like, God, this is like so terrible for any kind of maintainability because I don't know what these fucking values mean. So it's like V light level, not null defaults to 0.71, 0.7, 0.15. I don't know what these numbers mean, but like I have access to them. It's less become famous enough. This studio is tiny. This studio has been working on other shit. I feel like it's more like get the game far enough along that it actually is a drop-in replacement. And honestly, I feel like if I reached out to them via email and said, hey, I've remade your game, can we just post it to Steam like as an update, it's no longer flagged. The idea is that if I want to do that, I have to try and keep the game much closer. I do intend to branch the game out and make it like way more dynamic than their game because again, like I don't have the limitations of Flash. I want my items to be able to be like fucking packed together like playing Tetris. But yeah, the idea is that I feel like if I got to a certain size, they may just like, not even just a certain length along the project. This is a small enough indie team that I think they've got 3 employees. I think if I sent them an email and the game was actually at a certain level, they'd be like, okay, cool, like send us the code and we will actually publish it onto the like Steam release. But again, that's got to require me to actually like get the game to a level that it is actually the same game and not at the moment, which is nothing. The game's also like modded to hell, which I kind of want to keep, but also actually it's going to break. So that's what we're doing. Work on slot types. So we have untyped, watertight. Right, so that's our 3 slot types for now. The idea being that we have to use, so I feel like items should probably also go inside of inventory. Right, we need to rename your item, not items. The primary difference being that items will require something else. Anyway, so the idea is that you would now use super. And then we go to here and we say you need to pub use slot and items item. Right. So the item will take in a slot, which is going to take in a slot, and it will return an option. I want to say shape. For now, shape is going to just be rectangles. Right, so the idea is, we should just comment this stuff just because like why the fuck not? Represents this space taken up. Right, so for now, we could also make this an enum and change how it works. Like, and then it might be a speed thing. But the idea is that like the shape will be like, theoretically we could make like a vector of things. So probably want to make this an enum, actually, enum. And then we just say like rect there. So the idea being that like we can have a rectangular shape, implying that the item takes up a certain thing, and then you return a shape. Right. So the idea of this is that you can give an item and you can basically say, the reason I'm doing a slot type is, again, I want the backpack, like the idea of the backpack, is it'll have like a single slot here. There's like a clip spot. The idea being that like a water bottle can be clipped on and it only takes up 1 space when it's a clipped on item, but otherwise it takes up 1x4 because it's a bottle, like, you know, like, so you can clip it on and it'll take up less space. Similar to these, like they go in the next slot. So I want the next slot to be a slot type. So that's the idea, is that you pass in the type of slot you're trying to slot it into. And so the idea being that like liquids may take up less space when they're put in a certain type of slot. And hence you pass in the slot and it tells you if it can even go in that slot and what shape it'll be when it's in that slot. Right. So then we are going to need to go like inventory and then be like mod items. Actually, technically this will probably be game. That's going to be hard. Well, technically I would go into game, but again, the game runs kind of differently. Because this is our basic example. So the example technically shouldn't touch any of the assets because the assets should be the game. The example is about making an example. Okay, interesting. I like how sort of go back to like actually developing what the stream is supposed to be about. The viewers dropped from like, it was like 7 or 8 while we were talking shaders, and now it's dropped down to like 2. It's hilarious. Anyway, why is it taking so long to compile? That's my question. All right, yeah, so basic inventory. So basic inventory probably needs to do something like, so it adds the inventory thing, and we need to go like fn spawn inventory commands. So we need to be like, we need the asset server as well. Okay, so inventory, don't fucking load the basic inventory, thank you. So we're going to say let test inventory equal. Oh yeah, definitely. You should jump on the stream more often as well. Like I'm on Discord if you ever want to jump in, remember? But then again, don't be one of the people. I do have people that fucking. Admittedly, it's been a while since Danny's done it though. He just would jump into the stream and just like say the N-word and then be like, "I hope you're not streaming." I'm like, "Oh fuck's sake." Okay. So I do feel like items should also maybe be items should probably also be assets, but we'll work on that. So the inventory, so we need to be so we need to probably use poly inventory preload, thank you. Right, so then we want to go like, hey, inventory, like so. We need to import inventory. New, and then new just gets a size. Right. So we go inventory, and we go new. And then we gotta go u-vec2. Actually, fuck it. It's gonna get an X and a Y. So we're gonna say this is 5 by 5 by 7. I don't know why, but my brain says 5 by 7. New. And so this is gonna be width height. And then you do that. Because I like doing this more than I like fucking having to call u-vec32 at the time. Ah, yes, busy. Alright, so we have an inventory. Then we go something like test inventory dot add item. So like add item. Again, we need to structure this shit a little bit better. So add item, which just takes in the mutable self, add the logic to add the inventory. So again, we're gonna comment this stuff because again, it makes it so much easier for me next time. So create an inventory with a specified width and height. Thank you, AI. This is where the AI is great. It's for like commenting shit. Add an item to the inventory if it fits. Inventory in the first available space. This returns the item if there is no room. Right. So result. Now, does it need to return? So first off, I feel like it needs to return. You need to pass in I. And then where I is item, right? It doesn't hold the item though. That's the trick, is that it only takes in a reference type I. Well, I guess technically it doesn't need to do anything. It could just return option. UVec. Something like this. This returns the position the item was placed. Okay, so this is just going to be like to do, because again, I don't care for right now about making it do anything. So the inventory obviously then needs to say like items, which is going to be a vector of entity and shape. Right, and then items is just a new vector. It's interesting. So obviously the shape needs to have an origin maybe. And vector. The idea being that like this is going to be like where the thing's done, which I think I need to start doing something like calling that a slot, maybe. So this is a slot. We need to make this maybe like slot type. Because the inventory actually needs a slot. So you take in a slot type. We have to go to slot here. We need to go like pub enum slot, right? And then the slot. Oh no, enum type struct slot, right? So the slot, and so I don't think we're going to give it a slot type because in my head, the slot type is a way of going like, hey, like, what are you? Which I guess technically we should be doing, but a slot needs to have an item, which is just going to be an entity, because I don't think you should take up, maybe you should be an entry. Entry. And then so you want to be an entity. Right, you need to like use super as well. Right. So yeah, you need a shape and a BL or your position. Okay. Right, so then we can give it to go back up to here and we go, hey, actually you're a vector of entries. So I want slots, but I want the slots to be a vector of slot. And the way that this is going to work is you're going to have like a slot type and a position and a size. Right. So then we go, hey, you have a slot. Right. So entry, please. Okay. So then when we say new, you're just slots is actually no, your slots is going to be a vec. Slot type untype. Okay, so this means that all this needs to be public. Right. So slot, which has a slot type of untyped, position of 0, and a size of width and height. Okay, so when we add the item, we add the item using some kind of logic to run through all the slots and work out what's connected to where. interesting because I kind of feel like there's got to be a better way of doing it, but effectively we're just not allowed to cross over certain things. But anyway, we're adding things as we go. So we're going to say, hey, add item. Add item is just a thing. Cannot add item, apparently. So we need to go back to our basic thing, and we're going to say let item bottle equal bottle. Except no. Anyway, we're going to say, hey, struct bottle. The struct is going to have a content, which is going to be a handle to an inventory. Right, something like that. So that's how a bottle is done. And then we're going to, because again, this is the example. So this has to do all the stuff that would be game related. So you wouldn't define a bottle in the crate. So we say you implement item for bottle. Okay, so then you say size and you say, hey, match slot. And we say, hey, untyped slot. You return some check, but then not self.size. You just return a uvec to new, and then you are going to be 1x4. 1x4, please. Okay, so you're complaining because the slot type in can't find slot type in scope. Okay, so we have to go back to our prelude and say. So we need a slot, a shape, slot type, and I think I don't know about a slot. Maybe I don't know. Right. So we say size untyped option shape. Sum shape, correct. So you're 1x4, and that's how you work. And so we say, hey, bottle. And we say new bottle, because your contents. So we need new inventory. So we're like let new bottle inventory equals. So the inventory in the bottles. Again, I'm copying the game for no other reason than because it gives me a reference to know that things are working properly, like how it should feel. So this is the bottle inventory, and we say bottle inventory dot set. Maybe that's the issue. So we need to like let test inventory dot add slot. Okay, so we need to add slot. And then bottle inventory needs to be like add slot. So this is untyped. This is watertight. Okay, so first modification from just this is why you do this is we say this is actually a vec of slot type. Why make this a vector of slot type? Because I want to say that vec that you can hold untyped. Wait, no, right. So you don't actually have anything. You're just a vec. Vec new. Right. So new. I feel like we should probably do something like pub new with slots. And then this needs to just be something that like impl into vector of slots. Something like that. So that means that you, so again, to test everything, we go new with slots. Then we just say vec slot untyped, like that, except you need to be a vec untyped. Right, so the backpack has one slot. The idea is I think the slots will split up as you add items, like, or like as you fill them in. Maybe. The idea being that, like, I kind of want the backpack to take up one slot, and then as you put things into it, like, it kind of checks to fill in the slot. But also that I want to maybe make it that you can't cross the boundaries of slots. So if you want a backpack that has like a certain pocket and then another pocket, they're two different slots, and therefore you can't cross two slots. So let Newt bottle inventory. Okay, so then the bottle I want to do the other way, just because I want the bottle to be slightly different. So we're going to say slot. So now the bottle will work that the bottle can take watertight things and also untyped things, which makes me feel like maybe I should add a new slot type, but maybe not. Okay, I don't want to necessarily be adding slots for the sake of just having them, but maybe. Is like, I want to say like maybe only small things can go in the water bottle, like, because I think that's how that works in the game, is you can't put like long string in the water bottle, but you can put like these. So like we could say small. There's watertight and it's like small. So therefore, like, the backpack can literally take anything untyped, and then something that requires watertight or requires small. We maybe might need a blacklist and a whitelist so that, like, you can say like anything can go into the water bottle. The water bottle has these tags but doesn't allow these tags. So like small would be more like it has to have small. But I don't know, maybe. The other thing would be like a blacklist. Big. All right. Anyway, so bottle inventory add slot. Right. So we have to go add slot. Add slot needs to become like a thing that we can do. So we can add item. Pub add slot. Add a slot to the inventory. Right. Lovely. So theoretically, slots can overlap because I kind of want to be like, hey, you can put the... Possibly, I think it's... I want to steal the idea from Project Zomboid and say that that they have what they call max encumbrance, which is the idea that, like, you can get a toolbox. Admittedly, it does fucking nothing because the game doesn't actually care about, like, if you put things in a toolbox, it doesn't actually make them lighter. So, like, having a toolbox on the ground that's only allowed to accept tools doesn't fucking do anything because it still takes up some amount of space. Like, in terms of the game, it doesn't have a weight, or it just has an encumbrance. And so the idea is, like, if you put an encumbrance one item into an item, into like a toolbox, the toolbox's encumbrance increases by 1, which I think is kind of stupid because the toolbox will say, like, you can't have nothing like with an encumbrance greater than 1 can be added, so you can't put like something really big in the toolbox. But it's like, but the toolbox doesn't give you any benefit when you have it equipped. It does, but like when it's on the ground, it doesn't, which is why it's like it's kind of dumb. But what I'm thinking is, like, small should maybe be like, we might have to have like rules. So there's a slot type, so it's a watertight slot, and then the rule is something like max weight or max size. But I don't know. I'm going to work that out later. Because again, this is like me as I go adding things, because I'm like, that would actually be work. Yeah. So maybe the slot, because the slot, I want to give the slot different tags, but I also want the slot to have different rules. So maybe we could actually do that as a thing. Anyway, so we say the bottle. Bottle doesn't have a size field because, yes, it's a bottle. The bottle has content, which is asset server. Don't load bottle inventory. It's asset server. Like, I'm going to asset server add, and then bottle inventory. Right. So the bottle now has this inventory. Then we add the bottle to the backpack. So the trick is we pass a reference to the bottle. Damn. That's not going to necessarily work. Right. That's annoying. That's fucking really annoying. Okay, so we need a different thing because again, it's a like a weird structural thing of being like the bottle is a bottle is a bottle. So it's more like we need the okay. Bottle's going to be coming out for now. We go, hey, add item bottle. No, we need this to be a yeah, just a reference to the bottle. Right. So then we have the bottle, and then so we need to actually spawn the bottle in. So that's going to be like commands.spawn. So annoyingly, we need like bottle. So the inventory needs some kind of inventory. Like we need to in here have like an entity struct component thing that is like, hey, this is an entity. So let's rename this to inventory data. And then we're going to go pub struct inventory, which is then a, yeah. And then this gets component. All right, there we go. So we then go, hey, inventory. No. Right, so you got inventory. Okay, fuck you. All right. Handle inventory data. Yeah, that's how this works, and this needs to be public. Actually, no. Kind of want to know if I can keep that private. Possibly. I don't care. Again, this is one of those, like, it doesn't matter because nobody's going to be fucking with the inventory, like, unless you actually have control of the game, and therefore, like, what's the point of me making it private? You're going to fucking do it anyway. New, and then data, which is then inventory data. I guess that would be the way to do it, so that the only way to make it is to go call new. Okay, so yeah, but new inventory, and then we say bottle inventory, like that. Or no, be asset server. Asset server dot add bottle inventory. Right. So now we haven't added it to the prelude. I guess this is one of the really good advantages of doing this while I'm like trying to use the crate and develop the crate at the same time. I feel like maybe we keep inventory data private and we just say inventory. Like you as the user do not know what the inventory contains. It's just a component. You just stick inventory, and then when I do inventory stuff, damn. No, so you need access to inventory data to be able to make an inventory. Damn. Fine. So we go back to our inventory. Inventory data is probably the wrong name. It should be like inventory contents. I should also make this like a Git thing. I don't know how to do that because technically it's part of a larger crate, which I think breaks the Git stuff. I don't know how to do sub Git shit. Anyway, so we have the bottle and we have the fucking inventory of the bottle, and then so inventory is apparently, oh no, bottle is not a component. Okay, so derive component. Now, annoyingly, I don't think there's any way to query for I don't know. Well, because the thing is because I'm keeping a handle, and not the actual asset, I can't just like let you access it through the inventory. I have to give you access to the inventory data because the inventory data is how. So otherwise, I'd say, oh, you just make an inventory and then you interact with the inventory. The issue with interacting with the inventory, it's now just a handle. It's not actually the thing. So the inventory is the component, whereas the inventory data is the underlying type. If that makes sense, it makes it a little bit more complicated. Anyway, we're going to say inventory add. So you have to say the item type, which is the bottle. Because theoretically, I don't even need to stick the bottle onto the thing because technically, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work. Anyway, we say, hey, bottle, because you're an item, and then we have to give, so like, bottle entity. Right, and then go to the end here, go ID. Okay, part of the issue here is I'm constructing the architecture as I go and modifying things because they don't feel very good, which is a very good way of making a very good architecture, but also a very good way to get really frustrated at the fact that things aren't making sense. All right, so I have the inventory handle, which isn't actually the way. So we want to spawn an inventory asset server add tests asset. So that's that. We also need a inventory renderer, I believe. Now, the hard thing with an inventory renderer is well, inventory new. See, because I feel like the inventory shouldn't be an asset because assets aren't really supposed to be used this way, but the inventory kind of needs to be an asset because I want to have pointers to the inventory and not have every fucking item hold an entire inventory. Like I want you to be able to close the inventory, but also open 2 instances of the same inventory. If that makes sense. The other option is just to do inventories as components and then render the inventory. I like the assets better because it means that you could have like save to disk, load to disk assets. It's really easy. Well, I say easy, but like Bevy has mechanisms for that, whereas saving and loading components, not so much. So we need some kind of inventory render. Yeah, inventory display. I guess it's more like display inventory. Right. So display inventory is just going to be like a flag. Yeah, well, that's kind of what's happening is that I'm trying to work out. So at the moment, inventory holds a handle to the data. Like that's all it does. It's the same as like how Bevy does. Like a sprite doesn't contain the image data; it has a handle to the image data. What I'm trying to work out is like a convenient way of modifying the inventory that doesn't fuck with the ability to render the inventory. And again, as I get further in and the shape of things solidify, the issue is I keep trying to change the shape of things without necessarily knowing how they're going to work. So the bottle, then the display inventory, and then we have to go back to here. And I guess we're going to make a new module, like mod rendering. Render. Now this might get its own shader and everything, which will be fun. So this is going to have a pub struct display inventory. So this needs to like use super like that. So that should give us all the Bevy stuff. So we're also going to say impl plugin. We need a new plugin. So pub struct inventory render plugin. So you're going to do that, and it's going to apparently do something, which is very wrong. Okay, to do. Okay, so we need to go back to our inventory here, and they're all like display inventory. The inventory itself rely on Bevy types. It would be its own thing and I'm not sure what you mean. So the inventory itself relying on Bevy types is kind of like so. The issue is, yeah, you're right. I'm doing 2 conflicting things at the moment because I need to get something that I can see. because well, one thing I could do is make it so you can't render two sets of inventories. And then instead of doing the display inventory, you make the inventory a visibility thing. I don't know. I gotta get a certain distance into the design so that I can work out what it's going to look like. Because I think you're right. Like to a certain level, because I'm not entirely sure what you mean by using Bevy types. Because like the idea is I'm building on top of Bevy types. It's more like I need to work out what exactly the rendering is going to look like. So we need to be like fn add render window. Right. So the way this is going to work is we're going to query for to spawn. And then this is going to be a populated inventory with added display inventory. Right. We need commands, so new commands. Right. So we have that and that. And then we go, yeah, for and there's 100% a better way of doing this. I'm just trying to work it out. Oh yeah, like part of the whole point is to make it like incrementally. Like, because I have mental, like for me doing a project like this, I need to be able to see something on the screen that like. So I don't care if none of the inventory system works. If I can specify an inventory and a size and it renders a rectangle with that many squares in it, like that to me is the first step is getting it to render a rectangle with squares. If none of the slots, none of that works, I need it to be able to be like, give me an inventory this size and it renders it properly. Because from there, it's easy to spot when I fuck something up, I guess. So what I want to do is go like, hey, inventory. Now, my issue is that I feel like I'm going to end up with like windows. So that's why I'm thinking maybe I don't do like an individual component, instead just having the visibility on the inventory. When you set it to visible, it turns it on. When you set it to not visible, it hides it. Because the idea would be that when you add stuff, because the other thing is I kind of need to keep the adding items the way that it is, because Bevy doesn't have a convenient way of being like, does this component implement this type? I'd have to check like every component every time. And I think that would cause issues. So we want to go something like inventories, res asset inventory data. Right. So we want to say let sum data equals inventories get inventory. Continue. Right. So my issue here is I'm kind of going like, how do you let the player customize what their inventory is going to look like if I'm spawning in the inventory myself? Do you give them a set of things? Do I customize a shader? I feel like customizing a shader would probably work. So here's the next thing is, does an inventory become a child inventory? Because that's what I'm thinking. Is I want to go something like commands dot entity dot add child. Well, no, with child. Well, so that's what I'm doing currently. I don't know how in depth you are with Bevy, but that's what basically assets are. Except like Bevy does own the asset, but basically the handle is just a reference counter to the data. So what I'm kind of struggling with at the moment is coming up with like, how do I make the player easily able to access an inventory, and also the rendering is just a pointer to the actual inventory data, because it means that multiple things can have the same inventory and stuff like that, which is probably not the best way of doing that. But that's more of a, like, you want to be able to render the data, but also have the player own the data, that's a usability case more than anything else. So with child, and then we want to be like sprite. Yeah, but again, like, I can theoretically just chuck a debug render anywhere as long as I have access to it. Like, my issue with that approach is, like, mentally to me, that's like accruing tech debt that, like, there's no reason, and I just keep seeing people on fucking Reddit going about, oh, Bevy sucks because you're stuck in the ECS, and then, like, your immediate response is, why don't you escape out of the ECS and do it outside, and then add it in later? I'm like, that's because that's why everyone has so many issues, is they immediately go, how the fuck do I get out of this system? Bevy holding the assets and keeping them as a global pointer like that it does is not going to interfere with anything I'm doing. The issue I'm having is thinking about how to represent and store that data, which I have all the same issues if I was doing it otherwise. Like, I could just not render the backpack. Though, like, that is just an option. But I'm already at that point. I'm moving on to the next step, I guess. If that makes sense. Okay, we add the inventory window. So we grab the data, we spawn the sprite, and then the sprite, we don't know what the handle for the sprite is. So my thinking is that we probably want to have something like maybe this, and be like default inventory texture, which is going to be a string, like so. Because we can also save that as part of the inventory, so when the inventory gets unloaded and loaded back in, the inventory actually keeps track of that. Well, yeah, it's just, the thing is, I'm trying to work on the two different modules, hence this is its own plugin, is the idea being that, like, an inventory doesn't necessarily need to have, or maybe that, I don't know. This is what I ask you for the, like, that is, do you think that the inventory saving its background is actually an important, like, because I just realized, like, I'm going, like, well, how would I let the user customize what the inventory background is? But theoretically, like, each inventory would kind of have one background that it sets when it's created. And so maybe, like, because I was going, oh, I could set, like, in the plugin, you specify a background for the inventory. I guess technically I'd want to split off into its own thing. So maybe we should do that. And be all like, so it'd be like, you have an inventory and, okay, so I guess you technically still need that. So default inventory texture, inventory background, right? Like so. Then this would be an option. Struct pub struct inventory background. Right, and then the inventory background is actually not a string, it's a handle to an image. Something like that, because then I can pass in a string when you add the plugin, or you can specify it like per inventory. Then we grab the background and we go. I also need to say struct inventory data. It's more like inventory style. And this is a resource. So this is not even going to be public. This is just where I save the shit. So it's going to be like app dot insert resource inventory. Yeah, I feel like the part of the confusion of like why you're getting confused is I'm trying to do something that I haven't quite like explained properly, and okay. You're not a component environment. Drive. Like it'll make a little more sense when I can just get it to a point that it's actually doing what I want it to do. The issue at the moment is I'm kind of bouncing all over the place about what I want to do. All right. So I need to say let mutes. Oh no, let style equal. Well, I guess we can just go like let. I think I can then like clone. Then I own the asset server, and then we just say asset server load. Yeah, we can just go asset server load, and then we don't need to. It's weird double thing. All right, and then we need to go fallback style is res inventory style. I mean, theoretically, we could put inventory style and say that it can be a resource or a component. Let's do that. Oh, resource and also component. This is one of the fun things that I love about Bevy that people don't realize is you can be a resource and a component, which means that I can say here instead of inventory background, we can say inventory style. And then we can get rid of that entirely. And we say, hey, so grab this, optionally grab that, then say style is background dot unwrap or default to the fallback. Then we come here and we say it's image, is it? Image. Image is style dot background clone default. Everything else. I think I spelled that very wrong, but anyway. Maybe not. Maybe it's just complaining that inventories isn't a word. Anyway, so that should spawn the background and clone it. Now we need to do some fancy stuff with it. Why did you import some kind of fallback thing? So now, annoyingly, I have to dig through these assets and be like, is there any of these that are just like an inventory spot? I don't think so, because I feel like everything is just like individual things. It's probably going to be easier to go like here. Go to images, be like, can you make these large, extra large images? And go, do any of these look like just a single inventory spot? There's one called blank, but I think there's literally like a single 1x1 pixel. The issue is I wouldn't even know what to search for to try and cut down the search results. Item ammo. So these are all like backgroundy things. Can we sort by side? Because presumably it's going to be quite small because it's going to just be like a single. So these are all single pixels. Then there's a bunch of lights I can see. UI cell. GUI cell. Ta-da! Okay. So we're just gonna go like rename copy. So that's that cell there. All right. So I feel like the styling needs some more information. So a cell size. I actually don't know how big a cell size is, but we're gonna pass in the cell size, and then we're gonna go, hey, sprite. So you're gonna say custom size sum, and then it's going to be vec2 new. So I guess technically, to make you vec2. If I multiply style.cell size by data.size.x as, wow, I can just do that, can't I? Like data. I wonder, does that multiply the x by the x and the y by the y, or is it going to end up with some fucking weird ass size shape? Anyway, so custom image, style background. I mean, I wonder if this is going to work. So we have to go back to our basic thing here. Then we have to go, hey, when I do I need to say app.add plugins, and this is going to be poly inventory. So we go back to here. We go pub use inventory render plugin. Okay, so then we go to the inventory render plugin and go make sure this needs to be public. This also needs to have default drive default. So inventory style, right? Default inventory cell size. Okay. So this is assets. So the fun thing is I'm going to make a new folder, and it's going to be called UI, because they don't separate anything. Like all the items are in it. We're going to go somewhere in here by Reveal and Explorer. There's a GUI is what it was called. GUI cell. See, they also have the GUI grid. Anyway. So I went too far back. Reveal and Explorer. GUI cell. Okay. So I'm curious if I can get to the GUI cell from here. So we want to say UI. So, and then the default. So do we say 32? I don't actually know how big it is. I need to go find the actual thing and be like, what the hell are you? Properties? I don't think it tells me. You're apparently 10 by 10. Okay. So you're 10 by 10. I am super curious what this is going to look like. I don't know if I've even done this right. Anyway, so we need to go app.add systems startup spawn inventory. All right. When I run this, first off, where the fuck did you run from? Okay. Did it work? Okay. Path not found. Okay. So I need to go like dot slash. That should pull you into crates dot slash. Does that work? Because the issue is it's executing from here. And I need to go up to here. Alright, something is going terribly wrong, but like I want it to stop complaining. Asset path is okay, so I'm not allowed to do that. Okay, that's cool. Alright, so that does mean that I need to come to you. I need to go like new folder, assets, new folder, UI. And then for now, I'm just going to paste in this. But like in theory, I can just swap this out for like kind of any kind of repeating cell that's 10 by 10. I also have no idea why it's crashing, but we'll get there. What was it? Here? No, here. Right. Okay. So it didn't throw any errors, and then it says not yet implemented. Right, because I have like literally got a piece of code that's just like to do. Right. So add item. So okay. Let size equal item dot. Right. No, for slot in slots. Right. So we have to go through every slot, and we have to go, hey, item size slot dot slot type. I guess it's for slot type in okay. So we get each slot type. And we go let sum else continue slot type. Also, can I send that into a cow me? So mismatch type, expected slot type found. Okay. Right, you're not like clone or copy. So slot type, first off, this needs to be cow. Okay. Cow being like way smaller than actually fucking owning the string. And also you should just take in a reference. Thank you. Okay, to do. So you gave me the size, or you gave me the shape. Otherwise you continue. Right. So shape. So I'm trying to think. So we get the shape. And then I guess it's like slot dot fit shape. Where are you getting slot dot position? If some, that's like if let some position equals shape dot fit self dot items dot push entry item shape position return self position. None. Okay, so you're complaining because that doesn't have a fit, and you're complaining because these are all private. Shape. So that should be clone. That should be clone. Shape. You need to be derive, clone, and copy. Maybe just clone. Okay, now we just say that at the moment slot doesn't have a fit. Now, the issue with fitting is that the slot okay. So that tells me that I probably shouldn't do items like this. We should just have slots. And then the slot should have items. Which makes this slightly more complicated. So, we own slot, right? Yeah. And then slot dot add entry. Okay, so we just need to add fit and add entry. So we need to go to slot, wherever slot happens to be. Slot. So entries. Temple slot. So this is where we're going to do some to-dos. We're going to be like pub fit this shape. We're just going to return and then add entry, and then the entry actually goes in. Okay. Okay, so that should then let that run theoretically. Okay, so fit doesn't own the shape. Fit takes a reference to the shape. Because again, shapes might be expensive. I haven't quite worked that out yet, but we don't want them to be cloned. We don't want them copied because they might be expensive. Might have like a really complicated shape. Right, so then we have slot, and then we add entry, entry, shape, position, and entry, and then entry. All right, so then you work like this, and then you say, hey, entries, no entries, please. Same with you, no entries, please. Okay. You take in a slot type, and then we match slot type, and we say, hey, untyped. Okay. So if I run this, I have to tweak this a little bit because I need to tell this image when it loads that it's a repeating image, I think is how it works. All right, so it's saying, hey, entry something 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 component has a parent without. Am I running in like release mode? What the fuck's this all about? Profile.dev. Release. Debug true. Can you like not? I think it's saying that the it doesn't have a transform and therefore it cannot render it. What have I done? I think I've F11. The fuck? Okay. I don't know what I did. I broke something. We need to go here. We need to go run. So it didn't fix it. Okay. Entity 20 with okay. Can we go back up here and say profile release debug equals true because this is my like game level. I don't know why I can't like kill it, but whatever. Nope, apparently that didn't work either. Enable the debug feature to see the name. Right, we're just gonna say, can you not? Apparently we don't have the debug feature. Anyway, it's saying that something is not something doesn't have a transform, which is probably display inventory. Is going to like require transform. And probably visibility as well. Visibility. Yep, now it's just saying it doesn't have a visibility. It's kind of annoying. How the fuck do I turn that back on? Okay, so they're not... Oh, I don't think I have a camera, actually. Do I? Okay. Camera 2D, get rid of all of this. Okay. So we're going to spawn the camera, and we're going to go, hey, startup, spawn inventory, spawn camera. Hey. Okay, so now we're rendering this. Now, weirdly, we are rendering only a single square, and I'm going to do some trickery to make it render multiple squares. The idea being that we don't want to necessarily fill the entire screen with like things if we don't have to. So when we load this, I don't remember. So I need to be like image. Go to image and be like, hello, image loader, compressed image formats. So there's the image sampler. Yeah, from extension format guess. Is RGB bool sampler? I think it's the sampler. I think it's a sampler. So this is the image loader settings. So it's like we can call like load app, and so you call load. I think it's load like with settings. The image sampler settings. Image loader settings. Right, and then we say something like sampler. I gotta. What the fuck is that about? I need you to go away. And I need to make sure that we import this. And then we go sampler, which is the image sampler. And then we do this, and then we like dot default everything else. Okay. Okay, so wait, it's not a thing, it's a like descriptor. And then like I don't think I can do this because I have to do everything, maybe. No, I think I can do this. Okay. image sampler descriptor. There's like a filter. Yeah, okay. So address mode UV. I don't know what W is. Address mode U. I'm assuming that one's repeat. Okay. Go to this. What the fuck are you bitching about? It takes in S. Right. Okay. So I guess I need to just I think I can do. No, you should know what your type is. Where S is settings. Okay. Something like this. Okay. Is this okay? And then we go settings, not sampler. You address mode UV. Repeat. Image address mode. Image. No. What the fuck? Okay. I don't know why my ID is having a fucking fit. I think it's the AI trying to guess. What the fuck is this type? Image address mode. Image address mode. Thank you. Alright, so now when I run this, it being repeat should mean that there's now multiple copies rather than like just stretching the image to fit. Apparently not. Where's the stretch? Maybe it's on sprite. Okay. So texture atlas, color, flip, custom size, rect. Ah, okay. So I don't actually have to do a custom thing here at all. I'm gonna leave that there for a second. We are gonna say, what was it called? Tile? Image mode. Do you need to be? Sprite image mode, tiled. True. Stretch value 1. Does that do it? Okay, there we go. I knew there was a way to do it. Okay. Okay. Can I click close all of this shit because it's annoying? Close. Thank you. All right. So rendering. So we've got this. So now we need to make sure that we render the bottle. Now, annoyingly, because Bevy's got like protections in place, I'm not allowed to just file my way up there. I don't think. Maybe if I like cd dot slash. Right. Do you now execute from the right location? Possibly. Probably not though. I'm just wondering if it takes like my current terminal direction. Target debug example. So I mean, you still work, but I don't think that means anything because what if I like rename this to like UIs? If that works, then that's nice because I can actually change it. No, okay. So it's still grabbing the stuff in there, which means I need to annoyingly again like find the asset, move the asset, just so that the example works. Asset items. We are looking for a bottle. At least I have a good idea what this one's going to be called. Apparently not. Maybe empty? Nope. Annoyingly, I'm going to have to fucking search again. Extra large. This looks like the right kind of spot for it. So we've got guns and backpack. These are all like equipped things. So there's pill bottles. Roadkill. It does appear that searching for ITM might reduce the search scope because it'll like remove things like this. But honestly, at this point, I don't fucking know. I'm also going to assume sort by size that again it's going to be the direction. It's going to be somewhere around where the items are small. Compression fucks that up because these items that like have nothing around them are compressing really well. We can also say like ITM. That should reduce the search scope quite dramatically. Again, sort. Sending. Well, it kind of worked. Well, there's the whiskey. So surely if there's a full. Oh, that's interesting. Why does the whiskey full not turn up? Have I got like a space here? What the fuck? I don't quite understand that one. I'm certain that I found a whiskey bottle and it had the term full at the end of it. Correct, come on. Maybe if I search in here, because this has a much more rich search functionality, you can say full. Okay. Nope. That's not what I want to be. Are they not English? Is that not an F? Where did the whiskey bottle? Okay. There's item whiskey. I want to find the full one again. There. Why can I not search for you? Um. Um. Unsure. Um. Incredibly unsure. Thank you. Well, even like if I search for the word full, it's just not finding it. It's weird. Like it doesn't find item bottle here. Also, I like that they're all like 2x at the bottom, which I should probably get rid of because that might make it a little bit easier to find things if I didn't have 2x everywhere. All right, I want you, I want you, and I want to go copy. And then we want to go you, and then crates, and then new, and then assets, and then new folder. The annoying thing is, again, this is going to make it much harder to like upload things because the examples won't work if you don't also track down the fucking stuff. But we'll work that out. Okay, so we need to go to item and say like item needs a FM image, which takes in no handle turn image. Now, this does break the ability to just use bottle because it means that bottle needs to be turned into an item. Well, that or the other option is just no, I can't just do that. I was going to say I could just like make a thing. I guess I could technically make a thing. It's not UI, it's item. Not assets, it's item. PNG. You can't do it here because the asset server needs to load it, which means that you need to have like empty boolean. Interesting. Yeah, see, this runs into the issue of we have the bottle here, but then the inventory is a separate thing. How would I do that? I don't remember what they're called. There's this thing where you like have a like size, and it's an FN. No, it's it. FN like this, and it's just like a good box item. Yeah, I mean it's better to let the compiler take care of it. So there's an item, and then we need like a pub struct item this. Item descriptor, which I guess because I've been working on embedded stuff, so I keep like not wanting to do things like boxed. Okay, so saying go into the assets and just check to see if what you want asterisk bottle. Yes. So maybe I've got something turned on, like search options. That it's like detecting that I haven't said something before bottle, and so it's only finding things that start with bottle. Anyway, as I was saying, I've been doing embedded stuff, so my brain immediately goes, "Don't touch a box." It's like don't box something if you don't need to. And I'm like, actually, no, I can just fucking box the item. Ooh, cannot be shared between threads safely. Plus send plus sync. Thank you. Okay. So bottle. So I needed to, again, like we naming shit all the time. We're going to be like pub struct item, which is just a handle to an item descriptor, right? Like the other option is to make it reflect. I can always do that. Anyway, we'll do that later. So we come here and we go, hey, bottle item data. Cool. All right. So empty is not a boolean; it's a handle to an image. Oh, okay, I guess we just call you image. Okay. And then we like let bottle equal item bottle.png, right? Like that's what this is called. All right. So you load that. Now, annoyingly, again, you have a certain size restriction, but I think we should just, always return this. Oh, it takes in self, which is interesting. And then we just say like self.image.clone. Interesting. Because it doesn't matter what slot it's in. But the idea being that, like, theoretically, if I had something that clipped onto the side, I'll have a different icon if it's in a clip spot versus a spot. So then you become an item. And says, fuck you. We have to go back to here and make sure the item's like actually accessible. Not item data, it's just item. Did I not make it public, maybe? No, I did. Just call the item. Did I not save it? What? Did I lowercase it? No. What do you mean? Okay. Oh, I bet it's because it's no display inventory. It's probably because item here is not public, so it's going to be like we have to go like inventory and say the inventory. Yeah, you just use all of item, please. Okay, so now you say item new. I'm not entirely sure why I can't seem to use this. Prelude, because I didn't add item. Okay. So go here, we say item new, and then it's going to be appserver.add item. I don't have an item descriptor. Import into item descriptor for item. Wait, other way. For so import t into item descriptor for t where t item data plus send plus sync plus static. I think static has to go first. Okay. No, apparently not. Okay, apparently that doesn't work. Okay, so t import from t for item descriptor. Does that work? Okay. One directional. Dumb. Anyway, so we say, hey, item. We say item descriptor from bottle. And then we need to let the item exist, I guess. Disk. I guess we have to do that. Then we have to add the bottle. This is where it's getting a bit out of hand. So we have to say item descriptor. And then we have to add okay, then we have to go to item descriptor. We have to go import item data for item descriptor. And that's just a wrapper. Well, I guess technically we can just go back to the inventory. When we just say add inventory, we instead say, instead of taking an item that is item data, we can just take in the inventory descriptor. And then you are deref, right? Oh, right. That's very annoying. Let t2 equal item descriptor dot clone. Annoyingly, I'm gonna give you clone for a second, maybe. No, because I can't clone that. This is just a really dumb way of doing it, is what this is telling me. Okay, let item descriptor. Let bottle handle equal item.add bottles into. Okay, and then bottle descriptor is fucking items.get bottle handle dot expect just added. Okay. Right. Then we can add the item. No. Bottle handle.clone. Type annotation needed. Why do you need a type annotation? You import why? Okay. Right. Commands.spawn. I think we're getting somewhere with this. All right. So now we can pass you in the item descriptor. And then we like commands to spawn, and then we add the test inventory. Okay. So I guess first check is, does it still fucking do anything? Oh, also the AI decided that I want access to the inventories as well, which I kind of do, but actually kind of don't care. I think part of my issue here is that I'm technically trying to access something that, like, theoretically I shouldn't. Like, you would spawn all the items in startup. You wouldn't be creating items and then adding them to the inventory as you create them. Why did it crash? Okay, encountered an error in system. Oh, because we have to initialize. Init asset inventory item descriptor. So I feel like item descriptor really should not hold on to the item itself. And that we should be working at a better way of like, I feel like an item descriptor should just like contain the image and the descriptor of the sizes based like just a hash map or something. Or just literally a function would work fine. Okay, so we're getting back to here. Now the question was, why did I want to do that? We have access to the image. So my question, I guess, becomes, where am I rendering? Why did it put that as a to-do? That's a bit weird. All right. So we spawn the inventory and we spawn the sprites. And then we go like for dot with children in inventory. Right. So now we can like do some custom logic to spawn all the inventory, which would require us being like, so we are entity and it's got an inventory, and then we're going, hey, so spawn. Shouldn't we be iterating through? No, this is the inventory. Okay, so some changes I want to make. Inventory data. No size to you. Just slots. This makes much more sense for what I have in mind. Okay. We go back to here. Okay. So we grab the inventory. We grab the style, which is either on you or we're using the fallback. And then we say for. Now, weirdly, each slot should probably have its own fallback, but anyway. So we're going to say for slot with child, spawn this in. Maybe slot size. Okay. So a few tweaks need to be made here. So we need to say new 5x7, and then the bottle inventory is 2 new 2x3. Okay. So instead you'd be like new with slot. Excuse me, but no. Need to be like this. Paste this. There it is. Right. So bottle inventory. Right. So then we like then we bottle, and then we add the asset to the bottle, and say bottle handle and item descriptor. Good. All right. So first off, let's see. Does this still do the same thing? To go. Okay. It should still render it. It should just render it as like if we add a second slot to our backpack. So the slots probably need to offset, to be honest. All right. So we're still rendering the same thing. And again, to make sure that we're actually doing what I think we're doing, we're going to say test inventory, but add slot. Okay, so slot type okay, so untyped So position. So I think if we say you're 0, 8. Right. And then your size is going to be 5 by 2. And you have no entries. Okay. Now, I feel like this is going to make the slots need different things, like the slot will need stuff, but that's just fine, really. So we go back to rendering. When we do this, when we say here, we say here, we say here, we say, okay, I need you to be a transform from translation vec style dot cell size times by slot dot position dot something dot extend. Wait, one of these is not right. Okay, so we do that. Look at this, and we go, if I run this, this should spawn a second small inventory above the backpack. Hey, okay, so it's not quite right because apparently this must be centered and therefore spawning you up like that is for the space. But that is effectively what I want. There is a way I can change where the image is. I want to say this in render. Oh. So first up, I feel like we need to get rid of anything that's actually not necessary. Load self dot default inventory background. Reference. Okay, so that'll load that. So the in sprite that has anchor, we will find out. Custom size image. So image mode, no, which makes me think that anchor is just something I stick on. And it's going to be bottom left. Does that fix it? Okay, yeah. So now we have the main backpack, and then one spot up we have another backpack. I'm curious. This doesn't have anything around it, which is a little bit annoying. I'm gonna make a little bit like flair to it, but I need that to be like a specific thing, which I don't think this has. But anyway. Anyway, so now this is the inventory, the main inventory. Then we're gonna say like for item in slot dot entry. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So let's just have a little squiz at the entry. Okay, so an entry has the entity that like contains things like the background and stuff. It also has the shape and the position, which I think is kind of like all we kind of need. So we need to fetch the entry. So the entry needs to exist as an entity to be able to get size. We could just make the entry a entity and then store the shape and the position on it. So we would want to be like query for item mute visibility and mute transform. So we would want to get the item off of it. We'd want to get its visibility and we want to get its transform so we can put it in the right spot. The other thing is just to be cheeky with it and be like, we actually don't technically need this because we have commands and we can literally just be like commands dot entity item dot item dot insert visible and then sprite item.shape.size. Okay, and then item.image. No, it's item. So we do actually need to look up the item descriptor. But I'm wondering if we actually need this. Because technically, this is for spawning it, so I guess this would be its own kind of thing. Like, this doesn't have an image or a transform. It's literally just the item. Which is making me think the item should be an asset. But then again, what's the point if everything's an asset? Assets are for things that are shared, so it's kind of more like we'd probably want to be like no, it's like spawn. Oh, it's not even commands, it's inventory spawn. So we want to say that your style is the cell size and your item position item.position as vec2, right? Your visible, your sprite would be an image of so this okay, so first off, I want this to probably like actually say has an item component with a handle that does not. Okay. So I need to say like this struct's not available. Okay, so God, I'm getting distracted. Sure. I'm gonna take a quick minute once I just get this done. I need to go grab like a fucking snack or something. So we have to go to item descriptor. No, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so descriptor. Right. Do the item. So we have to go to the item. We need to say you're like a deref, so I can access your handle. And just say like .id. Okay, so then we match the descriptor and we get the item descriptor. We say, hey, item descriptor. And then we go here and we say, hey, descriptor.image. And then a reference to slot type. Well, I guess the image should always return something, because in theory you shouldn't be allowed to be put into a slot that you're not allowed in. Well, no, you just don't have a default. Ah, okay. So there we do run into an issue of being like, technically, because you have multiple types, it's possible for it to have been accepted for an incorrect reason. Okay, so that does mean that we need to say that actually you do return an option. And then we need to say like let equals none for we go break and say image equals well, first yeah, image. Okay. That doesn't happen. You go here. We just say image, right? Well, we have to go here and we say let some image equals image else. Warning, item has an item component with a handled or item descriptor that doesn't. Okay. It's first off, this is 100% an error, not a warning. Error. Item entity does not have an image compatible with any of the slots types. Item slot types, and then it's going to tell me that that's not possible because slots doesn't implement debug. Okay. I'm going to slot and we go, hey, slot type. Go debug, please. I'll just like give it clone. Okay. So custom sum. So we need shape.size. Actually, no. I feel like I want to say that maybe we called image, right? So can I get you to return a handle to the image and also the uvec2, right? Because that's going to be the size. So it's going to be sum, and then you're going to be image and size. and then size as okay. So you return that, and you return that. So we come back here and we go, hey, so you have an issue because you don't return that, and then it's like now you return 1x4. Now the question is, when I run this, is it going to spawn the water bottle? It's a lot of work. Hopefully this works, and I can just go grab fucking like a muesli bar or something, keep my brain from short circuiting. Hey, we spawned the water bottle. It's behind apparently. I think it's because we set it to Z manually or something. I don't know. That's fine. We need to go to rendering our inventory. You need to have your anchor bottom left. Right. We can run that again. So I'm going to have everything anchored bottom left because it just makes the math easier. Otherwise, like the bigger something gets, you have to consider like that you're halfway. Whereas if we anchor from that point, then if it's like it's 10 high, then if I go to 11, I'm 1 higher than it. Anyway, so so we have our visibility and visible, and then we have our custom size, and we custom size, and we switch the image. And I think that's all I need to get it to render on top. I guess the next trick would be to put the bottle somewhere but the bottom left corner and make sure that it's actually where I think it's going to be. Okay, I suspect the bottle is behind, which annoys me because I actually don't know why it's behind. Something tells me I'm spawning you on the wrong thing. So item. So with children. Oh. Okay. That's its problem. Is the bottle. Okay. So you're gonna be like let slot equal commands.spawn. Like this. Like this. Right. Then we come up here and we go, but you're also a child of entity. What? Why is that the one sentence I latched onto in the past 30 minutes? What do you mean? What sentence did you latch onto? Hey, look. The water bottle. It's in the corner. And then to double check that it's actually doing what I think it's doing is we say, hey, oh wait, well the water bottle always returns 0, 0, doesn't it? So item add. So that's adding the item as a thing. So auto modded. I don't know. Honestly, YouTube confuses me. Item descriptor. So when we add the item, we need another one that's like pub add item add, which takes in self item descriptor entity position. But the item descriptor I think is fine. We need to pass in a rotation or something. Fn slot in mute slot if some shape size. Yeah, so this should work fine because technically it's actually the shape that's wrong. It's just that we need to say for slot in slots. So this is to the inventory. Okay. And then we go for slot type shape fit No, that's not how that works. It's so you need like a fit at and then position. And then I guess you do this and you say inventory add entity position return sum. Oh no, you would just return, because technically I want you to be able to use that kind of interchangeably. So then we need a fit add. So slot as fit, and then fit add, and then implement logic. Yes, fit. So technically what we want to do is say if let's well, I guess we can just say self.fit at shape position 0, 0. I guess technically, I'm trying to make it do an extra thing, but it's like if fit at and return. Cool. This is also terrible. It needs a to do as well. To do implement fit logic. Okay. Technically, all this would do is iterate through the shape from the position and make sure that everything fits. Anyway, my entire reason for doing that is going back to our example and being like, hey, can you please put this at specifically position. We need to add. This will also tell me if I can add like bottles more easily. So we add an item there, and we also say like test inventory dot add item. Item descriptor. Right, we have to spawn an additional bottle. We need a new bottle entry. Because technically this bottle would have an entirely different bottle to do. Right, so this would be bottle 2 entity. But I want to add item at. And then we need to give it a position. Which I guess is going to be like Y8. Maybe. I think this is telling me that something here is not clonable. Yeah. We need a second. I mean, there's no reason not to just maybe test another way of doing it, which would be good. All right, so then we want to like run this. Yeah, weirdly, I don't know what's going on because you're saying auto modded, but I can't actually see like anything. Oh, wait, can I turn on moderation actions? Well, I turned on moderation. Wait, what? Let's say moderation activity will now be shown. Maybe that's what's happening, is that people are getting. Let me timestamp as well, thank you. Well, apparently if I have the moderation action turned off, I can't actually see like if something happened. Like I can't see if a message got blocked or removed or anything because I didn't have it on when it happened. Okay. So we put another bottle up here, which technically this should fail, but the logic just says yes. But interesting. Interesting. So it is working in that it's putting it where I actually want it to be put. So let's go bottle inventory. So we put it somewhere. We said put bottle at. Let's put it 1A. And I'm gonna just run that again. For no other reason, because I just need something to be happening while I go grab something to snack on, so I don't like have my brain implode because I haven't eaten. Okay, so honestly not sure what I'm going to do next. I guess implement the actual logic that would stop this bottle going in here. I think I need to reshape some of this shit. I think the item descriptor is working out kind of well, but I don't think I want it to be like a box of the item. It kind of works, but it's kind of hacky, to be honest. Like, I feel like I would rather work out exactly what you would need from an item. That would allow me to, like, to and from files. Interesting. Now I'm thinking like scripting. Like, could I make it be like it calls this function, and you just provide names? Oh. Sorry for the lack of speaking. I'm eating amusingly well, so I'm just mouthful of shit. All right, so we need to go to the like get ignore, and so assets gets ignored, and also crates, public inventory assets also gets ignored. Mostly because that's shit that I can't be redistributing. Right. So rendering kind of works. I commit that because no doubt I'll break something. Right. So next, I guess, is to it's like to implement this stuff, but then we also have to check that this stuff is working. So this returns a boolean because it's like fit at, and that's what I think this is going to call. So first off, we probably inline this always. Or inline it. So this just checks to see if this shape can fit inside of this slot. Now, interestingly, I've just concluded that your shape, we probably want to pass in a rotation, but does that become part of the shape? Probably not. My thinking is that fit at probably needs to take in like so slot maybe needs to have a rotation. No, it's enum rotation. Degree 0. I'm wondering if this is going to be work either, because theoretically, because I'm going to have more complicated shapes than just rectangles, flipping is different to rotating. But anyway, we'll work on just rotations for now. So fit at position and rotation. We could make our own little transform as well. 3-0. All right, so we have to make the fit logic work. So I guess the way the fit logic works is we're going to say let shape equal shape dot apply. Because I want to change this from rotation later, but like now annoyingly import shape apply self rock rotation, and this just returns self. Right, so take size, and so you take in 0 and 180, which just returns self, and then 90 and 270 flips X and Y, which is like precisely what I'd want. All right, so we calculate the new shape, and then I want to maybe go for cell in shape dot iter cells position, and then this is like a to do. So we need to have you have an iter cells. So Lots in here. Shape. Where's shape? Adam? Where the fuck is shape? Shape's out here. Okay. Interesting. I feel like shape should probably be inside of slot because it's kind of related. Maybe we'll do that. Move shape into slot. And then we have to go up here and be like, hey, these all slots, so why are you complaining now? I've obviously broken something. Shape, and then shape is shape is shape. Shape is shape, shape, shape. But like everything's working. Is it you that doesn't like shape being in here? No. But you shouldn't have a problem. Ah, yeah, you just have a fit. So I think this should be entry. So an entry, and that means entry has, so it has the entity. Oh, that's not how you go entity. Whoops. Entity. Thank you. We have the shape, the position, and the rotation. Right. So I think you're going to have the same thing. Fit at, and then you take in an entry. Entry. Right. So then the entry will call entry can call it a cells. Right, and that will give us all the cells. So we go to entry, which is in here. So we're going to import entry. Pub iter cells self. Have to do something, but we also want to be like can I say like a dyn? Iterator item equals u vec2. I feel like this is going to be a really bad way of doing it, but anyway. I feel like I have to do this because I need to return multiple different iterators. So we're going to say like mod shape iterators. Pub struct rec iter, which is going to have a width and cell. Maybe? No, that feels wrong. I don't think you should care what the cell type is. You should just return that. And we're going to import iterator for rect iter. That position equal. I'm going to say current. Vector. Right. If current greater than this, otherwise position equals current. Self.x plus equals 1. If self.current_x is greater than or equal to width, then self.current_x equals this, current y equals y, return position. Right. Offset. Plus offset. That should work. So then you would match rect. Then you need to match let s equal self dot. Wait. This is an entry, yeah. S equals self dot shape dot apply. We'll actually just do it here. Self dot shape dot apply. Self dot rotation. Box new. Okay, so rotation needs to be clone and copy. Drive, clone, and copy. Okay. So about rotation. They have the rectangle. So we have offset is self dot position. Okay, record rotor new. Self dot no size dot x. Okay, size. Dot width offset self dot position. Alright, so we need to import new and then with offset sets offset. Okay. So this takes an entry, this also takes an entry. Oh no, this just takes in its shape. So you have to do something fancy, but for now we're just going to go to do. Right. So you iterate the cells. So first off, it's let can fit true. Now, for every one of these cells, we have to check is empty, which is going to be a real fucking pain. So we need to be like pub bounds. That's not always true. Well, no, technically it is. Since size is always positive, we rotate. Wait, no. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Shape. Match. Shape. Shape.rect. Size. I want to say this is correct because we're always adding size. And, you know, size is in theory not negative. Which means you're always from negative. But the issue is if it is positive, then like, I guess it just rotates in place, which means that like, so I think, again, we can open the game up and go, if I, it's R, yeah, if I scroll, see, like, it can, you know, it can be upside down, but like, see how it's rotating from the same origin point, like, if I pick it up, like, it's actually spinning around that point. That's what this will do, because it can't actually get a negative number, which means you can't point it the other way. It'll only, like, rotate around where you're holding it. Which is what this is going to do, because it's basically always adding, which means it's from where it is to plus. Anyway, that should be fine. Wait, no, it's not, because if it's on the ground... No, maybe. We'll find out. It might break with our rendering code. Anyway, match shape. Match shape. Correct. Size. Alright, so that's bound. So when we check can fit, we go for existing entry in self.entries. If not, well, this returns two numbers. So let say log min max. Ooh, that's interesting because that the position, I guess size is always positive, this is always positive, so it does guarantee that this is always the maximum. That's fine. Fine. Min max equals existing entry dot bounds. I'm going to write this down here because I feel like I'm going to use this a lot. In bounds. So position.x is greater than or equal to min.x, and position.y is greater than, and position.x is less than max, and position.x is less than max. I feel like there I got that right, but I'm not entirely sure. If not in bounds, min max, so cell min max, continue. So why continue is basically I'm saying if you don't hit this item, then we continue because you're not. Well, I guess technically we should do like a full bounds check, shouldn't we? So we'd be like, let hit equals vec new, and then like let bounds equal entry.bounds. I'm not entirely sure what the AI is up to here. honestly feel like I need to go if min min 1.x is less than is greater than min 2 dot x. If your minimum I think it's the other way, isn't it? It's like if your minimum is less than the max 2, and the max 1 is greater than the min 2, and your y is less than the max, and your max less than the... I think that's correct. We go here and go for other in self.entries if bounds overlap push to other. We need to do right. So you push that entry in. Sure, that should work. Other min, other max, replace other min, other max. Right, so if bounds overlap, then for other in hit. It's not really hit, it's more like check. Then we go like if other not entirely sure how to go about this. A little bit. Like what I want to do is basically go through where they overlap and check. So we want to say like we still have your bounds. And we say like where other bounds. Because I don't want to check everything, but I also feel like it's probably faster to check. So we want to be like for other and be all like for cell in entity dot into cells. Now I kind of want you to be like plus clone. And the only reason why you be plus clone is I feel like can only auto traits can. Annoying. I want like to not have to rerun this every fucking time. I don't think it said something about not being allowed to do auto traits. Only auto traits can be used as additional. So it can be send or sync, it can't be. You suck. Doesn't really matter. We're trying to finish fit at. Okay. So can fit. Technically, I don't even think I need can fit. I can just return true. And if we find any reason you can't fit, you return false. You just short circuit early. Alright. So for cell in cells. I feel like there's a better way of being like, for this, and we can be like, let overlap equal other dot bounds dot and we pass in bounds and other dot bounds. Right, and then we get overlap, and we say min1, min new. So the overlap min is new, which is the min.x.min. I'm curious if the AI got this right. I'm gonna need to do like a bunch of testing, I guess. Okay, or other in check. So this gets the overlap. Which I'm gonna unwrap. I expect should have missed. Should skip all 0 overlap. See, because the trick with that is that like I can just modify this to insert the overlap when it does this, because then it doesn't need to check bounds overlap, it can just actually do that. So then we want to go we want to go like here, I'm going to go pub struct bounds iter, and then it's like it's min and max. Why does it start? Ah, damn, that's why we need to know. No, so it's min, it's max, and it's current. And then we impl iterator or bounds iterator, and we say, hey, if self.current.y is greater than max.y, return let pos equals self.current, self.current.x plus 1, current plus is greater than max.x, self.current equals min.x, self.current position. Okay, so these should, in theory, iterate all bounds checks. Like, should iterate all the cells inside of said bounds. Yeah. So then we can go for cell in shape iter bounds iter. See, because I think we don't necessarily need to check everything, because you only have to check the things that you actually hit. And therefore, like, we don't need to store it. We can literally check it there because we're returning early if we hit something. But anyway, this is about writing code that works before we go back and fucking optimize the shit out of it. So new. Now, the annoying thing is I need to actually make sure that the bounds are in the correct orientation. But anyway, pub impl bounds iterator. It's going to give you the min-max current, but I might need to fix that. Anyway, overlap 0. Yeah, I've been having well, it's day for me. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But yeah, it's going kind of well because I've actually like managed to get the rendering that I wanted to get done, which is kind of the big thing in my head that I had to get out. I don't know how well it actually works. I just know that it works in that we can add items by an item descriptor, and it'll add the item to the spot we told it. Now I'm working on making sure that it actually checks that the item can fit before it does put it in. And then I'm not quite sure where to go from there. I think I need to redo item descriptors so that we can like define a bunch of item descriptors the same way. At the moment, it holds a boxed reference to the item itself, which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it does mean that like it's a little bit clunky to describe an item and then also just like attach. So you make like 2 copies if it holds certain data there if you want to attach to an entity. So there's like a separate thing of like this describes the item and this attaches to the entity. It should be 2 separate things. Whereas at the moment they're kind of a copy of each other. It's a little bit weird. Okay, so for cell in overlap. And then we go if entry dot contains cell and other contains cell return. So that should basically be everything. We just need to implement a contains method now. And the idea is that the contains method just will check this and that. Yeah. I did watch, I think it was T3 chat, so about like it's so much better when you have that thing that lets you talk, like I can like describe it. When I have to type it out, I tend to take shortcuts in my typing and then it just does shit. My other issue is when I tell AI to do shit, it has this tendency to decide that it's going to just go tweak something in the code that I'm like, why are you so insistent on changing this thing back? For this particular project, because I'm going for something very, very specific, I don't really want to use the AI beyond like single function kind of like or the tab complete. I've found that if you write like half a code base and give it to the AI, it does a pretty good job of staying on track. If you give the code base from the beginning to the AI, there's just so much shit where it's like I have to go in and I like have no idea how any of it works because the AI wrote such like verbose like fucking 1,000-line files to do something that I'm like, what? Like I don't understand. And then like to tweak it back, and then as soon as you give the AI control again, it immediately goes and undoes everything because in its context window, like it was this other way, so it just undoes all the work that you did. So I feel like it is very useful, but it can also just be like such a fucking drag. And I kind of want to do this project not with AI, like beyond like asking it questions and stuff like that. Yeah, it also does a great job. Like as I think it's, again, Theo from T3 Chat describes it. It's like when you're vibe coding, as in like I'm never looking at the code, it does a fantastic job. It's only when you're this intermediate level where I'm at, where I'm like, I want to be able to go tweak something because I don't quite like how it looks, but it's just too hard to get the item. And it's like you can't touch it. Like if you intend to modify the code, like you want it to be human readable, you either have to like really supervise the AI. Whereas if you are like, hey, I'm never going to read this code, I don't care how fucking shitty it gets, you can just give the AI free reign and it does a fantastic job as well. Like I have a project for making my videos that I'm working on where like I can dump it, like I can like copy this function and paste it in, and it'll automatically break it up into like segments for my videos so that it can like automatically display like blocks, like it snips out if statements and so like it'll snip this bit out and it'll like hide these and then add them as like cues to show each like thing, and then also like the return statement, and then it'll show the body, and then it's like I haven't like again I'm worked on it ages, but it'd be like it would show the for loop, like what goes into the for loop, and then the inside of the for loop would be another cue that I have to like hit spacebar, and it automatically writes all that out for me because it's like it's not something that it's hard to do. It's just a pain in the ass to go through and have to copy paste every single line into the thing as like part of a queue, and then have to make. So I got the AI to do it, and it's like, I don't think I could edit any of the code that it wrote to do this, but I also don't care because all I do is paste in an input and copy the output. And I don't care what it's doing under the hood because it doesn't take long. The only thing is I'm fucking around with the UI was the last thing I was doing, where I wanted it to render it in a way that like it like rendered a box around this and then a sub box around this, so that I could see that this was one queue and then like this is what was the next queue inside that queue and then this queue and then like this queue. But it doesn't like doing that because it tries to render everything as text, not as in like using Bevy to render like boxes with transparency. It just, it went like, oh, I can do that. And then went, like pipe symbol and then like a different pipe symbol, like one tab in. And then like it colored the pipe symbols. I'm like, that, like, yes, it conveys the information, but it's not at all flexible for me to go in and change because I'm not a fucking robot. But it's still fun. It's just, I've been using it for programming my Pico because like the mental strain of trying to work out embedded when I'm not an embedded developer is so high, but it's just so nice that sometimes I can just be like, hey, can you just do this thing? And it goes, oh, just do it this way. And I'm like, that is such a shitty way of doing it, but it works. And then I can just tweak things. I can just do little changes until it like works the way I want it to work. Whereas with like letting it just run wild, like if I was doing the bit, I have to like read so much to work out even where to start to get like the working prototype. The amount of fucking hours I spent just trying to get something to compile and work, the AI just doesn't. Yeah, it's such a good thing. Like, again, let's just get sidetracked because that's what I do on my YouTube channel. We never stay on track. Like 15 minutes into this project, I immediately got sidetracked talking shaders with someone. Where is it? It's under projects. Paint Pico. So like this is my Pico code, and I'm trying to keep everything in modules. The display module, which I think is this one, I gave it like a markdown version of the PDF. Like I converted the PDF into markdown because apparently AI can't read PDFs. Gave it the fucking thing and said, hey, write me an interface so that I can talk to this chip. And it fucking worked. Some weird shit was happening because if I used the interface like as the documentation stated it worked. Sidetrack never. Yeah, I know. I always do, Anyway, so the idea was that like it wasn't working, the colors were inverted, and I said to it like, hey, like what the fuck's going on? Like I'm doing well, it didn't just work. That was the problem. If you implement exactly as the documentation says, the colors are inverted. It's backwards. Because the documentation says that it uses I think it's 565 5 RGB. No, RGB. Yeah. 565. And I was going, but what the fuck's going on? Like, why is the colors inverted? Like I'm using, and I have my oscilloscope out, I diagnose, I went, we are sending exactly the data the data sheet says to send. When you reset the chip, it inverts the colors. Like for some reason, the default, maybe it's something wrong with my chip, but the default is inverted colors. So I saw the AI going, hey, like this is what it's putting out. Like, and then so I literally like wrote down like, hey, when I tell it to be magenta, it comes out, when I tell it to be red, it came out magenta or like whatever it was doing. And they're like, what the fuck's going on? I was like, oh, it sounds like colors are inverted. I'm like, yeah, but like, we're not setting that. I was like, oh, we'll set, and it's like, it wasn't working. But I'm going like, what? Like, I'm like, hey, can you just like invert all the colors? And like, because the AI kept trying to tell me like how to fix it. I was just like, just invert the colors and do this and that because there's some things. And it went, oh, okay. And it fucking worked. I went, God damn it. Like the data sheet is either something's wrong with the data sheet or the AI has snuck something in somewhere. But I don't think it's anything I'm doing. I think it's literally just that like the default is inverted colors and it doesn't tell it anywhere. So the AI wasn't setting this thing. So I just said, stop trying to fix the problem and telling me what's wrong and just invert the colors. And it worked because I, as the human being, could tell that the colors were inverted by like the AI was, oh, there's a setting for that. I was like, can you just turn that setting on? And it's like, oh, but that'll invert the colors. I'm like, yeah, but they're already inverted. So it's like that it worked. But like the thing is that I didn't have to fuck around for ages trying to find exactly in the documentation what the fucking flag was called. I think it's this like display inversion on. I didn't need to look up. It's written somewhere here, like display inversion. Somewhere it's got there. So the opcode is 21. Yeah, but that's the issue, is that like I actually told the AI, like I spent ages getting the AI to write this interface in a way that I wanted to do it. It doesn't quite do it correctly. It's supposed to. So like you have this this ST779 type commands. I think because this is like a second iteration, like I copied this from a different project where it was like way better implemented. The opcode is supposed to actually be part of the trait. Like the trait's supposed to have like a const opcode like that. But I think what happened is there's certain commands like write that have different opcodes depending on how you use them. Because there's like write and there's write continue. So if you want to write it all in one go, that something like you set the cursor position and then you write. And every time you write, it goes back to the cursor position you set, unless you write continue, at which point it'll continue from where the cursor, like it won't reset the cursor. So I think it does weird shit like that, where it doesn't do it in a way that you would expect, because of the fact that I'm like, I never really use write continue. I probably should, because of the way that my code's running. Like my code's really slow. It's kind of part of the problem, because I had to keep telling it to stop writing the entire fucking screen. Every time it tried to write anything to the screen, it would like clear and write the entire screen, and it's like, clearing the screen took forever. Writing the screen took like, it's like we're talking about like 3 seconds or something to write to the screen, like to fully clear and write to the screen, just because of the speed it could output. So I had to keep telling it to do weird shit. And like I know my own personal bypasses. Like if you're gonna write text, you always set like the background color of the text to the same as the actual background color, because otherwise it just writes the same text over. It doesn't clear the text that was already there. So when you have a clear background, it takes a little bit longer to write the text, but it actually clears it. Otherwise, you'd have to keep like a buffer of what text was there, so you could write like a white version of the text over what was there and then write the new version. Oh yeah, in my original one, it had more than one variant. The issue was that you then need to know that you need to call the other variant of the command. Whereas when in this particular code, I did it as like, if you call write, it had some kind of way of knowing whether it should be a write continue. And it was like, that was much better for me to be able to call, hey, write, instead of having to be like, fuck, am I halfway through a page write and I'm going to jump back to the beginning and then start? It's like, again, it doesn't really matter because my code's all single threaded and it doesn't have very many interrupts that like could break where you are. But the idea would be that like, if you jumped somewhere and then jumped back, and it had happened to have written something to the screen, it would have fucked up your whole thing, because you had to use a rewrite and not a write continue. But and you couldn't do that because you would have had to have known that it happened. But when you have the actual command as the same command regardless, you can do different things. Again, probably wouldn't matter, but like I'm trying to write a tiny operating system that runs in Bevy, so that you can load this operating system onto your Pi and run your Bevy code. And so like when you want to access a pin, you can just like use a system. Like if you want to use the I2C, the way it works, I'm trying to find like an example in my code, because I don't want to go find the other one over again. So when you add it, you go like add plugin, and you go add Pico Core. And so Pico Core, when it runs, adds all the peripheries into as resources, like non-send resources, because they're not allowed to be sent, and Bevy doesn't let you, even though it's currently single-threaded, Bevy still doesn't let you have non-send resources. So you have to add them as non-send resources. Like there's a separate thing in Bevy. But then the idea is that when you come down here and you have a function and you go, hey, like fn, all right, so next you go like, hey, I need I2C in my program. So yeah, app.add plugin I2C. So like Pico I2C. And then it would be like, it was like I2C0. I2C0, and then it would be TX, no, I2C is clock. So that clock, and then it would be like pin 0 and data pin 1. The idea of this was I was getting really annoyed because the crate that I was copying was Embassy, and Embassy has the thing like each pin is its own type, and it drove me spare because you had to know what types. It wouldn't let you pass in a pin that couldn't be used for like, you know, if you were trying to initialize an I2C, you had to give it a pin that could be used for I2C, but there was no way of knowing what pins could be used for I2C because it was just like the compiler checked. The compiler knew, but so instead I have these types like clock, and technically it would be like it's like Pico I2C, but you'd import the one you'd want, and it would be like I2C0 and then clock. And so that like, I think also technically be like I2C clock. So it'd be like that. So it's like that's the actual type that I had. But then like this is actually an enum that has like pin 0 pin. We'll open up because again this channel never stays on track. Pico pin out. So this is the pin out of the Pico. This yeah, nice and big, please. So like all the pins that have I2C0, SDA, and SCL, which I think is what it's actually called. Yeah. So like anywhere that there's 0, these pins, so the clock, so it would have 1, 5, 9, 13, where's the next one? 0, 17, and 21. And yeah, so those would be all the pins that you, and it's just an enum with those pins rather than having to know what pins it was. So then you have the pin. So again, apparently it's pin 1 and pin 0. Yeah, clock data the other way around. Anyway, so you do that. So this initializes the I2C, and then when you want to use it, you go hey like some system. And then, annoyingly, and I'm working on changing this because I don't like how it feels, and this is the point of like writing a tiny OS as opposed to it's just Bevy plugins, is if it's just Bevy plugins, I have to stay within the Bevy ecosystem. So I've lost my YouTube stuff. So yeah, so that's where the Bevy comes in. So in Embassy, you can't really change the runtime. You can, but you can't. It's kind of a pain in the ass because the way that it works is you have a peripheral that you own. So that's what the Pico core does. It grabs all these peripherals off of Embassy and goes, hey, give me all of them. And then it puts them inside of Bevy's resource system. And so when you add this plugin, it goes, hey, is I2C0's peripheral available? Yes, I'm going to remove it and nobody else is allowed to take it anymore because Bevy says it's gone. Then I grab the 0 pin and the 1 pin out. Actually, this is getting to the point where we might as well just open the code. But we're going to open a different code. Not the plant code is the actual like application level. This is the OS level where it's a separate crate. I think it's in crates and then Pico Bevy. Right. So this is where I use AI a lot because the AI, once I have a data structure, like I spent like a good couple of hours writing out like what I wanted a crate to look like. Like I actually made the first like 3 crates by hand. And then I just said to the AI, hey, can you wire me up like an SPI crate? And it looks at the other crates, how they're wired up, and wires up like the basic scaffolding. But anyway, so we have I2C. And so we gotta live. Ignore the massive amounts of boilerplate that I really should be doing with the macro. So we'll start with core. So the way core works is core, when you call core, it initializes the clock and it basically starts up Embassy, which is the interface layer I'm using at the moment because I really want to get rid of it because it's got such a weird like way it wants to do things, but I'm like, I don't have the technical level of being able to rip it all out yet. But it grabs the pack SPI0 and SPI1 and sticks them inside Bevy, which again, I need to fix because this is really memory inefficient. But I don't really care at this point. The idea is I'm going to eventually have a spin lock and then like single bits represent whether it's available or not. And when you drop it, the spin lock will catch, in the drop, it'll grab it with the spin lock, set the bit to 1 saying it's free and then discard it. So the idea is that you don't actually have to keep track of them. Like the operating system will catch you dropping it and then enable it. Anyway. So we insert this and then in the GPIO, we insert every GPIO pin. Then in SPI. So here, when we call, so these are all like traits and stuff that I was doing because I was having a great time writing this thing. This was a couple of months ago when I actually had like the focus to do this stuff. Bus. No, must be plugin. So in the plugin, we call build. So there's this, each plugin comes with a I2C plugin and then peripheral type, which the peripheral type I defined earlier, and that's the I2C0 and the I2C1 are the 2 peripherals you're allowed. So like, that's how I like about Rust is I can say, hey, it has to implement this specific trait, which is my trait. And then I can only implement that on 2 types, which is the I2C1 and the I2C2 is here. So because I'm the only one that's implementing it, it means that like I can like really refine like what it does and then also like lock it down so that like the IDE is much better at telling you what you can use. Anyway, because it's like not everything does it. It's a very specific thing. Anyway. Because it'll be like only these 2 types implement this type, this trait. Yeah. So when you call new, you can pass in the bus this is like for me internally really, because this is the embassy bus. This is how I like get around the fact that I don't need to write everything because I just own the bus. So this is the bus that you use. So when you want to like access the I2C, you go here and you say like I2C, and then you it needs to be mutable because annoyingly everything needs to be mutable. You go like res mute I2C bus I2C 0. So that would give you the I2C 0 bus if it existed and crash the application if it doesn't, which is a little bit annoying that Bevy does that when on embedded, but like I think you can change that behavior. Anyway, so that's how you dash the I2C bus, and then you could just be like I2C, dot write. Like that. Right. And it just acts exactly the same as the I2C bus would on anything else. Go back here. So the way it works though is when you call plugin, there's two versions of the plugin that can be called, which I don't. So this calls the default plugin. So this is the I2C bus 0. No, apparently it's just constructor. Where the fuck is the? It must be in plugin. So when we call build, the plugin takes in where is it? The SDA pin and the ICL pin, which is based on the peripheral you pass in. So this particular type is specified by this type, which again, if we go back up here, is these pins for number 1 and close 1, open 2, open 0. So yeah, we'll start here. So we have the pin, like so the data pins and the clock pins, and they're assigned. I feel like the AI fucked something up here, because why the fuck is this pin 0? Oh, because it's I think it's in sets. So it's like 0, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, and this one's 0, 4, 8, 12. So they're the same. I don't know. This feels like that might be a bug that the AI has introduced at some point, because it probably should be 1, 5, 8, 9, 13, 17, 21. But I don't actually know, because I haven't had any issues with it. But anyway, that could be why I'm having issues with a different thing. Let's have a look at this one, actually. So you're 2 and you're 3. Maybe that's why I'm having issues with the SPI. I was having issues and I swapped to a different like SPI and it started working. So maybe that's this. Okay, let's put it to do check if the should be matched to pin. Right. That could be why my SPI doesn't work when I'm using this. Anyway, yeah, see, that's my issue is I would accept that then I have to check the AI because the number of times that the AI's fucking gone and undone something. Because again, my biggest issue with the AI is that if you give a complete blank slate and get it to do something, it'll do it a certain way. And then if you change the way that it did it from its blank slate and then ask it to do something else, it often will go back and try and redo whatever you changed. Like it just will keep repeatedly trying to undo shit that I've changed because I don't like the API, and the AI will just keep trying to reset the API. Anyway, so back to this. So we have the plugin and we have this specified, and then that, based on which peripheral you pass in, specifies which sets of pins you're allowed to pass in. And then you can also call with config. This is just like a fun thing I like to do because I keep this all private so you can't fuck with it, and then you call with config to pass in a different config. It's about preventing you from changing shit after you've done stuffing, because one of the things you can call is like the default and get like Yeah, exactly. The AI with the fucking constantly deciding that I wanted to do something a different way, or like, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like it's default. So the default is like for SPI 0, the default, and if you just call default on it, it calls the default with the default pins, and the default pins are picked. I believe only 0 has default because I actually am not quite sure. I think 1 doesn't have a specified default. Maybe it does. Unsure. For some reason, I picked default pins for this one. Unsure. Anyway, back to what we were going. So go back into here, plugin. So yeah, the plugin initializes all this stuff. So back into the running of the plugin. So first thing it does is it checks to make sure that the Pico core crate has been added, because if it hasn't, none of the peripherals exist. Yeah, I did spend a long time trying to make this code base look really nice, and then I let the AI loose on it for a bit, and it fucked it up really bad, and I had to revert. Because again, like a lot of this was handwritten, and then because I handwrit a nice structure, the AI is very able to follow, like making plugins look like this and laying everything out as a plugin, an error, a bus. Anyway, so we go if app hasn't added the core plugin and the debugging features on, it prints an error and says, hey, core plugin must be added before you add any of the peripheral plugins, and then it returns. So it does nothing. I do this here because it's actually kind of nice. Otherwise, I would have made it that, like when you insert or init the bus, it would have done this. But anyway, then we go, hey, let OK, and then we say peripheral, because this is where the fun stuff happens. This is all like done with traits and everything. We say get I2C, we pass it the world, we pass it the pin, the clock pin, and the config, else we return saying failed to create the instance. Then if we manage to actually create the instance, we insert the resource, and then we debug saying, hey, like we did it, we made it. Okay, everything's behind a feature wall because embedded shit. You just want to. I found it doesn't fuck up a nice structure. It just fucks up the new shit. Like if I right now, because I've done it a bunch and it works. If I came over here and said, hey, can you wire me in a new, crate, and just gave it like I did with the RTC, it does this. That was it. Like I don't know if it did the plugin itself, but that's what it gives you, like basically a template. But like it's really good at following that template. But as soon as you go, hey, do this new thing, like actually I think I might have it if I open up Pico Bevy. I think it's on another branch, the AI slot branch. So like leave my changes. Fuck. I don't know what I've done. Did something. Some kind of check available. Can I commit this as a test? I have no idea. I've got too much shit stashed. Right. We can come over here, and then I believe we hit restore. And then this has the tiny OS. So I'm trying to get the AI to write this, but because I don't have a template for the OS, the AI just keeps sticking shit all over the place. Like it kept rewriting this extern C thing every time. Like I would try and commit anything, it would rewrite this and change how it's shaped. And the issue is, this is a piece of fucking like assembly code that I don't want it fucking constantly changing. And every time I fucking didn't check the commits, it would change it. And then it would break everything and did my head. Anyway, yeah, so like this is my tiny OS, but like it doesn't work yet. So let's go back. Eventually. Leave my changes on my slot. So we're going back to it. So yeah, the way that this works at the moment is that when we call this, it calls get I2C. This is the hardest bit for me to work out because I had to do it all by my own learning, is that it uses P to work out how to extract the correct traits. And this is why I don't like that Embassy does everything with types, because Rust really doesn't. I'm using whatever fucking one they gave me because I have Copilot. I have Copilot, so they gave me, and annoyingly, I'm actually kind of annoyed at this because this is one of those, like, technically a crime on their behalf. I bought a year's subscription, and then they fucking added like a level above, so they've taken away my, like, the high level models because I don't have the Pro Plus. Because there was no Pro Plus when I got fucking Pro. Anyway, I also wouldn't have got Pro Plus. I really don't need the high level models. I'm just annoyed that I had access to that model until they decided they were going to add a tier above, and then they took away my access to the good models. Anyway, yeah. So what it does is it runs this. If this succeeds, it inserts the bus and it returns normally. And then we go into here. This is where the really cheeky stuff happens. I think this does really weird stuff because I had to fucking get around the type system. So the reason we call get I2C separate like here as a trait is because each of these peripherals have different types. And the different types mean that I have to fucking have custom functions for everything. So we implement it here, and we go, look at this massive switch case for fucking every combination of pins because they're different types. I can't just request pin 0 and 1 or pin 0 and 5. They have to have a different match case because they're fucking type changes. And because it returns an actual concrete type, I can't like make them ambiguous. Everything has to be done with generics and matching because this then calls this with two generics because it reduces the amount of code that I have to write, because literally all it does in the code section, so we've got the two generic come in here. So what we do is we remove the non-send resource for the first pin, otherwise we return. We remove the non-send resource for the second pin, all right? So we grab the second pin out of the, well, apparently. Oh no, this grabs the peripheral up. Then we grab the first pin, If that first pin doesn't exist, we print an error saying, hey, this pin doesn't exist. Again, this is when I had the energy to fucking write like half-decent code that actually errors everything and like tells you. It says, hey, this pin doesn't exist. And then we insert the resource. So we put the fucking peripheral back. Because if we don't, then like calling it with a pin, like saying, hey, make the I2C, and then it goes, hey, that pin's not available, and the I2C is gone forever. Because if I don't put it back, it doesn't know. I haven't implemented the drop logic. And then we come here and we say, hey, like grab the clock, and they'll go, oh, the fucking clock pin's not available. So we have to put the peripheral back and the previous pin that we grabbed that back. And then only if we get both of those do we create a new non-blocking, a new blocking I2C, and we insert that as a resource. Well, actually, I think we return it. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what that switch statement was I gave the fucking AI, because theoretically, I can like implement a feature of a feature of a feature sort of thing of like what's happening here, not in you, is I have to manually implement this function. I can't default it, which I think I have defaulted up here somewhere. Like a couple of them, like yeah. So the make I2C, which takes in this and this, is defaulted. It's generic. Because once I have the two types separated out into actual concrete types, this code's the same regardless if you're using I2C1 or I2CT, because it's basically grab the peripheral, grab the pin. But I need to know what the peripheral is, which is set by, you know, the implementer of this trait knows what it is. And then I need to know what pin 1 and pin 2 is. I need to know their concrete types for this to work. Otherwise, it doesn't work, which is why the get pin and the, even get pin's also been, you know, generic, because I just need to know what the fucking pin is. The only one that can't be generic is this one, because I need to be able to convert this pin and this pin. Then otherwise you'd have to pass the generics in here. And then obviously you could just do the make. So that's why the get is separate from the make, is because the get needs to be specific to the pins that are available to that specific I2C, because I need to convert them into types. My plan with the little mini OS is that you would be able to call the OS and say, hey, give me pin 2. Rather than having to have a concrete type pin 2 that I can pass in to Bevy to get the fucking concrete type pin 2 out. And then again, when I drop it, because of the fact that like Bevy is not really designed for an operating system level, when you drop something, it can't put it back into the world because the world is not owned. So what I would do is effectively, we'll go back to our example here where you'd use it. Instead of calling resmute I2C bus, you would just call I2C bus here, like this, instead of it being a resource. And then the way that Bevy would call this system, is I think we like impl system param for I2C bus T, like that. And then you would do all this, except that the get param bit would call the operating system, instead of having to pull it out of the world. So at the moment, it's world resource get this, right? It does that. But again, I don't know how accurate the AI is probably guessing a little bit here, but it is close to basically what you're doing. You basically say the different states that you want access to from the world. And I could just basically say, don't get any of the states, and then call the operating system to give me the bus, and then I can pass you the bus. Because then when you get to the end and you drop the bus, it gives it back to the operating system. But I can't do that at the moment because, you know, yeah, there's actually a macro for it. I believe it's derive system params. Param. Like that. Struct. And you like player. And then you go, I think that's to use Bevy ECS system param, like that. Now is it going to tell me can't find derived macro system param? I did I spell it wrong? Yeah, it's param. So you go like player, and then you go. I actually don't remember how this works. I guess you could be like, is, well, yeah, it's ID. And you go, wait, like entity. Go like that, and then you go single. And then you go entity, and then like with player entity. You go pub struct player. Getting really sidetracked now. Entity, sorry, like that. Then you're going to say, hey, not allowed to do this because you need to be like WS. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not a component. Oh, right. Okay, so now I have a system parameter called player. So anytime I want access to the I do not know. I would assume depends on like how many versions ago they fixed it, because that seems like a pretty major drawback. But this is just a convenient way of making a system parameter. So this would basically be like, first of all, this system parameter would only cause a system to run if one and exactly one player existed. And then you can do other things like go like inventory and then be like, hey, like static inventory. That not how that works? No, inventory should work. Can't find inventory in scope, apparently. No, we're just going to name. And go like name. Like this. So theoretically, you could just quickly single like name with name, but also you can just do this and then be like impl player. Actually, no, what you would do is you would say player and then take in T, where T, what do you want it to be? Something, something, something. Query data. And then you say, hey, T. I want to say it's like ST. How queries work? D, static. State. Wait, what? What do you mean? How are you not a component? T is not a component, considering annotating T. Oh, wait, no, because you'd just say T, wouldn't you? Plus static. Okay. Yeah. So then you say player, and you say, and then get. Say T, where T is query data plus static, and then you say player T. And you say player get, and this returns T. And this returns self. Nope. No, don't take ownership. And then you say option T. I don't exactly know what I'm trying to show off here. My brain's kind of gone. No, so it would be self.name.get self.entity dereference dot okay. Okay. T. No, not here. Yeah. T item. Is that correct? What are you complaining about? Wait, what? Oh, because yeah. read only. Now what are you bitching about? So T as T crew.t item. Oh fuck me, that's a type and a half, isn't it? Do I have to do like this? No. I'm sure it's like I'm almost certain that that's how you do it. Fine. What the fuck does get return? Is RO query item? RO query item. W fucking underscore T. Okay, apparently that's the fucking correct type. Okay. I guess we need mutable query though. Well, that's the concern. If they need to, so if two need to mutate it. Well, I can do auto types as well. They're just terrible because then later on. Anyway, and then you could also do fn get mute. Can you explain what you mean by like I'm assuming it's what do you return? You return D item. So you just return T item. No. Just item needs like underscore. Okay. Something not living long enough, something. Alright, so first off, W S W S and then your W and your S. That annoys me to no end that it says it's like, hey, you have to declare fucking types before you declare the lifetimes before you declare anything else. Anyway. So you're saying this may not live long enough. So may not live long enough, defined here. So consider adding the lifetime bound. S must outlive W. Nope. Sure. Oh, now it's really not liking that one. So why do you not like lifetime call something? So I want to say first off that item text WS, is it like this? Like this. Like this. There we go. Fucking lifetimes. Okay. Player could have resmute resource type. Okay. And if another system param enemy also needed access to the mutable resource, it blows up. Kind of. Like yes and no. So what ends up happening is yes, that would blow up because the player system parameter should not really be trying to own, because what you're doing is basically saying like this player thing owns the query to its name. So like technically it would be like with player entity as well. So the idea of this is that this would blow up on anything else trying to mutably access this. But that's not because of anything wrong. That's because you've effectively said, if we go to like like this. You've done. So when we say player, right, like player, not with inventory, just inventory. Like that. Yeah. So when we say player inventory, it is equivalent to saying this. Right, like these two are synonymous with each other. Like that's like in terms of the accessibility. So what's happening is you're effectively saying, oh, but we want to have like a mute enemy. Right. With. So this would be fine, because even though they're both accessing T, actually, no, this wouldn't be fine. So they're both accessing, pretend it's mutable. They're both accessing it mutably. This would blow up because they're both accessing T and they're not both exclusive. So you'd have to say like without player T. Now these don't collide, but like the system parameters still collide. That's what's going on. You have to, no, you'd have to do manual return types. You have to declare what the return type is in terms of like, if I go back to my iterators, maybe it's one like this. I don't declare the return type. I just declare what the return type like must, like the signature of the return type, if you will. Where the fuck is it? Slot. Cell iterator. So cell iterator returns, this one's returning a dynamic box, but I can actually just say impl. That's also valid. As long as whatever this returns meets this rule. The only time it's annoying is that it has to be the same type. The reason I'm using a box here instead of doing that is because you can't have different paths return different types. They have to all be the same type, but I don't have to know what that type is. I just have to say that that type will be an iterator. I don't actually have to declare. You'll see it all the time in Rust. Usually it's like the generic will come in and it'll say, hey, you can take in a generic and I will return you an iterator. But I am not stating what that iterator will be. At compile time, it'll be known. Like the compiler will work out what the iterator is. So as long as every path returns the same iterator, it doesn't matter. Like everywhere you use it, it could return a different iterator. It has to be the same iterator in every function call. That's my point, is if you can come up with a reason why the mutable iterator, while the mutable resource needs to be used by both, it should not be owned by either of them. You should say, like, so that's the idea of this player, right? Is we're basically saying that we're grabbing this, we're owning this. With basically just is like, this is shorthand for accessing player. The issue is if this T is something that something else needs and I'm grabbing it mutably for the player, nothing else can grab it because it's the equivalent of adding the mutable query. I would need to either do the without player so they don't collide, right? Because I could do player. I would go back to the simplified one. This would be fine. We'll make this new. This is fine. This wouldn't collide, even though both of them are accessing something mutably that they shouldn't be allowed, because the without player means it doesn't collide with this. Yeah, so that's what Rust is doing as well. Is it's the first time you return inside of a function with a specific generic, it knows what the return type will be for every other path. But if you give it a different generic, it can have a different return type, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so giving Bevy 1.0 is probably years off, because Bevy, one, open source means that like it's much harder to go like, this is the point that we stop. My best guess is that they might call it 1.0 when the editor's done, and the editor has been floated as starting for like 2 years now, and they only like maybe 6 months ago added like the basic framework for doing UI in a way that an editor would want to use. Then 3 months ago, they added a like UI thing. It's called Bevy Feathers, which is like a debug UI, and they put that out for people to try. And God, is it full of bugs? Turtle can like be my witness here. That fuck me every time I try to use that. I find some kind of weird, quirky behavior that comes from the fact that they have the interface for building buttons, and then Feathers, which builds its own buttons. Like, it's how it's supposed to work. Is Feathers is like Bevy's opinionated one, and Bevy also has Bevy Widgets, which is unopinionated version. And yeah, there's always just a weird conflict. Because it's this weird thing of like, for some reason in the widget, which makes sense because it's a widget library, it's not supposed to be opinionated. They basically said, hey, you don't have to give a precision. And then in Bevy widgets, they said, hey, if it doesn't have a precision, we don't run, which means that if you just called the function, it didn't work. You had to manually add the precision, or the functions didn't work. Okay, I'll add it to my list of shit to try. Open Obsidian. I don't have Obsidian installed, I don't think. Z. Honestly, as long as I can use my VS Code extensions in it, because I know there's a bunch of them, because again, VS Code's open source. Yeah, just like before you go, if you use a custom system program, like if you actually implement it yourself, you can specifically specify what it collides with. So you could just say, hey, I have access to this mutably, but I'm never actually going to mutate it. Like I'm only ever going to add to it or something. Like, you can actually say and break Rust's aliasing rules by saying that you aren't actually colliding with other things using it mutably. You can do that, like when you custom implement it. That is just a thing that you can do. But yeah, you'd look into the actual custom implementation. Macro is obviously designed not to be abused. Yeah, I need to look for a better editor than OBS. Then just go. Yeah, it's just a little bit dicky to set up because there's like a bunch of weird rules about like what types are allowed to be taken in as like state and stuff like that, which I could never work out. Like, I couldn't work out how to get commands inside, so I literally made my one that didn't have commands and then used the macro and commands to get access to commands. It was dodgy as all shit, but it worked. I think it was for spawning menus, and I couldn't get it to fucking do what I wanted to do. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening. Or morning, or whatever time it is for you. Okay, so we have to fit, and then we have to fit an entry. Okay. So for slot type and slot type, if shape. Okay. Wait, shape, item type, size, item. Yeah, it's not entirely stupid. Well, that was my thing. I could have written it really elegantly if I could fucking work out for the life of me how to get commands. The issue is that when you're in there, you can't get commands with the lifetime long enough, because like you can only get a lifetime as long as it gives it to you and it wants it back. So it's like it's impossible to return a command that lives long enough. And I don't know how the hell Bevy hacks its way around it. I tried looking at their implementation and they declare static types inside the function and did like this weird ass shit. So I think what they're doing is creating a new type at runtime that they pass as their thing. Because theoretically I could just clone the commands, but cloning the commands keeps its lifetime intact, and yeah, I don't fucking know. So the easy solution was just to make everything I needed packed into one, and then make an outer wrapper that had commands and my one. And then for some reason the macro knows how to mix them together in a way that worked. Okay. So for slot, for slot type. So interestingly, this needs to make sure that slots don't weirdly overlap. Like if you have because the way this works, if you have a slot inside of a slot, like a sub pocket inside your backpack, it can check the outer pocket and then check the inner pocket. But it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we have to get the item descriptor, and we have to work at its size by passing in the type, and this will give us our shape. Then we say let entry equals. So we have the entity. Okay. So you need like a add item at. Well, I think that's half your problem. I'm giving you a fucking. Wait a second, you don't have a shape. What? Okay. That's a little bit weird. Why is that? Oh, because this is an entry. Wait a second. Fine. Why did I keep calling it entity then? Okay. First up, it's entry, please. Which means you need to be mutable because you need to be able to update your shape. You say shape equals entry.shape equals shape. Okay, then we slot and we fit. Wait, fit at. So you take in an entry, which I guess is fine. Okay. That parallel assignment here. So do that, and then you just return out. Okay, cannot move entry being moved. But position is a UVec3, that's clone, copy, something. Okay, add at. Entry. So that would be buckled to entity, shape. I don't know if I want to have to give it a shape. Sure, rotation can be default. So you come in. Why am I not use of moved value? Oh. Because you're not copying. Debug clone. Okay. Sure. They all apparently have clone, so I'm fine with that. So this is for each slot. Interesting. Wait a second. So this tells me that I should probably make it so it can get locked in, because it'd be kind of funny. But again, use of the moved item. But you should never get here. When do you move it? Here. Oh, because it's okay. Cool. I'll just clone you because I don't care. Apparently rotation didn't have a 0. That kind of makes sense, to be honest. Apparently this rotation isn't here, which is because we have to go like here. And be like, we are really fucking around with this rotation. Alright, apparently we've got 2 more issues. Cannot find struct entry. Okay. This feels like it already needs a rewrite, but I already gotta get it working before I fuck around doing that. Right. Yes, please run that. I don't know why it's telling me I have to do that with a separate code. Okay. Oh, something crashed. Why? So, first off, not yet implemented. Yes. So, fit at. So, this is just going to call fit at. Okay. So, interestingly that you only have a shape, but that's fine, I guess. So then we just go entry. Wait a second. That is an interesting point. Yes, hello. Yeah, cool. Just fit at, please. Stop misreading yourself. Yeah, no. Probably for the best. Now this is kind of dodgy, which also shows that we probably shouldn't be passing in the entry because the entry has the entity. Right, I'm gonna take some notes again to change things. So we need to be like entity. To do. Move this a layer up, question mark. Have shape, position, rotation as a substruct. Because the entity is never used, and passing it down like this feels wrong because I have to literally initiate this just to be able to like, hey, here's a shape, does it fit? That's the other thing, is also, the shape feels like you should be able to pass the shape in. Like, this should be an entry of its own. Like, not entity, and entry. Like, I feel like fit at. Also, again, for the sake of not having to clone everything, I feel like these should be passed in. Shape. I don't know where this rounded gizmo box came from. Anyway, so fit at now works. So we pass in shape. So we have this shape. So this is adding an item. So we have an item descriptor and an entity. And we say for slot, and we say slot, and we say slot, and we say, hey, shape. Let entry equal. Right, and then we pass in entry. And then you pass in entry, like this. Yeah, I definitely feel like the shape needs to be modified slightly. Anyway. You don't need to be cloned anymore. You can just pass that in. So we do this, we do this. Interesting that I pass in an entity here. Right. Because then your position is 0, 0. Right. So interesting, we need to like find the first empty. This shouldn't be 0, 0. It should be like find the first empty. Like to do find first empty space that can fit the item. Okay. So again, let's check, make sure it doesn't crash. Okay. So weird, interesting question here is why the hell did you make it? You should have been rejected. I don't think I actually check anything. If let some okay. Be like info added bottle at position else failed to add bottle to inventory. So, and then we're gonna do it again. Right. But this time we're gonna go 90 degrees. Right. And the idea is at 90. Right. So you should fail, but apparently you don't fail. But I guess it's because the slot is empty. If it's at. Right. So fits at is the thing that needs to be checked. Wait, okay. So we need your bounds. And we need to if okay, so the position which is bounds dot 0. No, it wouldn't be, maybe. I guess, because we're kind of implying that the bottom left corner is always the point that we're saying is in bounds. If that's always the minimum. Interesting. All right, so if not in bounds, return false. Right, so your minimum is apparently self, which is a slot. And the slot has a position and a size. Okay. Can we, I'll say trace. I think I have to do info because otherwise trace doesn't show up and I need to remember how to turn tracing on so that like it turns up in the console. Like there is a way to do it, I just don't fucking remember. Failed to add bottle to inventory. So out of bounds, 1, 8, 2, 8. Not in. Okay, fair enough. Added bottle to position 1, 8. Well, that's just blatantly incorrect. And then you said out of bounds. 1859 is not failed to add bottle inventory. That's even funnier. Alright, first up, let's set log plugin Is that how that works? I want to go to your default, please. Can we uncat poly inventory trace and Bevy log default filter? Is that how that worked? I don't know. What was the default filter called? And where the hell are we? We're in Bevy log. Is default filter public? Yeah, it's a pub const. Alright, we gotta find it before we go inside the concatenator screen. So. No, see, if I just set the log filter to that, it will show all of the trace. I need to like tell Bevy to only trace my bullshit. Dot 2. Damn it. Fine. Fuck you. Let filter equal Bevy log default log filter dot toString nope. Now I think that's how it works. Is we just say filter dot like push. I want to say that's just how you do it, and then we just say filter. Because from what I remember, so when this is default, it defaults to log level info, and then the filter gets to override any of that. So it is like da 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 equals this comma da da, and then and also good to know trailing comma. Right. So theoretically, when we go back to here, no, here. So what we've done is that we have that, and then we put my crate equals trace, and this should turn on like just for my crate traced stuff. I'm pretty sure the filter gets to override. But it might be only that you can turn the filter down, like the filter can remove things. It would also help if I don't think I have any code that does any tracing. I don't. It's not. Okay. So I also don't know where that came from. So if I said trace there, let me go back to here and go run and go, hey, do I get to see the trace? Does it turn up? I'm assuming it does. I think I've done this before. What would be annoying is if I had to go the other way, which is turn the level down to trace and then turn, yeah, okay, so my shit turns up as trace. So, out of bounds. Okay, this seems correct in that this bottle is out of bounds. So, I think, are we returning or are we continuing? So, I don't know why that bottle got added. That bottle's a little special, so I should probably make the other bottle like a water bottle so I can actually tell which bottle is being placed in the wrong fucking place. Anyway, director slot. Here we go. Okay, so fit just literally tries to stick it in position 1. We have our entry and we go check. I feel like this is redundant, but anyway. So this is on the slot itself. Out of bounds. So that's this saying out of bounds. This is not in bound 057. So first off, I don't think this is working correctly. Very much in that I want to find shape and I want to modify shape. So first off, I'm going to say that you are not shape. You are maybe cells. And then we're going to have a new thing. We're going to go pub struct shape. Right. And the shape is going to have cells, which is a cells. Well, maybe I keep calling this definition. I can just stop. Okay. Position and rotation. Okay. So it takes in a shape. That takes in a shape. Okay, this is going to help me track down all the locations. So cells needs a bounds. So does shape though, which is going to be extra fun. Pub struct. So import shape. Bounds. Which is going to take in itself. And it's going to return a new struct I'm going to make. Because I'm getting a little bit annoyed at everything being a little bit all over the place. Now, maybe I should be checking to see if Bevy has a bounding box, because that would probably be much smarter right here. Because something tells me Bevy has AABB. Yeah, I just saw something called AABB, and I think AABB is the kind of bounding box that I'm after. So can I say return a Bevy? Is it math? No. Can I just underscore you for now? It's going to yell at me and say, hey, you're not allowed to do that. Let bounds equals AA. So, Bevy gizmos. AABB. See, AABB, it's referring to the plugin, so it's not. It's like mesh AABB. There, camera. Bounding rectangle. Where are you coming from? Math. Okay, it is math. Yeah, it's, I remember it being called AABB, but it makes sense that it's actually Technically, AABB would also work, but that's a 3-dimensional thing. So implements bounding volume. Why the fuck is the rotate? Okay. Wow. This is going to save me a bunch of time in just knowing that this exists now. Center. Ugh. I don't like that. Look, you just have a min and a max. Wait a second. No, it's let bounds equal self dot cells dot bounds. You don't get to give it a rotation. So it's let bounds equal self dot cells dot bounds. Okay. Let's leave you the fuck alone. So the shape has a bound. So we have to import cells. Okay. Bounds. Which takes itself and returns a BB2D. Right. So your AABB is match self. Right. And then you are AABB 0 and size. So I need to dereference it, just need to turn it into a vector around. Right. That's how a rectangle does its AABB. It starts at 0 and it goes up to its size. Now, you have its AABB. You also return AABB. Thank you. Maybe it's like 2D. Alright. So you get this bounds. And then we say like bounds apparently has a bounding circle. We okay, first off, we need to match self.rotation. Can I do things to these bounding boxes? What the fuck can you do? So we can make a new one, which is kind of pointless. From point cloud, kind of pointless. Bounding circle. Closest point. Interesting. Bounding volume, center. Interesting. Visible area. Contains. Merge. Grow. Shrink. Scale around center. Transform by. Okay. That seems like the kind of function I want to call. Bounds dot transform by. That's not quite right, because what we're actually doing is checking to see if it hits anything else. Because I'll use contains to be like, hey, do you contain, like do you fit in the pocket? But also, I need to check, like, do you hit anything else? But yeah, for this specific thing, you're right, contains is probably what I want. So we have to transform by, and we have to translation, which is self dot position. And then dot rotation. Now, you have an issue because self-rotation, that's going to be a pain in the ass, because theoretically I can really easily do that, because all I need to do is go, what the fuck was your rotation? It was like rot2. And a rot2 is apparently a sine and a cosine. Mm-hmm. It's really kind of weird. All right, so to find out rotation, rotation, and then we're gonna say like impl into rot2 for rotation. I don't know if that's correct. Can I say rot2 fast renormalize? Turn fraction. Creates from a clockwise fraction of a full turn of 360 degrees. And negative argument corresponds to a counterclockwise rotation. Angles larger than or equal to 1 turn in either direction loop around to smaller rotations since a full rotation turning object. Okay. So I want to set identity from, what was it, rotation? Okay, something. Frac. Yeah, hopefully I can get back into streaming like most days. Again, I need to not just do one project. Like, kind of fucking like I was going, oh, I'll do a platformer, and then people came like, oh, what happened to the other game? I was like, ah. But yeah, hopefully I can remember to actually stream more. And if not, like hit me up on Discord if you want to just like work on the voxel game, like not on stream. But have a good night and enjoy. Mm-hmm. Transform by. Mm-hmm. Toodles, have fun, sleep well, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If self dot down stuff. All right. A B B 2D. A B B. Min is self as position and then self size. And then we say self dot bounds dot contains bounds. So we need to go like if no, we need to trace. You don't have a name. Item does not fit in within slot bounds. Okay, so now we need to say okay, so that should now tell me like where it thinks the item is and where it thinks the slot is. Okay. Now we still have your bounds. So we can go we'll just return true here. And then we just go the other is an entry. Right. So we need to go up to entry and say that entry is actually a shape. Like that. Apparently shape is not clone. That's fine. Derive, debug, clone. Now, rotate's not clone apparently. So I want to change rotate to orientation. Orientation. Okay. The only reason I'm doing that is because I feel like first off, this one's gonna be identity. Right. And then this one is rot 90, rot 180, 270, rot 270. Right. The idea being that like I want to be able to have flips and stuff because technically like flipping and rotating something are not necessarily the same thing. Okay. So we're gonna get rid of check. So bounds, not fit. Okay. So other bounds is equal to other.bounds. Right. Now, when we go entry, no, somewhere I'm implementing entry and giving it a bounds. Right. So you just say your bounds, which is again, it's an AABB. Anyways, this one I'm going to say inline always. Self.shape. Right. Right, we have to get rid of this stuff. Just it just sells, which is then gonna say self.shape. Inline. Always. Okay. This is just like a shortcut to deal with the fact that it's like this. So apparently cells doesn't implement debug. Okay, that's fine. I think I'm just going to call to do on this because I don't want to deal with it right now. And apparently orientation also doesn't have debug. Okay. So, Alright, so we want to say something like bounds dot intersects. Okay. Check if volume intersects with an intersection test. If you intersect with you, we return false. We also want to trace. Item collided with other item in slot. Okay. So the question becomes run. Oh. So what other? Oh no, we have to do the check. We have to actually check to see if. So it's more like if you don't intersect, continue. So item bounds in slot. So we're going to trace that, but it's still going to return true. And I'm just going to be curious because I don't think it should hit anything. Because like nothing should overlap anything, so it should never really actually get to here. Now we have to like fix all of the issues that came from the fact that I've changed some signatures and things. So, right. So I would like to go to an entry. Back to entry, wherever that happens to be. Entry. So entry needs to get deref. And we need to say that deref is here. Right. The idea being that like since we're derefing the shape, we should be able to call self dot. I don't know if that's necessary anymore. We're doing the actual rotation on the bounding box, but yeah. Okay. So when we add an item, you return your shape. Right, and then we want to say entry and shape. Like that. So this is adding an item. I think you want to return shape. Because then we can do more flexible things. Like we could actually give it an offset and all sorts of things. I don't think slot's doing anything. Okay. So move the slot and move apply. Okay. So come up here and go, what the fuck is missing? So enter into this shape. We're adding item at. And your shape. Okay. So first up, let's go. Let possible shape equal item equals shape. Well, we pass in the item descriptor. Which means it's more like you need to take in, since you're taking the item descriptor, you don't really want to take in a shape. You want to take in the entity. The position and orientation. That's not how that works. So we're going to select some shape. So this returns a shape. Then I guess I want to say like we need to use to mutable. And we say something like shape dot position plus equals position shape dot rotation equals orientation. Or it should just be equal in position. And then you just return position. Okay, and then we say fit at, and we go shape. And then you cannot find entry. Which then entity in shape. Okay. This adds an item at a specific location. Because it makes much more sense for it to be that way. Is we basically say entity. So I want you to be positioned at 1,8 at an orientation of identity. So because it's bottle, isn't it? Yeah, bottle entity. Right. I guess that's the other thing, isn't it? So that's a bottle entity 2. But I only want this to run here. Right. Because I think what's happening is we may be adding the bottle and then adding the bottle again. Like it failed and then we add it again. Okay, so we add the item at and say, hey, added a bottle to position, else if we add the bottle to this position, failed to add bottle to inventory. This is where I'm thinking it needs to be a different thing. Because bottle holding the image, although it like works, it doesn't make sense that I can use like the water bottle separately. item descriptor. Okay, so water bottle handle, which is an item descriptor from bottle. Items. Okay, and then so you spawn this one. Again, incorrect. We want you to be water descriptor, and then we say water bottle handle. So we have to, yeah, item descriptor. Okay, bottle entry, water bottle entry. Then you spawn yeah. So this is a new empty. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Test inventory add. Okay, so then it's a bottle water entry. Okay. So water descriptor isn't apparently used anywhere, which I find very weird. Because it be water descriptor and water descriptor. Okay. So this is definitely making me think that like the item descriptor needs to be its kind of own thing. Not shader, shape. You also need shape, and we need to go back to here and say shape. Okay. Right. So you need to return a shape. Correct. So then you need cells. Position 0, identity 0. Okay. It does make me think that maybe I should have a rotation 0 and an identity. And the identity is saying I didn't set this. Well, very inefficiently is kind of the point. If you get it to work, then you can work on optimizing. It's like why a lot of my code at the moment, I'm just sort of trying to get it out of my head, because like the first hour of the stream, whatever is outside of like we got sidetracked going back on my voxel game, but like it's like, oh, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? It's like I need to get it doing something so that I can like one, see the issues like I'm having here, and also like to be able to like effectively modify it. So something is causing none of these bottles to succeed. So first off, apparently, for one thing, I think I'm going to redo item descriptor, but for now I'm just going to item. So I need a name. Right, a name just returns a string. Not a logic circuit simulator. Actually, that sounds like a lot of fun. So what I would probably do is one, uncouple your frames from the actual circuit. Maybe make a custom schedule. That, or you could just do it with observers if you don't want to go to that much effort. So what I would then do is have like all your logic for calculating like what's connected to where, like what switches, all happen as its own custom schedule that's not tied to your frame rate, so that you can basically be like calculate only when a change is made, what like wires need redoing. You could probably do custom textures because it's not actually that hard, where you like generate an image that is the number of pixels between 2 points. So I'll rerun my game. No, don't do that. Where's the example? It's gonna be yelling at me because I didn't add names. So the bottle needs a name. Just a string. Name. This is just for debugging purposes, really. Well, that's what I'm saying. So what I would do is because what you're really doing is going like, did anything change? Did anything change? So you can run the function that does all the updating logic like asynchronously or something, like give it like keep all your state in a structure, pass it to a function that solves it asynchronously, so you can render what the circuit's doing while it calculates the next step. Then you get that back and it tells you, did anything change? You render that step, and then if something changed, you give it back and let it render. So the idea is, if you end up with a cycle, you can like turn it down that it only ticks like 10 times a second, but you're rendering the whole thing, so you can actually see things happening and ticking back and forth. So I'd like have just like a single function that resolves that and run it asynchronously, so you can like basically keep a solid frame rate and keep moving around, even if the simulation is like doing loops. Because the idea is that you would only ever resolve one step, and you might resolve 10 steps before rendering it to the player. But the idea is like you resolve as many steps as you can, but you don't stop a rendering frame. You only resolve them asynchronously. So it's like every render frame you check to see if something happens. So you don't lose frame rate if it's taking longer than a frame to calculate. I forgot what I was checking. So does not fit 0, 5, 5, 5, 10. Okay, that's the top one. So 0, 4. Wait, why are you 212? Okay, so that's interesting. So first off, when we spawn inventory, we've now passed this in. We've passed the item descriptor to you. All right, so first off, add item. You have access to the item descriptor and the entity. So you say 4 slot in slots. 4 slot type, get the shape. So this needs to like trace. Added item to inventory position. Okay. So this will tell me if it finds anything. But my concern is we're saying like does not fit, which is the insert add. So you would also be the same. Is trace added item with orientation. Right. Which technically this should also do the same, but like we are not even checking more than just the first slot. Something is causing you to miss, I suspect. So 1, 2, 3, 4 traces. So why the fuck are you min -1? Is actually an even more important question. Okay, something does not fit within slot. Where is that? So these two add to the inventory. Fit add only gets the shape. So fit add So currently we're doing add it. Okay. So I'm going to say else failed to add to inventory at position with orientation. Failed to add to slot. I feel like the slot should also get a name, but this feels like just a me thing. Failed to add to slot at position with orientation. Okay, this should make it a little bit easier to like work out exactly which is going wrong. Because I can't see any of them, which implies that all the bottles are missing. Okay, so first off, we're tracing a lot more shit now, which is a little bit annoying. And it says, okay, so item -1, -4, max 1, 4. Okay, so first off, why did you end up when it does not fit within slot? Okay, that first bottle is missing because apparently that first bottle is really fucking big. Now, I feel like something is calling new then. Or half center right. So bottle size. So this is your shape, which is rect. Yep. Okay. Position 0. Okay. So this seems to be correct, which means that it's probably the shape. So cells. So gotcha. Min is 0. Okay. So that should at least fix. That should fix the like bottle that we're trying to put at 0, 0 not going in. Because primarily, like what that was doing is it was making the bottles way bigger than they should be. Okay. So added bottle to inventory position. Okay. So item 1.8 max is 2. 12. 8. 9. Okay. Maybe. Did not fit within slot. Okay. That makes sense. This one I understand. This is not supposed to fit. Failed to add bottle of water at position 1.8 with orientation identity. Okay. So item min item min 2 max is 212. Okay, so its orientation is still identity, which is incorrect. You're supposed to be getting it at rot 90. Oh no. Wait. Oh yeah, did you not fit within slot? And then you don't fit within the next slot. Okay, so this is the rotation 90, which is item added. Wait, why did you put you at 3.8? You're 1.8. That's interesting. First off, it's ending up at -1, which is incorrect. Does not fit within slot. This one. Yeah. Your max is 510, which is wrong. Oh no, 10. Yeah, and you're 5-1. Yeah, no, 510. Or 10-5. 510. So, first off, what that's telling me is that I need to actually reset its position. We don't need this. This is from earlier. So something is going wrong. So this is the cell debut, shape debut. Okay. So that's kind of your issue, is that you're like rotating like around. Hmm. That's the annoying thing, is that I can't like. First off, this also doesn't seem like you're rotating the right amount. At 90 degrees. Okay, maybe it's just wrong. Again, because I've got the wrong like thing. Like I had the wrong offset. The AI was trying to stick it somewhere where it's really not supposed to be. Okay. So where did you end up rotating it? So you rotated 90 degrees. 90 degrees counterclockwise, apparently, because now you're going into the negative. And your max was 1. 9. Okay, so that implies that if I rotated you 270 degrees, because I want you to be like 1.5, because 8, 9 should fit, which means it's like literally like I just need you to rotate the other direction. It still didn't work. So what did you get? You got 1.7. Means you rotated down, which I guess makes sense. That is a quarter clockwise, which doesn't make sense to me, but so if I said 9, just have it slightly higher and then rotate it. Okay, so the magic water bottle's all the way up there, and the other water bottle's gone entirely, which I find very bizarre, to be honest. Wait, why did you try and add 2 water bottles? Oh, because it's 2 slots, that's right. So you didn't get added to that slot, that makes sense. Added, yeah, and then add a water to inventory position 1-9 with rotation. Okay, so the part of the reason why that's in the wrong spot is because the rotation. Why did that other one fail to add water bottle? Added off the inventory at position 0, 0. So I don't know what happened to this bottle. Something tells me I'm probably reusing its entity or something. Bottle entity. No, it's not being reused. Where the fuck did it go then? Honestly, not sure. Because what's throwing me is if I don't spawn the other bottle, like if I say rotate 90, where is it? Let's run. Like if it comes back, that's kind of weird because it implies that part of the reason it's missing is because the other bottle is like nicking its spot. And it's back. Okay, but it got added both times, which means it's just not rendering it properly. So this spawns the... Do I ever break? I do break, but I only break for slot types. Anything else? No. So... we do this, and then we're going to go with rotation. Well, I guess what we want to do is something like we have the item, and so this is the image, which comes from the image, Okay. Description. Yep, that's a descriptor. It's the item, which is the entry. So I want to say like let transform equal item dot shape dot transform dot translation times equals style dot extend 0. Right. Yeah, you're saying there's no method called transform. Okay. Transform. Okay, then we go to shape. We go shape. We go okay. Transform. Okay. Ooh, it's interesting. Okay, so we do need to implement this, like, so we can get like proper rotation. Okay, self dot position as vector dot extend 0. Okay, so then we have to go to rotation or orientation and be all like impl into what for orientation, which is identity, and then yeah, half pi pi 3/4 pi. Okay. Keep forgetting what I'm doing. Alright, so where did that? And apparently that bottle. Oh yeah, because we didn't add the actual bottle that has rotation. Alright, turn you back to 270, which I'm unclear why turning you to 270 eats the first bottle. But anyway. It should at least be turned on its side, but I don't think it's going to be in the right spot. Yeah. Ah, okay. That's why it's all the way up there. It's because I'm adding the offset to the item. Actually, that's interesting. So, so, well, it needs to be like relative to. So, when I say like slot fit shape, fit at. Okay, so we check to see if you're within the bounds, but I feel like then I need to like copy the shape and offset the shape. Maybe it's just when I spawn it, but I feel like the shape really should be relative to what you're trying to put it in. But I don't know. So when we do the rendering, item.shape.transform, and then we multiply that by that. All right. And then we have to say transform.translation minus equals slot.position.as times split. Okay. Do that. Dot extend 0. Okay. Minus equals offset. Seems like a smarter way of doing it than trying to like calculate where the item is. The issue with that is it means that you have to give the item's position an absolute. Oh, fuck, now I don't know where either of the bottles have gone. My concern is that they're behind. Can I get you to like print out the location of the bottle? When you get to here, can I get you to like info spawn bottle? That's not correct. Not shaped up position. Transform. Not translation. Maybe the scale's getting set wrong. I can't see why it would, but when did it spawn it? At 10, 10, 0. That, well, what? Okay, first off, why is it at 10, 10? 10, 10 puts it fucking miles away. Well, not miles, but like definitely not here. No, wait, that puts it near 0, 0. It's only like 10 pixels up. So you are actually at 0, 0, 0. Why the fuck are they rendering? One makes sense to render behind, I think. The other one doesn't, because they should be children of the fucking original thing, so why would they be behind it? Unless I'm making them children of the wrong thing. That's always possible. Okay. Dev dependencies. Bevy ins the EGY. I don't remember how to set this up. Bevy inspector EGY. It's apparently dashes. Okay. Then we go back to here. We add default plugins, and then we say app.add plugins. Bevy inspector EGY. Add plugins EG here plugin default. Is it World Inspector? Reload. There's a way to do this. Bevy inspector. Nope. Quick. 12 inspector. Okay. Let's run that. It's going to take ages to compile with additional stuff, but I'll actually be able to fucking see things and move them around and work out what the fuck is going on. One advantage of doing the inventory with a rendered cube square instead of having to like spawn each individual square. What am I going to do? I'm like incredibly unsure why it does what it's doing. Like the first one makes sense, but I don't understand why the first the first bottle being at 0, 0 makes sense. I don't understand why the spawning the second bottle causes the first bottle to disappear. Like they're not dependent on each other. Like and more confusing, like the other bottle is still spawning, I'm pretty sure. Now my thinking is that we probably also don't want to target the item, because if the item's like holding the inventory, we want to be like spawn the inventory, despawn the inventory. And not have to worry about like destroying inventory information. Okay, so we can do this. We can go like name, new, descriptor. We did grab the descriptor. Yep, descriptor.name.toString. I don't think we need to do that. We can just go that. All right. Correct. You have to implement into gal. Okay. So it only has to be toString, because otherwise. Right. So the trick with that one is when we rerun this, we should now actually have named items. Now it's going to be a little bit confusing because the items aren't necessarily going to be the top layer. Well, they're definitely going to be the top layer. Yeah, okay. So lots of observers apparently. So one of the entities, inventory item, children, level, children. Yeah, so there's the bottle. So you have the bottle rendering. Why is your transform 0? Okay, no, that makes sense. You being transform 0 makes sense. My question is like, where is your transform? Also 0. Where's your like global transform? You are at 0, 0, 0. What the fuck is wrong with you then? Rotation, translation, scale. You are just at 0, 0, 0. Look, there you are. Okay. Z. So you need a positive value. Now, my question is, isn't your parent, right? This is your parent. Right. So why the fuck do you end up behind your parent? Aren't you supposed to render in order? Same with you, like, right? Okay, that's rotation. It's also the wrong item. You. Is it because it's like somehow negative? Wait, no, wait, what? Maybe. Look, you need to be positive for some reason. And it just needs to be like any amount of positive. I'm very, very confused about why you are not rendering on top. Oops. Okay. Name. Inherit. I don't think the global is doing anything. That's so bizarre. Like, you are actually spawning an item. Entirely. Right. So apparently the global Z index doesn't do anything. Which, let's cool look. I feel like this is only in UI. Yeah, node. Index. Entity index. Okay. So by looking at it, we literally just need to say that your Z is anything but fucking 0. Wait, that's multiply. Now, we're going to end up multiplying it by 10. But again, I don't think it matters because it, like, it confuses me because I thought that, like, children were always rendered on top of parents. And so it's throwing me off why, when they're both equal to 0, they're not rendering in the correct order. But this should just make them both visible. No. So these are both the bottles, which, funnily enough, I think I'm going to change how items work, because I feel like I'm going to go item descriptor. Okay. Name. Apparently you have DREF. Right. Sure. that seems like a much smarter way of doing that. Then we can get rid of this entirely. Right, so I'm going to work on asset loading because it's doing my head in that I know this is all going to change. So we're going to say impl asset. Okay, wait. Pub struct item descriptor loader. Impl asset loader for item descriptor loader. Okay, extension dot item. Okay, can I get you to do this? So, asset type, item descriptor. No settings, please, and thank you. And error is just going to be load item descriptor error. Yeah, thank you. So you're saying that into Bevy error. So you need to come here and go dependencies. This error. Is it this error? This error. Okay, apparently it's just like no space, it's just this error. 2. Right. So we have to go back to our item. Go derive this error and debug. Right. Sure. Elf reader dynamic settings load context. Okay. So you apparently don't implement type path, which is weird that you need that. Anyway. So you're saying that I can't do this because you're not a task, which I think is like async move. Cool. So what I probably want to do here is fn load item descriptor. This will take in the thing and it'll return a result. And then this is just going to call to do. Right, then you call load item descriptor, like so. We're going to let data equal string new reader dot read to string data dot await. Okay. So we don't use settings, and I don't remember how the load context works, but I believe the load context is where we stick it in the end. So you are going to take in data, and CTX, which is a new reference to load context. And then you are going to take in data on load context. Alright, what do you want? You want a result asset, and that's the asset that loaded. Okay. So I think I need to rename this to something else, like icons maybe. And then we go new folder, items. We go new file, and this would be bottle dot item. Okay. Lovely. I have no idea what that's doing, but lovely. Okay, go back to item, please, and thank you. So you just called to do. Can I just return item descriptor default? You don't really have a default, but also it needs to apparently be wrapped in OK. So name is error. To do import okay. I feel like you should probably be hash maps instead, because you take up the same amount of space. But anyway. Okay, so we're gonna import item descriptor. New. I want to name. Size. Equal and particle. Sure, I can give it hash. Shape.clone. Right. Something like that. So we have an item descriptor. I think I still need item. Maybe. Maybe not. Well, actually, I feel like you're still going to need items. Okay, and so this is going to hold a... maybe. Can I just, like, width? Item. I don't know what item does. But... I don't think it does anything, to be honest, at this point. So I feel like you should keep a copy of the descriptor handle, like in a slot. The entry. Actually, that makes much more sense. Yeah, okay. So you will still have width. Oh, no, you'll still be item. Then we go to item and we say this descriptor, which is then a handle to an item descriptor. Okay. Then we say descriptor. Okay, so you, which is to match item. I like doing this because it means we have lots of them all pointing to the same one rather than having to update each individual inventory. Match descriptor. Get. Right, which is descriptor.id. Okay. Go back to here, and we go and pull item. Okay. What the fuck does this return? Asset ID. Okay, so in our rendering, we do this, we call ID, we do this. So everything should basically be the same, except bottle doesn't do this anymore. Let's just get rid of bottle entirely. And go, hey, you bottle.item. When we spawn an inventory, we say let so we need like let loot or pub struct loot table. Back to handle of item descriptor. Then we import from for loot table. And get asset server resource, and then we say items, and then we say self items. Not run.item. Okay. Right, so you do that. You do that. So, and then here, instead of grabbing this, we're going to go res item loot table. You don't even mule. Loot table not resource. Yeah, cool. Drive resource. Right. Then we go up here and we say, hey, app.init resource loot table. Okay. So that initiates the loot table. This adds all the inventory and does all that. So bottle is items. Okay. Items dot item 0.clone. Alright, so this is already an item descriptor. Okay, so that also gets to go. Item descriptor entry. Wait.
Yeah, they put a drone idea in there.
Okay. here's the concerning part, is that this is not guaranteed to have happened yet. So, we have 2 different items. So let's change this to loot. Set assets item descriptor. Right. So we have the bottle, which gives us the item descriptor handle. Yeah, which is then item.get bottle.id extract. So that's probably going to crash all the fucking time. Bottle entity commands spawn. The idea is that you should never really get to this situation where you don't have the item spawned. So commands spawn item. Bottle. Right. So we have the bottle in the inventory. The inventory just adds the bottle inventory. Okay. Water descriptor. Loot. Loot. Items 1. Expect. Clone. Oh, right. This is not the right thing. So you get cloned. No, this is water descriptor. Water descriptor is items.get dot id dot expect water load. Okay, and then the bottle entry is right. Hence this, and then water bottle.id, and then water bottle. Okay. Okay. So item descriptor goes in to add that item. And then we try this item. Otherwise we try in a different rotation. And then we spawn the test inventory. Alright, so this should well, one, crash because it's not going to find what it's looking for. In that the file's missing. They like aren't going to find the items. But that means we get to work on like the actual loading. Yeah, so it panics because it says, well, first of all, one is it couldn't find it, the other one is it didn't pass anything. Bottle water. Okay, so we go back to here and we go, okay. First up, we want it to be Linux compatible, so it's bottle item and bottle water. Actually, this might work now because there's nothing actually forcing it to spawn the items. They just need to actually exist. And the water bottle was just completely missing. My concern, is could not find asset loader. Ah, okay, right. That's like inventory here. In the inventory plugin, that in lib. Add init asset loader. Item descriptor loader. It doesn't implement from world. We just will give it. Okay. So now that we actually have to load up, they should just load empty. Is the key thing there. The issue is I'm worried that because we're in a startup, we're gonna like be able like basically a race condition to whether all the items have loaded before you try and spawn anything. Which is concerning. So where did you panic? Bottle loaded? Yeah, so it just didn't load. Well, that's kind of the issue, isn't it? Okay, like, I don't think there's any way I can do it. Like, pre-startup. Because so we're gonna just wait 1 second, which 100% will let everything load. But I'm pretty sure that we can't sit in a loop inside of in here. It still crashed. That's interesting. So is it just not possible for things to load? Like, we may have to wait a frame. Okay. So I guess if we first off get rid of the wait. So in startup, spawn the camera. And then app.add systems to update. I guess more like one like state enum. Loaded false true on exit loaded false spawn inventory and then check loaded loop server, and we go for item in loop.items if get loaded state item equals Does not. Okay. Match asset server dot get loaded state. Get loaded state. Yeah, okay. Item.id. Bevy assets loaded state. Loaded. Continue. Okay, well. Loading. Return. Everything else do nothing. Okay. Have to add systems to update. Check loading dot run if in state loaded false. Okay, so that should check that all the loot tables are loaded. Can we also like info all items loaded? All right, so that should effectively slow it down to load the items. And then spawn the inventory, which effectively guarantees that the inventory is done. Hey-o. Now, apparently nothing's loading. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Item. I bet it's because I'm reading till end or something, or like reading to string maybe. There's a thing like if you're not careful about reading a file, you end up just reading forever because it's waiting for the file to end, but it's like it never does. I'm curious why it takes so long to start. If loading item from datum. So, question. Info. Checking loaded items. Info. Still loading. I gotta check to see if all items were loaded. I feel like it's not even getting here. Ah, it's not getting here. Init state. Loaded. There we go. Okay. So Use finalist array. Creating a new window. Checking if all items are loaded. All items are loaded. Failed to add water bottle to inventory. Now, question: why the fuck didn't you spawn the inventory? Like you spawned the inventory. Visibility inherited. It has an inventory item. Inventory item. So you're the actual main inventory. You just don't have anything in you. It's weird. You have an inventory. Hmm. Hmm. So you got to apparently failed water bottle to inventory. So I don't think I can. I'd have to add like a custom thing to be able to read that, I think. But I can read like the resources, right? Assets. Yeah, theoretically. So why can I not? Like you added the item. Did I break the inventory at some point? No, we added a slot. But the inventory has a slot. Maybe I'm only running this on startup or something. No? You're running. So, first off. So we had to track down like when exactly. I think that's it. Like it's just gonna be that like it didn't. It didn't have a chance for it to flush, so it spawned them both in the same frame, and therefore like it just didn't have. What? Yeah. Okay. So that means that this needs to flush at some point. So I want you to continue, but for some reason. How do I flag you to actually? Okay. So I think we want to be like spawn inventory window. Right. Something like this. Like this. Target is our handle to an inventory. Data, I guess. Yeah. Right. And this needs to be an event. Right. We come down here and we say fm window, which takes in on spawn window. Commands. So you're going to do this bit. Okay. So we need commands. We need the data, which is res inventory. Okay. So okay. I think I'm going to leave that there, but it's interesting that technically I wouldn't need that. So we would... This is only needed for like adding items, maybe? No, because this gets the sprites of items. So we say like bet some equal inventory dot get on dot target ID else spawning inventory window event has a target handle. No inventory handle. Right. So then we should be able to like go like commands dot trigger spawn inventory window, something like this. It should still work. I believe Bevy is like compatible with all of the things, but it'll just tell you. What exactly is not going on? Like what do you actually need help with? I have a GPU. What do you mean by lagging? Because like again, it's some weird stuff that can happen. I don't. I'm happy to help, but I don't exactly know what you're asking. Like specifically. Because one of the things like I do know that like cause a lot of lag is that like there can be a weird input lag if you're using things like pointers and stuff like that. But like sure, if you look in the description, there's a link to my my Discord server where people, and you can just post it in the I don't know. There's just a general channel, I guess, just chuck it in there. But I know that like there can be a weird lag, like using pointers because they're like only fired every like 10 frames or something to like save bandwidth or something. So like you'll end up in the right place, but it'll like lag behind. It's weird. Oh, okay, interesting. Where's mine set? Like, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't say like necessarily adapter information, system information. It doesn't say like not supported or supported on mine. GPU preprocessing is fully supported, but like it doesn't just say like the GPU is fully supported. It's the same like the specific feature is fully supported. I don't know. Interesting because like I've got Discord open, so just post it in the general chat and I'll have a look. Okay. Info. Spawn window. So this adds the window, but I'm going to get rid of this. So then we have the observer, and then we go back to here, and we go, hey, so we spawn the inventory, and then we say spawn that. That inventory equal inventory.clone. Just going to do that. Just spawn a random inventory. And then we're going to say commands.spawn. No, just trigger. Spawn inventory window. Target inventory. Go back to here. Render. I'm going to make that public. That also needs to be public. Spawn inventory window. Not like that. Then you call spawn inventory window, which will target that. So we should see in the chat it say something along the lines of spawning target window. Okay, it really didn't like that, and then something overflowed. Yeah. Interesting. So what that tells me is I probably shouldn't be using the asset server to do that. So we should probably do something like inventories res new assets assets inventory. Inventories.add. Inventories.add. And yeah, same thing, inventories.add. You're not mutable. Okay. Okay, so we add the inventories and then we say spawn inventory. The key thing here being that this guarantees that the inventory will actually exist, as opposed to what's happening there, which is we're ending up like a frame behind. I see that you've joined the Discord, but I haven't seen any pictures you post. Yeah. So what did this say? It said all items loaded failed spawning inventory window or inventory with 2 slots. Okay, so we're getting to the rendering part. Lovely. I'm going to say like 4 slot in slots. Alright, so we have to be something like root equals commands.spawn. And then this is just going to be inventory window. I don't think I need this to be toString because you can take in anything. Transform is default visibility is visible. It's just default. And display inventory. I'm going to get rid of display inventory. I think it should work fine. So then we're going to go here. And we're going to say, go like width. Program. Then we can get rid of this bit. Like that. found. Right. Then we come up here and we go, okay, so how do we spawn the slots? It's just like command.spawn and we spawn this sprite in. Right. So that spawns in the spots. So I guess we go here and we say let style equal. But now it's just gonna be callback style. Yeah. And then we don't need this child of because that's done automatically by that. Okay. So whenever we run this, it should, in theory, put the inventory back, like where we'd expect. Like we'll be back basically to where we were, but like spawning it a different way. Okay, there we go. So now we're respawning the inventory back the way it was. Okay, now we need to go through each item. Which is interesting. So we spawn the root thing, and then we go, okay, so with children, slot, okay, and we say like, yeah, let offset, nickel, plot dot position dot as vec2 times by style cell size dot extend. Let's do that. All right, and then for item in slot entities, let mute transform item shape transform. Transform translation is style.cells.extend, and then translation is minus the offset, and then spawn item. I kind of feel like I should have the descriptor. Maybe not though. I don't know. We have the shape, and then the sprite is custom, which is cell sizes times by shape cell size. Bounds maybe. No. Okay. Fine. Cells.size, which should just return a vector. Image style. No, that's incorrect. This is supposed to be the item. So we need to like let the item descriptor. Alright, so we need the item descriptor. So okay, so item descriptor. Item entity equals items dot get item dot entity Item entry does not have item. Let some descriptor item entity has an item component with a handle that does not correspond to item descriptor asset. The idea is that I think we want to come this like kind of make this like load later. So we could probably like spawn an entity with a flag that says like load me later. So let mute transform item shape transform translation transform offset slot root spawn name item entity. Okay, so the name can actually be descriptor dot name. That noise is going to get really annoying. Fucking alarm going off in the background. Then we have the transform, and then we say the visibility is the visibility, and then we say that this is the yeah, we have to just give you a size. File true stretch 1. That's not what you do. That's what you do. Okay, don't want you. Image style dot background. Okay, so image is descriptor dot image. Okay, so for item in slot, so I have to like ask the slot like get type. Right, because I don't think the entry keeps track of that. So then we would say get type, and then we would say item dot position. I'm gonna have to go stop that alarm. Cell type. Okay. So cells need to size. Actually, no. Image. Image size. Okay. Work on that later. Image and size. Back to. No, wait, this is how custom size works. Okay. So now we just need to go like. So we're going to change image to take into impl iterator item for slot type in slot for okay, just find the first fucking match. So then UB slot dot slot type into it. Alright, I'm gonna stop this alarm because it's driving me fucking spare. Okay, I got a drink of water while I was down there. Annoyingly, as soon as I got to the alarm, it fucking stopped itself. It knew. Which, actually, ironically, means I get to do this. Copy that. Paste that. Go to the semicolon. Go back. All right. So. The fuck do you do now? So you iterate through. We can actually give it a proper name. Transform. Visible, you've got a custom size of size and size and size, and bottom left. Right. So this is obviously I'm not going to do shit because I haven't actually configured the file at all. But I think I'm just going to read through like line by line and just like, I'm going to make like a bespoke tile system because I fucking can't be bothered trying to cram it all into thingamabop. Alright, so use so it spawned the inventory. It supposedly failed to add the water bottle inventory, but it did actually like add one of the other ones. I don't know. We'll find out when we go, hey, we're gonna start with the water bottle. We're gonna say name. Fucking alarm started again. I'll be back. Okay. Fucking alright. Name. Right. So next is we kind of need to be like, what is the next thing? The fuck, where is the code? What? Brain. This is a good sign I should really be stopping because my brain has cooked itself. Okay, item load. So, what does the descriptor contain? Size. So I'm thinking, what we do is we effectively go size. We go slots, and we go, okay, so untyped uh 1, 4. And then we say image untyped, and then copy path. I'm going to trim it, but basically that's how it's going to work. Is you can specify size and then like any number of these after size. So we're just going to go here, and we're going to go vec new. Nice. Image. Image. Oh yeah, images need to also have a so you would be comma 1, 4. Okay, cool. So then we just need to make like a fucking rudimentary parser. I'm just so done with trying to do this fucking properly. Alright. For line in data.lines. So we need probably enum mode. Okay. Mode equals name. Mode name. Right. So for line. If okay, line equals line dot trim. Let mode no. mode equals fn set mode line. I'm being super lazy with this. Actually, let's do that. Mode. I guess you just return a bool. So we're going to say, yeah. So let line equal line dot trim if line dot is empty, continue. If set mode line mode, continue. Mode dot parse line. Yeah, not going for like literally anything complicated. So we're going to say if line dot starts with if line dot okay. Line dot to lowercase. If line dot starts with name right. Parse line self line line dot split parts dot next name dot if let sum name dot push Ah. You got trim. Alright, so size. Slot shape. Stop let. Mute. Okay, where the fuck is my error?
What?
Alright, again, just going with getting something to fucking work. Missing size. There is no invalid slot types. Okay. So we passed the line. Okay, so we go parts. We go slot type equal parts dot next. No, okay, or something size error. Item descriptor error. Missing slot type. And then we go size dot push self pass size slot type slot string. parse image. Okay, honestly, I think we just go with the cut this. Right, I'm just going to say you take in a slicer. You take in an image 1. Right, and then you do the same thing. So we just take in slicer. Line. I just can't be bothered trying to cram it all into the same thing. I just want it to like be really obvious what I'm doing. Right. And then you do this. Let me just go again. Let's go left. No, split, comma. One of the missing is already invalid. Size. Invalid size. Wait, size has to be like a whole shape. Oops. Oh, anyway. That worked. We need to implement parse on you, which is like this. Okay. Untyped. Anything else? So it's like if it mentions one of those or anything else. I do feel like I need to lowercase it, but I also don't care. That's the person of the spring. Things like let so slot type using slot image path. That's not how that works. Thank you. Right. You want to return a string. Image handle. Next. I feel like this is just a terrible way of doing this. I'm just doing like what's coming into my head so that I can. So let commute parts equals part next split. Missing image path. Don't do that. Unwrap. No. Okay, or parse the Y. Do you pass that back up to you? You have a slot and a shape, but you have an image thing. And that's annoying because when I come back up here, which I guess means like, do I need to parse you the ATX? Then we come down here and we say parse line. Yeah, this is a shocking way of doing this, but you know. Like this. CTX dot low. Retrieves a handle for an asset at a given path and adds that path as a dependency of the asset. Okay. I mean, that should kind of work. It's a terrible format, but I legitimately just want to know that it's going to work. Like the bottle should now load, I think. It's like I've given it enough information. If not, I've given them fucking error handling enough. Okay. So it didn't really do anything. Well, it probably did. Am I not trimming it maybe? Um kind of why we need a bit of lowercase. So item loading. I do want to go like okay, so item descriptor. You don't have debugger around. Can I give you debug? Apparently everything has debug. That's good. No, then you take item, please. Means I can get rid of the name sort of clone bullshit. You just do that. Can I just do a reference to that? Okay. So when I run this, it's going to tell me like basically what I loaded. Okay. So it said that I loaded an empty bottle that is sized, custom, untyped. Right. Hence the need, honestly. I feel like the smarter idea is to come. Is it in slot maybe? Yeah. Untyped, watertight, and small. Make them capitalized. Is almost certainly a smarter idea. I mean, I could just make it lowercase. Like, only check the lowercase state. But I can't be bothered, for one. And two, I don't know, there might be a case where you want to have, like, untyped. Hey, look, it's a bottle. I don't know why it's failing down the water bottle that doesn't exist, but... Oh, probably because it doesn't exist. Yeah, that would explain. Alright, yeah. So I'm going to paste that there. And it's just going to be called water bottle. It's exactly the same, except it's bottle water. Lib items slots. Items. What are they doing? Yeah, run. So this should then bring the water bottle back. Yeah, the water bottle back. Okay. Now, my annoyance is somewhat that, like, when we rotate the object, I feel like I need to reset its position. Like, is it slot.bounds? No, that's the slot itself. I don't care about that. It's entity.bounds. So shape.bounds. so annoying. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but also not. The yield bounds are always at 0. Hmm. Because that's the idea, is that like hmm. So to do this, we'd probably want to be like bounds dot min minus equals 0.5, like bounds dot min plus equals 0.5. Ah. It's not like this. I don't know if this is going to fuck it up because it's going to change the length. It shouldn't, because all we're doing is effectively yanking the min. Well, if this is always 0 to start, hence we pull it back so that we rotate around. Like plus 0.5. Like that means we can first off return this again. But I'm curious if this is actually going to rotate and return the correct thing. We can find out. Well, would it be plus? I feel like minus is going to... The idea at the moment is we're effectively sitting on the corner, and we're minusing, which pulls us to the corner. No, it didn't like that. Where did it put the bottle? 8.5. Right, it rotates then translates. I think if maybe we subtract both of them. Again, I think it might actually be positive because we want them to rotate around. Like when it's at 0, we want it to rotate around the 0th cell, which is actually plus. We subtract both of them because that would explain why the translation ended up like slightly off like it did. Is because we rotated, like we subtracted the minimum, but then we added to both of them. Well, that put it back in the same place. So 1.8 you didn't fit. So 1.9 means it is rotating around the same place, but it went up 1. Hmm. Oh, maybe that's correct. I guess next just to make it fit, and then also try and like add lots of items. I mean slot, and then fit. Right now everything's rectangular. Guess it works fine for me. So we say 4 slot in self dot I guess it's for cell then. For cell Alright, so to go slot, and we have to be like I'm going to say that like an inventory is always going to be square, and the way that you get around it being square is by adding like subtractive slots. All right, we're going to be like okay, so we're going to let work out the bounds of the shape. And then we go I guess we say shape. It seems like it's going to be a really, really inefficient way of doing this, but we can just be like, fit that. That should mean that in our like test thing, and then we just rotate through all the orientations. So first we need to make like another bottle. I feel like there's got to be a better way of spawning these items, but I can't really be fucked dealing with it. Honestly, we don't even need to actually make different bottles. The idea of the different bottles is that technically they're not going to have the same inventory, so you know, doing this is going to be stupid. Because you're effectively saying spawn me 5 bottles that share the same inventory space as if they were 5 separate items. Which means if you took something out of one bottle, it would disappear out of the other. Anyway, the question now, I guess, is when I run this, is it going to work? No, apparently not. Well, I think it did. It just put the fucking bottles all in the same place. Like, failed to add water bottle to slot position 1 8. Item. Item min 00, max 14. Okay. Add empty bottle inventory. Yeah. They're all in the same place, but it is in fact adding them. Did I fuck up and not return the correct thing? Like, it's failing and then it's just adding it anyway. No, it's returning the right thing. Oh. Right, we're not actually checking. We just return true. So we need to go like for cell in yeah, like can we do like bounds dot intersect? No, we want intersect tells us it actually hit. Merge. There's got to be some kind of way of like bounding circle, closest point. So bounds gives us the AABB bounding block. So there's new from point cloud, bounding circle, closest. Okay, probably this. So center half visible area contains merge, grow, shrink, scale around center, transform by. Okay, so it's transformed by and transform by. Okay. Translate by. Rotate by. Rotate by. Oh, rotate by, yeah. This checks if they're intersecting. Bounding circle. Oh, but how do I... The merged obviously makes them bigger. So we need to go down to like wherever it is and say intersecting. Intersection. And then we do something like we have to do this as its own function, intersection of bounds and other bounds. Then we go for cell, and then we say if entry dot I guess users and other occupies. return false. Alright, so that's like collision. So intersection. Well, I know that they intersect, but okay, cool. Is A's min's max of B and min? I don't know if that's correct. So the minimum is A minimum and the maximum of B's minimum. And A's maximum is the minimum of B's maximum. So the smaller of the two. That does seem correct. So then we come down here. Oh, I guess it's up here. We go collision intersection. Okay, so instead you're going to return impl iterator. U vector, right, that, like that. And then you would instead return rect iterator. No. Max minus min with offset min. I think that should actually just return 0. It's kind of funny. Okay, so then we need to say that you don't need to do this anymore. You just call that, and then that should iterate through those, and then we can say occupies cell. Occupies cell. Now the issue with this is that like they're rectangles, which means that they actually do occupy their entire fucking shape. Anyway. So the issue is that I feel like yeah. First off, not cell. Well, that's the issue, isn't it? Is I kind of need to like fucking rotate it back. Okay, wait, the local position would be I don't think this is the best way of doing this, but you know. Min is vector 0, and max is. I'm doing this in like the laziest way fucking possible. Cell dot as vector. Right. So then we need to go like dot transformed by. We need to be like self dot position minus self dot position dot as vector and self dot rotation. Right. So that should, in theory, trace changed right. So maybe that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't. And then we say self.cells.contains local position dot as uvec maybe. Right, then we have to go to cells and add contains. But the idea is that by basically plugging this stuff in here and rotating it, I'm effectively converting. I think I have to do negative this. Interesting. I might need the inverse, I'm not sure. But the idea being that I'm trying to translate the piece back into the right location. So yeah, it might need to be negative this. But anyway, then we need to go to cells and work out cells does contains. Apparently we don't actually do like any of this. Right. Then we go like pub contains, which is this, which just matches the rectangle, and it just says, hey, if positions X is less than your size and positions Y is less than your size, just return true. I'm just gonna wipe that out. Right. Dot max dot. All right. They convert you to that. Next, position rotation. I think that's correct, but I'm not entirely sure. I may have to write some test. Yeah, but then the idea is that when we call contains, we check the local reference frame, and then we interestingly should just like get it. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I'm starting to feel like it would probably be smarter to, like, when you add an item, like, get that item to take all the stuff, but then it's like, you're gonna end up with these massive hash maps where, like, if you have a backpack that's like 100 by 100, it's like now you've got 10,000 fucking cells. Okay. All the items still fucking collide. Wait. Yeah. For the water bottles. Added empty bottle to water bottle to inventory 10. They are getting added to 10 apparently. The issue is that they're not actually getting added to 10. Which makes me think that when I say like add item, we go for slot. For slot type. So check each slot type. So this continues if the shape. Okay. So let's if item can't go in this slot type. Try the next one. Okay. Find first empty space. Position. Okay. Well, there's part of your problem. So you need to be mute. We say entry dot shape. No, entry dot shape dot position equals position. Okay. So that's part of the problem, is that we were finding the spot, but we weren't actually setting the spot. Also, I want to make this like info, because it's getting a little bit annoying trying to decipher those out of the traces. Where am I going? Okay. Okay. Hey. So I need to make the bag like one spot bigger. So how do we do that? So first off, I need you to be 8 tall. Actually, no, stay 7 tall. Now, I'm adding 5 bottles and it's 5 wide. So when I go one more bottle, it shouldn't actually add that one more bottle, because that one more bottle physically can't fit. Now, I keep forgetting where I'm supposed to be. This is the sign that I should really be fucking ending the stream. I'm getting... So adding one more bottle, it should just not spawn it. Correct? Correct? Yeah, so there's no extra bottle. Add a water bottle to inventory position. And then failed that. Okay. Lovely. And then next, I guess, when we say not item, add, it's add item. So what we do is we go for each slot in self.slots. Tries to fit. Well, that's an issue. Is that currently we're just kind of sticking it anywhere. We're implying that like an entire container must be the same slot type. Which I guess I don't really care at this point, but I do want to modify the fit though. So we want to be like for cell in cells. Now, my question is it smarter to try every orientation? Yeah, okay. So we're going to go for in yeah, we'll get Scrum and we'll do that. So we say like shape dot rotation equals orientation. Well, I kind of want to go here, and I go like somewhere I have a bunch of errors. So like pub struct orientation iterator. Right. Kind of, but not really. So what we would probably want is to be like vec orientation, and then okay. So we have to like use super, right? Because it's for orientation. Yep. All right. Then we want to go import orientation iterator. Something like this, except again, I want to actually say that identity is identity, and then rot 0 is because identity, I wanted to be able to like return identity saying that like don't like take whatever rotation the player is currently doing, or the like if the user passes in a specific orientation. So here's the thing: you'd be rot 0 through rot 90. So I'm gonna actually rename it. I'm gonna use it anyways. It's all. But then you're gonna be like, width. Orientation. Right. Gonna be something like that. Wait, is that just like a thing that I can actually do? That's kind of hilarious, actually. I don't know what the mid is. Okay. That's kind of awesome. I'm gonna go here. Kind of want to go strum. So we want to be like orientation iterator. Oh, no, orientation iterator. Start with shape.rotation. Right, the idea being that I kind of want to be like, if you're holding it on its side, try and keep it on its side, but otherwise spiral through. This should, with this one simple change, mean that we can actually fit those extra bottles in. I want to say we should be able to fit 3 more bottles in because it's like they're 4 high, and then we can add 3 on their side. Okay. So somehow, some way, these bottles got short, which is kind of cute, but also fuck you. Oh, also that would be part of the reason why you couldn't do that. Well, I just remember, like, you're not actually 0, you're 1, so it would be like that minus 1. If orientation equals identity, return self all. Apparently identity doesn't have equal. Okay. Par equal. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still very confused about why you're fucked up like you are. Inventory window. Alright, so I want to name these as well. Just because it'll make it easier. So that's going to be in render. It's going to be like when we spawn in. So you're the inventory window. And inventory slot. Dot iter dot enumerate. Something like that. And then you would go name new slot index. Right. Let's just make that a little bit easier to track things down in. So they're obviously going to be in here. This is 0. So first off, where the hell are they? I think they all got the same sprite. The question is, custom size. So you're 10 by... Alright. So yours are correct type. Oh, these bottles went up 1. The rest of them are just there. Okay. So okay. So you are in the right spot, but you are not. Right. There's also the rotation issue. Because I believe you try every rotation, which is probably not the best idea. Alright, first off, let's try it again, because I think I fucked up the rotation thing, because I shifted everything. But we're not passing in the rotation, which makes me think that everything actually was just spawning on its side, or should have been on its side. And that would actually explain why they got stuck like that, is because if we weren't passing the rotation in, it's doing that same thing where, like, it decided that them on their side, 1 up is better. So if they all spawn in and they're all on the side, then what it's saying is it's found that... Okay, no. It's interesting. Where are they trying to go? Item descriptor. String. No, that's a description thing. So again, when we add them, which is in slot, I guess. So fit. So we try each orientation, and we say shape.rotation. Right. So you should return shape, I guess. Right. And then you return shape. Right, because I don't think you touch it. Right. Which means you return shape. The shape comes in, we clone the shape, we return the shape. Then up here, instead of being like entry.shape.position, you also return shape. Right. And then we have to go here and say entry. Also, shouldn't fit just take a shape? It does. Doesn't? It does. How the fuck is this word? Okay. 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 Added item to inventory. And then you just shape, please. Now, why are you having an issue? Because shape is not clone. Okay. Okay, so we stick the entry in properly now. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it's working because I don't actually know. Ah, God damn it. Okay, so one, why would the bottle not get first shot? Is much more interesting, okay, honestly. Okay. Add empty bottle to inventory. Okay, first off, why the fuck are you getting to that rotation? Why is the first thing you try the 128-degree rotation? Okay, no, wait. The very first thing you do is you added an empty bottle because you just didn't try anything else. And no, and you stuck it in the wrong rotation. Okay. Okay. Print line. Guys, panic. Very first fucking bottle you try. Shape. I want to know what the fucking shape was right at the start. It's probably identity. Okay. So when identity comes in, It should return as soon as it finds something. That's what's throwing me off right now, is that it's not returning when it finds something. Hmm. I suspect it's iterating through everything and it's just finding the last thing that worked. No, the very first thing it tries. Oh, because it pops. Correct, it pops. Okay. Where's my iterator? Yeah. It pops. Alright, so I guess all goes like this. And then you would go like that, I guess. I actually don't know if this will work now. Anyway. Which means that the first thing it fucking tries is sideways. And that does mean that, like, the orientation is wrong. Alright, I still have it crashing. Okay, you now try 0, 0 with rotation 0. Okay. So, I'm going to go to slot, and I'm going to say, can you stop panicking now? Run it, and then it should only be the top 3 bottles that are wrong. Because it means that, basically, I'm setting their position back incorrectly. Hey, I mean, it kind of worked. They're 100% in the wrong spot. So it added them with a rotation. So where did you put it? Position was 3, 6. So 3. 3, 6. Oh, 6 up. Okay, it traces a lot of issues. You need to stop it tracing fucking everything. I like the idea of leaving the traces on, but like, it's just too much. But maybe we'll leave this one on, because this should only hit like once or twice per. It's still way too much, because like as soon as you're adding lots of items. It's just too much to dig through. I like. Okay, so there's one issue. Is it changed cell 1, 0 to local position 0, 0 for shape at position 1, 0 with rotation 0. It's not what that should do. So where are you putting them? 3, 6. 6 is correct. 3. So it thinks it's putting it here. And it probably is putting it there. It's just the 3, 6 would be correct because it's 0, 0. It's purely that the image is in the wrong spot. That's it. Inventory, slot 0. Empty bottle. You're all correct. Your transform is 3060. Wait a second. That's probably correct because if I did you, so because you're rotating around that point. Again, we rotate around that point. Well, I mean, I think that's the simplest solution. Maybe. Let's just do that because I think that's rotating around the right spot. Now, the occupies is what I'm worried about because I think that's not going to work properly. But theoretically, when you rotate 90 degrees clockwise, I'm trying to think. I want to say it's like not south. Where's the transform? Where's the one equal transform? So we add the rotation. And I'm wondering if we just correct the rotation because we're rotating around that point. Means that when we rotate 90 degrees forward, I guess that's the question, isn't it? Is because clearly it's wrong. Where the fuck's the thing? So I guess we need to add more items to the other inventory. Actually, in theory, if I just don't spawn it in, don't add the inventory yet. Go test inventory dot add item. Item descriptor. Bottle entity. Right. I'm gonna run this again. If this puts it in the correct spot, then it implies that it's kind of working properly, but not working properly. The issue is I don't actually know if it's doing what I think. So first off, apparently we still have an empty bottle, but we added this final empty bottle down here, which is incorrect. Okay, which means that that is actually checking very much the wrong thing. So you should have failed. I mean, I think that's correct. I don't know why it put 0, 1. Also, 0, 1 is just incorrect. But okay, yeah. So that's at 0, 1, which means that actually should be up here. Which I believe does mean that we need to set the rotations correctly. Because I think we are rotating around that. So that would mean that when we go transform, we need to like add self dot rotation dot offset. Right, and then it's going to tell me that offset rotations don't have offset. Also, can I fix this from being rotation to orientation? Right. So to correct the orientation offsets, we have to go to orientation, and then we import orientation. Okay. So identity and rot 0 have 0 correction. And I'm pretty sure it's in cells, because then we multiply by the cell size. So rotation 90, which is one of these bad boys. No. So we need to go inventory, slot 1. Okay, let's grab, I guess, is it you? Yeah. So, but 90, which is, okay. So first off, let's rotate you upright. So that's where you're supposed to be. When you're rotated 90 degrees, we need to subtract 1 on, add 1 to X. Add 1 to X. When you're 180, I think we have to add 1 to both. Because again, you've like basically flipped underneath it. It's because the pivot point's not actually in the middle of a cell. And then you just add 1. Which should then mean, like obviously your calculations are wrong, but maybe. Okay. Well, it's at least laying in the right spot. Now, for some reason, it seems to think that 0, 1 is actually empty. Hmm. Now, here's the issue. Wait, 0 to local position. Yeah, the local position 0, 0 or shape at position 1, 0 with rotation 0. So this shouldn't do this, which means that we are actually doing something wrong. At least they're like positioned correctly. So what the hell is your problem? Changed cell 0, 0. All right, so that's my occupied. All right, occupied. wait, so first off, change 0, 0 to local position 0, 0 or shape at position 1, 0. Right, you turned into 0, 0. First off, I feel like it needs to rotate the other way. But I don't actually 100% know it needs to rotate the other way. But I think what's happening here is that I want to actually say probably position, like print out position. And I bet when I run this, it's going to be like -1, 0, or is it maybe even something else. But the idea being that like we're effectively going outside of the bounds, so that the max becomes 0, which then doesn't hit anything. Yeah, so the min became -4 in the y, so it's pointing down, which is not correct. Changed. Maybe it is correct, I don't know. To do the rotation correctly, I think we would need to do the same. So your min is z 1 times by 0.5. Right? No, so we subtract 0.5. And then you're also minus 0.5. Right. Then we do this. So effectively we need to yeah, no wait, 0. I'm not entirely sure. What I should probably do is work with like a 1-by-1 item and assert that like when I try to place it at a specific place, it actually checks that specific place. Yeah, no, so we want times by -0.5. Right, so that is -0.5. And then you subtract 0.5 from the high end, which should bring everything down a little bit. Then we rotate it. And then how do we, so when I do the bounds, we subtract 0.5 from both. And then we add it back in our translation, which I think would actually translate to that, but I don't actually know. And then again, I think I need to actually rotate the other direction. So you took so well, that's the thing. So 0, 0 becomes 0, 0, which is all well and good. The question is changes cell 0, 1 to local position -1, -1. So first off, that doesn't actually make any sense. I guess it kind of does, because what I think it's doing is this cell, which if we open up like no, like 16 by 16. View, show grid, configure grid, image, configure grid, 1, 1. Alright. I think what's happening. Where my pencil is pencil. One pixel. Right. So we have this. Right. So it's 1 on the X, 0 on the Y. So it's actually here. So we are then rotating that 1 like clockwise. So we're here is our pivot point. Well, it rotates around 0, 0, yeah. So this is our pivot point. Yeah. So if we go one of these is like a rotate. Which one of these is rotate though? That one rotate. So we want to rotate 270 degrees. No, 270 degrees. Don't commit me to it. That's negative 90. Which is what 270 degrees should be. Except I'm pretty sure we're spinning around 0. And on our particular thing, 0 is here. Right, so we went to negative. So then you reckon that the minimum is negative 1, negative 1. Which if that's 0, negative 1 would be this one here. Makes me think you went like this. So 0, 1. Negative 1, 0. Like you negative 1. Like here. The fuck? Oh, negative 1, 0. Puts you here. Right. No. So what we've got is this. That's what we've got. Negative. So from 0, 0 to 1 in the X. And then when we rotate you, why can I not rotate you? I want you. No. So you go 4. Okay. So that's our 0, 0. And that's our point, which expands that way. So when I rotate you 2 sets of 90. No, 3 sets of 90. Which makes me think it's this way. So 1 clockwise, which is 3 counterclockwise. Which makes sense, because that's how it's ending up. Is it's going from pointing like this to pointing like this. Right. So 1 like that. So you went from 0, 0, 1 to negative 1, 0. Okay, but why did the min? The min should have stayed at 0, 0. I don't understand why the min ends up over here. Because I'm passing in something from a shape at position 1, 0. Okay, so then the min, I think it's because I'm subtracting that. And I'm subtracting that. So it's ending up like this. Right? And then when we subtract 1, it does that, which gives us this rectangle. which has its maximum. No, that doesn't seem right either. So that's 1, 0. The first things first is they moved it half a blink over. Oh, I don't get it. Maybe if I put it here. I still don't think that rotation's correct, but that's besides the point of this one. It's just ending up not where I would expect. Alright. So, question is, so if I find that fucking bottle, I open the wrong inventory. So this bottle here. So let's take your transform. Let's set it to 0. And your translation to 1 and 30. You're over here. Which is what it's saying. 31. Now, when I rotate you 270 degrees, which I believe is like that. What should the coordinate become? It should become -1, 0. No. It should become 3. Okay, my suspicion is I need to rotate it the other way. So we need to get to orientation, and we need to which takes in self and returns self. And we go, hey, identity or rotation just returns. I don't think that's correct. Maybe though. The reverse of 180 is 180. Is that correct? Possibly. Well, the idea is if you've gone 270, then rotating 90 more will get you back to the start. Maybe. It's not making sense in my head. Anyway, we got collision. No, it's shape or something. Occupies. So self.orientation.reverse. Okay, so I'm gonna run this. It'd be really funny if they just fixed it and I don't have to like try and compute things. I don't know where the extra bottle went, and these bottles have disappeared. So it turned 3-4 to local position -3, -6. I'm so annoyed at this. Maybe I'm not supposed to be fucking doing anything. Do we take it in the position? Do we take in a position? Maybe what we're supposed to be doing. I don't fucking follow. I need to turn this into a local position. Which is just to say like cell minus self dot position. Okay. Thank you. I took from online, changed from purple to blue, but the box is still blue. And it took me 2 minutes to compile it every time I changed even a single thing. Have you actually tried updating your drivers? It could just be that your driver is out of date. Because it's like Bevy saying like it appears you're using a driver, not necessarily that your graphics card can't do it, but just the fact that you've got yeah, I don't really know. Because there's nothing specifically wrong with your code that I can see. The other thing is that like it may not actually be using your graphics card. It's but I don't know how to like because it's not really something that I do. Are you just using the default features, I assume? I don't, wait, unrotated. Hmm. I feel like it needs the rotation. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I don't actually know what's going on because Bevy's basically saying it can't detect your the correct drivers. Adapter info. Okay, yeah. So it says here that you're using adapter info is Microsoft Basic Render driver, and you'll see that when mine boots up, creating a lot of random crap. It says that I'm using the actual graphics card. Adapter is the NVIDIA GeForce, like it actually says my graphics card. So you appear to be using software rendering because it's using the Microsoft driver, not the whatever you said your graphic card was. We'll just go like because you said you've got a an Intel HP 5500 GPU, so it should say adapter interface Intel 5500 GPU, not Microsoft Basic Render driver. The basic bit giving being the big giveaway of being like it's not doing something, like it's not detecting the GPU and running on the GPU. It's running on the Microsoft interface. So it's software rendering instead of talking to the GPU directly. Yeah, I don't know, because it doesn't have any driver information. See, I've got like my driver is NVIDIA, and then the driver information tells me like the version and then the backend. So you're not. It's beyond my scope of understanding, but I would assume that in your settings, on your Windows settings or something, you can tell your computer to use the built-in one, or maybe you need to update the Microsoft Basic drivers instead of the GPU-specific drivers, or do something, because like device 150, mine's like device 10,000, so yours is quite old in that it's one of like really early versions of my, which again, I think it's that basic renderer thing, so it's basic. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, device type CPU. So it's running on your CPU. It's not running on your GPU. That all I can really give you is that it's not actually running on your GPU. I don't know how to change that because I've never really had a laptop and never really done like the embedded stuff, like where it's built in. Mm-hmm. Hello. I don't know what I need to do. Oh, it's panicking. That's not good. I think I'm doing something like I'm attempting to subtract with overflow. So I wonder if what I need to do is potentially like maybe rotate. So we know that cell is positive because again, cell is always positive. So what if we said I don't know. I need to somehow turn you into thing. So I guess the new cell. So we would need to be like cell dot as vector minus self dot position dot as vector. Just do that for now. That's probably also still going to crash, but it should trace. So change cell 4.1. So to local position. So it should have turned 4.1 into 0.3. I don't know. Honestly, I need to break it down further and just do it smaller. Okay, so that kind of worked. But, like, not at all, really. It put the fucking other bottle in the right spot, except that bottle up in the wrong spot. Anyway, changed cell to local position 0, 0. That's kind of the issue, is that, like, it's obviously 1.5 is going to be inside the thing because it has to be. But then, like, the next thing it should have checked is apparently the same thing at 90 degrees. Right, because you failed. Local position -3.0 for shape at position 3.5. At 90 degrees. Yeah, I think it's just doing it wrong. I think that's probably what I would want to do. Is, like, effectively, like, subtract these two, which would be the new position, and then we'd say, like, let AA equals AABB bounding box, where the min is vec 2 splat -0.5. Right, move it down. And then the maximum is new cell minus 0.5. Right. Then we want dot apply transform by orientation dot reverse. Right. Translate it at not dot, and then I want to pass in the new height. I don't know. I just want to, I guess, like, know what the new height is. Because that's the thing, is changed 0.5 so into So local position. So it's at a 90-degree rotation, but it's a 90-degree rotation. I think clockwise. I believe it's clockwise, but I'm not actually really sure. No, it'd be counterclockwise because it'd be positive. So you would, when rotated 90 degrees clockwise. So 5 up should. All right. Well, I guess we restart it and see what the new code does. I don't think the new code really does anything. So 5 up should become, because of the rotation, we also need to add the rotation offset. I've just realized. I want to know if I can. So changed cell with 0 rotation. So changed 4 across 2 up. The local position 0 across 2 up for shape at position 4 up 0 with rotation. Okay, so this is working correctly. Position 0 0 0. The local position 0 0. Position. Okay. So anything that's not that apparently is just breaking. So the rotations of 0 work. But as soon as it tried to rotate something that wasn't 0, is that what happened? No, you have a rotation of 0. You just said changed cell 4 3, the local position 0 3 for shape position 4, rotation 0. No, okay, you didn't like that I was trying to rotate something that half size to x is greater than or equal to 0 and half size x is. And why? Wait, what? I called new. AABB. 2D. New. No? What called new? What's called new? What called new? What? I didn't call new, did I? No. What called it though? Panic handler, bounce math transform by, rotate by. I can always just. I think I'm gonna rotate it by. I do not understand. I guess I need to actually write tests, what that's translating to, which I should probably just go get food instead. Alright, so what we want to do is do, like, I guess, test. I just want like mod test. Maybe we'll like test fn basic occupy. So we're gonna be like let shape equal shape. Something like that. We have to use shape from above. use super. Right, so we have a shape, we have a rectangle. I want the rectangle to be 1 by 1, please. To be at position 1, 1, and orientation identity. Okay, we're gonna say like 4x in 0, 3. Cell equals this. If cell equals 0, 1, 1, assert occupied. It's like go like 5. Right, run test. So this should just assert that like 100% in a 1 by 1 shape. Okay, interesting, apparently not. It does not like whatever the fuck I did. Right. First up, just get rid of this entirely. Okay, so I think I have to add the rotation. But I'm not actually sure. No, it's still failing. Where did it fail? Interesting. Wait, should not be occupied. Okay, so I reckon that that's probably string information. I reckon you should probably be an IBEX then. And we say if pos right. As you 32, as you 32. No, other way. Okay. Okay. Run the test. The test should pass now, but that's because it's a very basic test. Okay. Let's go back to our test and go, this is renaming 1 1x1. Right. So then we're also going to go like 4 so this should then test all the other orientations. Like, so the idea being that like if I turn a 1 by 1, it shouldn't move. It should pass everything. Okay, so I think it does say clockwise. Anyway, so we're gonna go like test and then occupied, not 2 by 2. We're gonna say like 1 wide, 2 high. 1 by 2. Position is 1 by 1. Now, this one, I need to be a little bit more careful about how I test it, mostly because I don't want to fuck around. And like, I want to actually like specifically be like, okay. I guess we should probably just comment this whole thing out, because that'll come back. But anyway, we're going to say, I don't know. Okay, so we're going to assert shape occupies these two spaces, and we're going to assert it doesn't occupy these spaces, which I guess is just copy this. Do it again. Right. So do the little sweep of the entire grid kind of thing, and we say if x equals 1 and y equals 1, it should return occupied, otherwise don't return occupied. Right. So when I run this, it should pass. Right, so that passed. But here's where it gets annoying. Is if I turn the shape rotation 90. Now, rotating at 90 degrees should, in theory, make it now 1, 1, and we'll turn it 90 degrees, so it should be like 0, 1, I think. But obviously this isn't going to work, because we don't correct for rotation. No, it failed. The 0, 1 should be occupied. Right. So 90 degrees. So when we call occupies, we're just offsetting in contains. Now what I need to do is work out how to convert this cell. So if self dot orientation does not equal identity, the issue is I need to rotate myself. Maybe not though. Maybe it's let A equal A B B. What if we said min vec to 0, no, splat negative 0.5, max is cell dot as vec2 minus 0. No, new cell. Dot rotate it. Self dot orientation. I think it's actually minor. Again, all we're doing is instead of rotating it around 0, we're shifting it all like down in a width, and then can we like print line should check a dot. My issue is that I want to say it's a dot max because we should be spinning around 0, but if we pass past 0, the max becomes something else. Because now the test should panic, like basically as soon as it hits the condition that I think it should fail on. I should probably check that that is actually saying that it will rotate clockwise. Because it's also possible that I'm giving them the wrong amount of rotation. Still wouldn't work, but you know.
I'm not really sure.
But so what we need to do is say this failed. Why did this fail? So again, it's saying that half.x is less than or equal. Half.x is greater than and half.y. Why did it panic? So it calls self.new. It does not like doing this. When is it both of them are 0? Like what the fuck are the values coming in? Checking if self occupies with orientation. Checking if cell occupies self with orientation. Right. So it doesn't like that at all for some reason. Okay. So we panicked at something. So you found. So we're checking if 0, 0 occupies shape 1, 0 with rotation 0. Right. So what that says is well, I guess the answer is like no matter what rotation you're in, right? If news cell equals 0, right? Like you have to occupy your 0 position. Not necessarily, but I'm going to say that it's probably a rule. Well, it's not even a rule. I just need to say like return self dot contains. Right. So like check. Just don't do this if it's 0. Okay. So this should get us a little bit further into our testing, because apparently 0, 0 is a fail state. Okay, so it's still crashing, but did it crash? Should check -5 to 5. Okay, so checking if 0, 1 occupies shape 1, 4. First off, I must have run the actual thing, not the test. That would make sense. Going that like doesn't make sense because I'm not testing 1, 4, but that. Okay. So it's somehow again still ending up with 0. Checking if 0, 0 occupies shape. Or do we recursively call it? Is that what happened there? Okay, it says checking if 0, 0 occupies shape. Wait, this panics at that. Really? What are you testing? Okay. Check. Okay, so 1, 1, position 1, 1, rotation 0. So you crashed on contained. No? No, you crashed here. But what called that? But you shouldn't have been in there. Wait, am I checking the wrong thing, maybe? Possibly. Right. So if new cell equals 0, 0. So checking if well, I think I'm still going to run with the rule that like you can't go below 0. Okay, which means we need to go like slot. Then we need to go down. Where is it? I'm here. So or new cell dot x is less than 0, or new cell dot y is less than 0. Right, so that should stop all possible situations where you end up negative. Where's my test? Run the test. You're still panicking. Zero, 0 should not be occupied. You are, in fact, correct. Oh, because I didn't actually pass in. You should pass in new cell. Okay. We're running all the tests, but anyway. Okay, so that one's passing again. The other one's failing. But when did it fail? Okay, so checked if 4, 4 occupies shape 1 by 1. No, that one passed. You're the 1, 1. When did it crash then? Because apparently. Can we just run this one then? Like, you didn't pass, but like, why is the shape the wrong shape? So you're saying that this shape, cell 0, 1, should be occupied. Okay, but why did it not get checked? I guess it probably did get checked. Or it didn't. Because it's saying it's failing because that item should have been checked. Or should have failed. But it never got to here. Right, please print line here so that I can actually work out exactly which one you crashed on. Doesn't actually make any sense. Okay, so checked if 0, 0 should I? So you're failing. Right, because I'm subtracting this position from you. So 0, 0 becomes -1, -1, which is incorrect, I believe. I think we want to be adding position. Maybe. Actually, fucking no idea. Well, then -90 degrees, -90 rotation. Am I supposed to potentially be adding rotation to it? And then it would be like plus self dot orientation dot offset. Right, because if I go to these offsets, 90 degrees, no, I'll only add one to the X. Adding one to the X would make you 1. Oh no, that'd make you 1, 1. No, because it would subtract 1, 1 from you, which would make you -1, 0. Maybe. Well, I guess this is going to fail the first one, isn't it? Because it's going to, as I add other orientations. Yeah. Interestingly, it made it all the way. It's only like this one here. 0, -1, which takes it to -1, -1. That rotation 90 degrees makes it 1, makes it 0, 0? Yeah, okay. So, it's definitely not add the fucking... the rotation. Not add that, because adding that is just terrible. Alright, so... if you now equals 0, 0, check it. Why am I checking these? So it's crashing for some reason. So you don't like that, and I think it's because... yeah. But it's like we need to specifically check so if new cell is equal to 0, 0, Well, I suspect actually the issue is probably that I'm giving it a minimum that's lower than my maximum. Like let min equal dot min new cell let max equal like the same number, but then like in theory, min should be min and max should be max. Right, and then we should be able to like check. Should check A. Right, and the idea being that like, I think that'll fix it because like, I guess maybe it's crashing because I'm setting the minimum and the maximum the wrong way around. This should not actually have any. Wait, no, this is one of the ones that's crashing. So this one passes now. Alright, and then you're saying that it should occupy 0, 1. Question is when I come here and I say, rotated by. I feel like I'm rotating in the wrong direction. It's part of what's going on. What did it say? Because it failed. So it should check min negative 0.5 and max 0, 0. 0 and 0 negative. This seems awfully close to 0, 0, but I don't actually know. I have somewhere that is like into rot. Right? Orientation. Into rot 2. Yeah, turn function. Okay, create from counterclockwise fraction. Okay, yeah, so that is correct. So 90 degrees should put you it should put you at 1, I think. Like the expectation would be should check. So we need to add the 0.5 back on at some point, I think. You. So whatever I'm passing into you, I need to somehow turn you back. Because that should be the top. So what happens if I turn it the reverse? And then we run our test. I need it to spit out 1. Okay, so it spat out. Should check So the min is 0, 0. The max, so the issue is if I subtract 0.5 from this again, we end up with negative a half. A half. We add 0.5, we end up with 2. And 2 is too high. What am I entering? Print line. I don't quite understand. Hmm. I don't get it. So why is it okay? That's what I don't understand. So that becomes -1. See, if it became 0, 1, it'd be like I understand what's going on, but it doesn't become 0, 1. It becomes -1, 1. Maybe I'm supposed to truncate? I mean, truncating, like, it somewhat makes sense in that, like, if I go into the negative, I want to head towards 0. So max.truncate. Okay, so like if I run this, so it should say check 0, 1. Wait, we just got the same number back. Wait. 0, 1, which in this particular case, your size is 1, 2. So 0, 1 would actually check that box. Wait a second. 0, 1 shouldn't be occupied then. No, 0, 1 should be occupied. And we should be checking 0, 1. Okay, I think that might be working then. Then we want to go, I guess, does new become so I guess we would like do this, we return that, and then we run the test again. Okay, you didn't like that because you still failed on something, which is so rotating cell by 90 degrees, -1, -1, which then gives us negative shell 0, 0 should not be occupied. What do you mean? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so it said like rotating cell by 90 degrees. The minimum is this one, the maximum is that one. Huh. The issue is I think that one of them is getting further from the middle or something. So like now I'm failing both of them. That's minimum. Right, maximum truncates towards 0, which then becomes 0, 0. I hate this. Yeah, I don't know. I could probably ask the AI to see if they can get fucking work it out. Can you make the function take in a position on a grid and work out if it is inside the shape? After applying its I don't think they'll be able to work it out because it's not exactly clear in the fucking thing or what's going on. It appears the occupied logic change next all. Was updating the occupation to use grid space into the transforms based on orientation. So now answers it change. I'm gonna say fucking go ahead and keep it. Okay. Did it work? What did it do exactly? I mean, I guess the next question is, does the fucking tests work? Oh, that one passes. Alright, so the key is going to equal one. Need to like double these together. So it's going to be like 1 1 1 2, right? And then we're going to go for orientation all dot zip key. If I don't think that's correct. You can stay identity, I don't care. So we zip the keys. So it should be 1 1 1 2. And it should be 1 1 0 1. It goes counterclockwise. And then it's always gonna be 1 1. I guess we actually don't need that then. You can just say 1 1. Anyway, so it's like 1 0 1 1 0 1. This would be 180 degrees. So this would actually be 1 0. And this would be 2 1. And we'd run the test and be like, is that correct? Well, it passed all the tests. Okay. Again, I don't think the 1-1 is entirely necessary. So 4. Dot zip. Keys. Okay. So to check that. So when we're at 1-1 and we're in normal orientation, it's going to be up 1 and the X, up 1, the Y, up 1 in both. When we turn 90 degrees counterclockwise, going to be -1, -1, -1, -1. Okay. When we turn 180 degrees, going to be, I don't think that's correct. I think it's more likely to be 1, 1, 0. Yeah, zero mirror it is. So it's not that. It's gonna be 1, 0, 2, 1, and 2, 0, I think. And then wait, the 180 degree rotation. It's filling those. Would be -1. So you'd be 0, 1. 0, 0. Interesting. So U would be 0, 2. Zero, 1. No, wait, you do 1, 2. 1, 2. 0, 2. And then 0, 1. I think. Okay. Then this is 100. That's the normal. And this is 100. This is 90 degrees. And then this would be 180 degrees. 180 going to be 0, 1, 0, 0, and 1, 0. Okay. And then this one, which is 180 degrees, is going to be 1, 0. What's that one? It's 2, 0. I'm picturing it in my head and I hate it. And then 2, 1. So that should be the 4 orientations. Then I just run this. And we go, oh no. What? My virus scanner, I think. That one. Okay. The answer is fuck you. I don't know if I can run tests anymore because my virus scanner decided that. Well, okay. Virus scanner said that the stream's over. All right, thank you for everyone who tuned in. Hopefully I'll be streaming again soon. It's been a real pain in the ass. I guess the one thing to check before I go is what if it lets me run the actual application. I wonder if the how I had to. Okay, so that's just broken. Yes, fuck you. So basically, can I not run my tests still? You failed. Could not execute process. Yep. Okay. What about this one? Yeah, so she's not allowed to run them anymore. I don't know why my computer has decided that. Maybe I can restart VS Code. Hmm. Right. Okay. Nope. Application process is being blocked. Okay. Yep, that's the stream done. Again, thank you for tuning in. I will hopefully be streaming again soon, continuing to work on this or potentially a voxel game, depending on how I feel. Someone said something about making circuit stuff, which actually sounds really cool, and I might just try and steal their idea to see how well I can implement it. But anyway, yeah, thank you for tuning in, and I will see you in the next one.